morning and good afternoon to all of those who are watching from overseas. I'm pretending that this is centered around me here in Winnipeg, but welcome in, everyone. We're here with the FM Playoffs January edition, and we're playing a little bit of fun this, guys. We're doing the 0102 database from the Mad Scientist, and with me, I have three fantastic people who will be coming along with the ride today, seeing what the results are, seeing what happens throughout this, and keeping me up to date on who these players are. We have three excellent people. Let's start with Alice, also known as FMGirl, a comic creator throughout the FM community, as well as someone who's also addicted to this game that we all can't stop playing. Alice, thank you very much for joining us today. Welcome in.
Thank you very much. But I had to correct you, though. You have two awesome people with you, and then me.
Okay, two awesome people and two other people who are here just to provide a little joy and share a nice coffee cup. Share the branding that you got there in front of you, which I love, by the way. I wish I have nothing appropriate in front of me. I have nothing appropriate. But welcome in, Alice. It's a pleasure to have you, and we will go ahead and ignore your self-deprecation and appreciate you being here anyway. Tony, for those who are aware of, he's a legend within the community. I think he's been in a few of these tournaments before. I can't remember the results, though. We don't need to talk about that.
No, it's in the past. It was on FM21. Doesn't really count.
Well, welcome in, Tony. How are you this morning?
Very well. Thank you. Yourselves?
Very good. I always say this morning, and I keep reminding you guys are halfway through the day. It's just me over here is just rubbing the eyes, still waking up, right? So, and then last but not least, Leemo has been nice enough to join us for this weekend as well. A previous champion of the FM playoffs, a little bit of experience and expertise. Welcome, Leemo. It's nice to have you.
Thank you very much for having me. Two-time champion, by the way. Get that in there.
I didn't go too deep into Tony's results, so I thought I wasn't going to go too deep into your results. But you know what? It's fair. You should be bragging if you've won it twice. Absolutely.
No, it's amazing to be. Yeah, I've been running around the house like the Ultimate Warrior all morning, getting pumped up for it.
Love it. So the first thing I kind of want to go through this morning, guys, is I kind of want to chat a little bit around the groups. So we did see the groups get released this morning, and they are relatively interesting. So I'm going to bring up the groups that we can chat about, kind of see what you guys think of what we're going to see coming forward here. So Group A was drawn. We have Draconis Ursa, there's Hood Gaming, we got JDFM, we got Maladin, Mazza, and Super Penguin. I'm going to probably end up accidentally referring to Super Penguin as Pengu about 100 times through this because I've known him so long. So forgive me if I keep saying that. It's just a little bit of a disclaimer that when I say Pengu, I do mean the one, the only Super Penguin. But when I take a peek at this group, the one thing that stands out to me right away, guys, is the Maladin and Mazza matchup. I think that's the one that I'm really excited for. I'll start with you, though, Leemo. What is the first thing that jumps out to you when you see this group?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tasty group, isn't it? There's a lot of experience in there. Draconis, obviously, last time I was part of the playoffs, beat me in the quarterfinals. So, bit of an underdog in the last one, coming in with a bit more experience. Obviously, like yourself, Maladin and Mazza, be looking forward to that game. But yeah, it's a good, strong group. It's going to be hard to predict who comes through because I think sometimes, again, it's dependent on the tactic, what players you bring in, how they play. It's going to be interesting to see who comes out of this group. So yeah, I'm looking forward to looking at some of these fixtures and commentating on some of these games, definitely.
Tony, what's your first thought when you look at this Group A?
I think Leemo's right. To be honest, it's the thing is, and I'm gonna start talking in cliches today. Actually, I think this is going to be my the way I'm going to do it today. Is there's no easy groups anymore, right? Like everyone's getting really clued up on PvP now. It's been a couple of years, and like the standard is getting better and better and better every single month now. About a year ago, Group A would have been, you looked at that and went, yeah, okay, right, cool. We've probably got two people who can go through. Literally anyone can go through at this point now. I'm going to put my call out early doors. Hood Gaming is the guy who I think has a super strong squad, really good tactically. He did a fantastic job last month, won last month's playoffs, obviously, which is why he's back here now. I think he's got a great squad. I think Draconis has always got he finds form somehow. He might not have the best squad, he might not have the best tactics, but he gets through. He's got 52 left backs in his squad this month, which is going to be interesting to see how he balances that. Maladin and Mozza, yes, you're right. There's a grudge match there. Mozza's just come off the back of a win in a group in another tournament. Super Penguin, I'll be honest, I don't know a great deal about him, but the squad looks good. And JDFM, squad looks good. Everyone's drafted well. I mean, Maladin's got 52 forwards as well, so that's going to be interesting to see what formation he pulls out. Maladin's either going to do fantastic or do a Maladin. So
I have to note in chat right away, come on the rocks. Excited for Maladin's throwback 235.
Yeah.
You're not the only one who's seeing that kind of draft resulting in a lot of forwards. Alice, when you look at Group A, what stands out to you? Do you have a confident prediction like Tony, or are you sort of just excited to see what's going to go down here?
Well, everything is pointing in the direction of Hood. Like the simulations were all Hood. In the fact that he won last time, everyone's confident. But honestly, I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him than everyone thinks. I'm excited to see Mozza. As Tony mentioned, I watched him destroy in a draft earlier in the week, and it was Tony that he absolutely destroyed.
So, 7-0 in aggregate. So I'm hoping Mozza's used all his goals up by now.
So I think Mozza's got something. I think he's got a tactic that is going to work well, and I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, the thing about Mozza here is that Mozza's sort of taken a little bit of cheek from everyone for quite some time with some of his results. 2022 seemed to have turned a little bit of a book has changed to a new chapter. So maybe this is the beginning of some dominance in 2022 for Mozza. We don't know, right? So it could be interesting to see. I'm going to go ahead and bring us over to Group B. But I will ask you guys, there was only really one of you that was confident enough to guarantee or throw out a prediction. Tony, really confident that Hood's going to win the group. It sounds to me like, Alice, you're leading on a JD prediction for Group A. Is that sort of what you were thinking there?
A JD? No, I'm going with Mozza for Group A.
Oh, you're going Mozza's going to win the whole.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, great. Mozza and Leemo, who do you have for your kind of, if you were to make a prediction here without seeing any results?
I mean, it's like you say, it's anyone's, isn't it? But I think I'm going to go with Alice. I think it's Mozza's time. I think he's took a bit of stick in a few tournaments in the past, and I think it's time to shine.
Okay, I'm writing these down, guys, just so you're aware. So we are going to go back and have to look at these and go, I don't know.
I was hoping everyone would forget my predictions.
Tasty words. Nom, 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 nom.
All right, so Group B, we got Trek, we've got Omega Luke, we got Pumpster, Reese, Stinger, and Reese. He really wanted not to be here today. It was really weird. The FMAI got him right out of the play-by-play spot. Yeah. We'll bring him in another time, but Reese gets in there. Stinger, and of course, Sweet Left Foot. Like this, if I look at this group, I'm feeling like there's a lot of veteran talent in this group is sort of what I look at right away. And before I jump into Group B, I just realized I didn't put myself on the spot for Group A, and that would be really unfair if I didn't make a prediction. So I'm actually going to go ahead and I'm leaning towards JD. So JD is going to be my Group A prediction. I wouldn't want my to put all of the panel on the spot and then not put myself on the spot because I will be wrong, and we want to ensure that everyone gets a chance to make fun of me as well. But Group B, we'll start with you this time. Alice, what do you see in this group? What's your prediction? What's the storyline that really emerges when you take a peek at this group?
I think it's easy to see Omega Luke here. He was running up in the last one, and every time I've watched Luke on stream, he's like really strong. He knows his stuff, and I think he's one of the stronger tactical minds in the entire playoffs. But my heart is going in a different direction. I'm looking at Sweet Left Foot. I really like his content. I think he's a great guy, and I really want to see him do well here. And so, yeah, I think it's going to be exciting. I think Luke's going to pull this one out of the bag again, but I want to see someone else take it this time.
Fair.
Yeah.
You have your favorite, but you're hoping the favorite loses. I love it.
Sweet Left Foot's already making himself his own framed print to celebrate, so I think he's getting in early doors.
Yeah.
Now, that's like putting a tattoo on your leg of someone winning a championship before it happens, kind of a thing. And I'm just like, I'm on the edge of how that, does that benefit you or does that curse you? I don't know. Tony, Group B, what are your thoughts on this one?
Well, I guess Alice has kind of alluded to it ever so slightly. Luke and Hood, of course, played out the final last month. You know what? I'm there for a rematch. I'm there for version 2. Let's go again for that because that was great, really, really good. But I think Pumpster's got a good shout. I think Pumpster drafts really well. I think Trekker's coming back after a bit of a while out. I think he was one of the original guys who was in. But did he win the first playoffs possibly, or he got pretty far in it? I think. Reese has a decent squad. I hate to say it, I think Stinger and Sweet Left Foot are going to struggle. And I think that if I was to make a prediction, I'm going to say that Pumpster wins the group. I think Luke's going to go through as well, but I'm going to go with Pumpster this time.
Great. Love it. A little bit of variety in the predictions. Leemo, when you look at this group, I mean, some of these folks I think you've met in the competitions. You've maybe got a little bit of an insight on how they're going to approach things. But what do you think is going to come out of this group?
Yeah, I think obviously there's massive experience in this group, particularly with Luke and Sweet Left Foot. Played against 2 of them. I think I lost the final in another tournament to Sweet Left Foot. Close final, very good tactically. They're very good at making those tweaks in game. When things are not going so well, they're good at making the right tweaks to try and get themselves back into the game. And the same as when they take that lead, they're good at holding the game. So I think they're going to be tough to beat with the experience. But I'm going with my heart with this one because I noticed recently Stinger's going on about him being 40. So I'm 40 in a couple of weeks myself. So the heart with Stinger. I think we're going to see Luke and Sweet Left Foot go through as well.
I did see that in chat. There seemed to be a little bit of a 40-year-old men gathering in the chat to have a coffee and grumble about the weather. I'm not sure what was happening.
We're in the smoking lounge with our cigars and our coffees. Maybe swill a whiskey or a brandy.
I shouldn't talk. I'm pretty close to it. I just have a baby face. So
you've got all this to look forward to. It's going to be amazing.
Yay!
So good.
You know what? My life is already filled with all sorts of joy, given that it's minus 40 outside right now. So I any more joy that can come my way, I'm ready for it. Right. So, one of the things that I think we'd love to go through before we start, we have about 15 minutes before the games kick off. But our boy Mazza put together a few predictions based on basically running simulations a bunch of times. So he threw the database together, found out what the groups were, and then ran the simulation, I think about 10 times. And he's shared with me some kind of interesting results in terms of, which squad had the most goals or the most clean sheets. And I kind of want to go through that with you guys for a little bit of fun, just to kind of see what we end up getting out of these predictions. So the first one that I have for you is clean sheets. Out of the simulations, Omega Luke and his keeper, who I'm trying to remember the name of right now, is Peruzzi. I'm sure I said that wrong, but he consistently put up the most clean sheets. Is any surprise there for you guys?
I run a playoff database draft last night, the 0102, and Peruzzi was on fire. Some of the saves he was pulling off. So I'm not surprised with it. Great keeper, great at coming out, those reflexes. I think, he's picked a really good keeper there. And like I said, he was on fire last night as well.
I think we mentioned during the draft show the other night that what we've forgotten about, and particularly for some of the, I'm going to say this horribly, some of the younger generation who are maybe looking at this database for the first time and going, oh my God, who are these guys? Yeah. Like, you are spoiled with talent in every single position on this database, and there are so many good goalkeepers. So to see Peruzzi up the top is no surprise at all, absolutely. But you could literally, I'm presuming you could take a pick out of about half a dozen. I would imagine there's not much between these guys as to who's got the most clean sheets. I don't think it's you get that goalkeeper and you get your points. I would hazard a guess that it's Peruzzi, and then there's another couple after, and you're looking at like one or two clean sheets either side.
Like Keg says there, this era is probably one of the best you'll see for talent players all over the pitch. Yeah. Just so excited to see. how these drafters use these players and the tactics, and just shouting out some of the names is going to be amazing.
Especially as well as some of the creators have openly said they weren't really born then, like they were like 4 or something. And I'm going, I was 21. How can you be 4? It's not an age.
And for me, it's a different kind of feel, right? Because, like, for those who aren't familiar with me, I really only got into FM and got into football the last 5 or 6 years. So these are a lot of the YouTube links that friends have sent me, right? Like, oh, you got to see this play. Oh, you got to remember this guy. Oh, look at these Italian clubs in the mid-90s, right?
Yeah.
And to me, it's like, oh, that's really cool. But it's very retro because, you know, I came in where, you know, Serie A is not the dominant one. They're not the big money league. And what's really cool about a lot of this database is just how powerful and how where the money was in terms of just where players were. There's so many powerful Serie A picks throughout this. It's really quite interesting.
Yeah, we were saying as well during the actual draft that the interesting thing with some of the picks is nostalgia picks. Not necessarily always going for the best player, going, oh, I remember them, and then getting them in. So it's like, so there's going to be fun because there's a couple of players that we'll talk about as we go through. Moza drafting the wrong Zanetti, for example. You know, there's a few picks that you go, you've picked with your heart there, haven't you? You've not. That's not a head pick.
That's just a soul heart kind of pick. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with those. We do love
100%.
those. Let's go with the next one here. The next simulation that I have here is the best rating. So which player had the best overall rating throughout there? And it was Ramar. I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. Tony's expression shows that was probably a 4 out of 10 on the pronunciation. So I'll go with that. Alice, any thoughts on this being a surprise? Are you familiar with this player? Or is this something that brings any thoughts to you?
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with this player. I can't remember how old I was back when this database was real life. But you know, my knowledge is mostly limited to the English leagues. I think back at this point, I was still watching Welsh football as well. So you know,
I want to give a high five to Alice right now because this is the best. Because now I'm also like, yeah, he's got a really nice kit. Looks great.
And again, there's a lot to be said for that as well. There's a lot to be said.
But here's the thing about it too that's really cool about it. Is like for me, when I play FM, and maybe you guys, you know, you're different when you guys approach it. But for me, it's like I love Wikipedia open. I have YouTube open, especially when I'm playing a save. I like to look up the club history. I like to take a peek at some of that nerdy kind of background information. Who is the top scorer, right? All that kind of stuff. Read about it and like end up clicking 5 or 6 things in. And what's really cool about this tournament is that maybe, some of these creators are young and maybe some of us aren't as familiar. But this is an opportunity for us to learn some of those stories and learn some of those connections that people have. Like, why is someone picking this guy? Well, I loved him. And you're looking at him as just attributes. And you're like, I don't get it. Right. But in reality, there's a history of love for some of these players.
I'll be completely honest. I've got a raised eyebrow on the fact that he's got the best ratings. I think there's a lot of players in there who I think I would be expecting to be up there or thereabouts, but he would not have been on my radar at all. A great player, don't get me wrong, a great player, but I'm surprised. I'm very surprised.
It's a Draconis special.
It's a good under the radar pick.
Yeah, right. Leemo, any thoughts on the best rating player through the simulations? A little bit of shock for you as well?
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, you know, looking at some of the players, you know, he's got in his squad there as well. You know, you got Carlos in there, you know, Carnes in there, you got Lampard. I'm looking, thinking, wow, like, who are these? It's like some of the players in this database are just unbelievable. And then for him to come out as the highest rated, I was like, definitely a few eyebrows raised in my part as well, definitely.
Yeah,
fair. We got about 6-7 minutes until the actual game starts, so we'll continue to think about what could happen. Look at this handsome gentleman, Pengu, Super Penguin here in his suit, looking professional. He ended up drafting what the simulations believe will be the top scorer. Any surprises here seeing Montella at the top? I'll start with you, Leemo.
I mean, Montella, again, you know, absolutely fantastic player. I have drafted him myself in a couple of these databases that I've done, and you know, finishing at 20, he's got a bit of pace about him. You know, I played him in more of an advanced forwards role And yeah, give him the ball and he will absolutely slot it in for you. There's no doubt about it. You put him in front of the keeper and he's going to bag you some goals. I'm not surprised that he's up there, one of the best strikers at that time as well, and bagging goals for fun.
Yeah, I think Leemo was right. I think that Roma team of that era just were undescribably filthy. Without forward liner like Montella, they had Totti as well, and it's just like they could just tear anybody apart. So yeah, the fact that he's up in the top scorer again, it's not surprising. I think you're probably looking at a coin toss for a few players like Saviola would have been in with a decent shout. I think I'm probably. And I was sort of playing this around in my head. I would have probably gone with R9 Ronaldo as my first pick, but there's part of me going, I don't know whether he'll be this draft's Lukaku. I know Stinger's got him in, so I'm really, really interested to see how he scores. But I also think Michael Owen's going to be dangerous as hell. So it's again, I think we're going to be looking at a real, just loads of goals all over the place. We're going to have a great afternoon of action, I think, to be honest.
I think so.
I think there's going to be goals. I mean, again, just going back to the draft last night, there was games where there was just goals galore, and I'm hoping we get that today. Because just shouting out some of them names, like I said before, is going to be amazing. And I'm hoping someone brings Big Dunk off the bench.
Yeah,
Mr. Luke, and smashing a header just for me. Come on.
We love it. We love it. Moving on to another prediction here. Top assister. So it looks like Stinger was able to get what the PC believes will be the top assister, and it's Raymer. I believe I'm saying that wrong, I'm sure. But again, any shocks there? And I'll just throw it to the panel, all three of you. Let me know if you have a thought on any shock there, or is that sort of what you'd expect coming out of this database?
My only shock is where he's playing, because I've looked at Stinger's squad, and obviously we talked about it on the draft night. It for me, it feels very narrow. So I'm surprised that he's got assists in the first place, to be honest. I don't know where they've come from. So I'm going to be really interested to see how he gets them, because he's got Rivaldo in there and he's got Pirlo, I think. And then for Raymer to come out as the number one, hey, I've got no idea.
It's interesting, right? Because a lot of these simulations, and I assume that the AI in the game is changing not only the tactic, but also where players are playing too, right? So, it is going to have a big impact where a player is played as well, for sure. I think the last one that we do want to go through before folks get started, as I'm kind of accelerating through some of these simulation stats here. So stop me, slap me, give me a shout and say, Jeremy, Scoot, shut up. Whatever you need to do if you have a thought on something. But the last one that I kind of wanted to go through is an interesting one, and it's the person who never got knocked out. So throughout the 10 simulations that were run by Mazza, Stinger was never knocked out. So if you're throwing in a cheeky bet, an accumulator of sorts, there's a little tip for you.
Please gamble responsibly.
Channel points only. But yeah, it's interesting to see, because I think for a lot of us who've watched the many tournaments, Alice has seen him do well. We've all seen him do well. Like, he's consistently drafted well, and so I wasn't shocked to see this. I think that Omega Luke is one of those players that is always dangerous. He's always drafted well. No matter how well he tries to hide his tactic screen with his sweet wrestling screenshots or whatever, we all know that he's going to perform well, right? Any shock there for you guys? Any thoughts on seeing Omega Luke being the one who never was knocked out in the simulations?
I mean, I think you've got to go look at Stinger's squad, as you said there. The Brazilians, Rivaldo, Ronaldo, Jardel's in there. But one player stands out for me as well, is Pirlo. I think you've got Pirlo pinging the balls over to those three strikers, depending on his tactic. You're gonna get some goals. An absolute Rolls Royce of his time in the middle of the park, wasn't he?
Rolls Royce, I like that. Well, without any further ado, I think it's time to start thinking about the first match day. So I'm going to go ahead and bring that schedule up so we can see what's coming. Think about the game that we want to feature on the main screen here, and who we want to assign these games out to. So in terms of Group A, for match day 1, we have Draconis Ursa facing off against Hood, JDFM and Maza, Pengu and Maladin to start, and that's your Group A matchups for match day 1. Group B, we see Reese and Pumpster matching off, Stinger and Omega Luke, and Sweet Left Foot versus Trek, which I think will be kind of interesting as well. What is going to jump out to you when you look at these groups? And is there one that you're really wanting to see on the main screen so we can share it with everyone? I'll start with you, Alice. What jumps out to you when you look at the match day 1 matches?
I think for match day 1, the one that really jumps out to me is Stinger versus Omega Luke. You know, last season's running up against what you just described there as one of the defensive powerhouses in that in their group, and that will almost guaranteed to advance into the next round. So I think that's a match that would definitely be exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. That's got main screen written all over it. For Luke, he needs to win that if he wants to go into the final. For Stinger, he needs to win that because, again, Stinger's been brilliant before, and I love the man to bits. There has been a couple of drafts where he has started slowly and he's had to really work at it, and this is a huge game for both of those guys, to be honest. And you know that a result there could blow that group open even on match day 1.
Yeah, I think it's definitely it's massively important to get a good start in these competitions because, as we know, player morale, stuff like that will impact on and it's harder to try and get back into a tournament than it is, you know, maybe if you get a couple of wins or you get a win and a draw, you could potentially go through. So there's some important games to start off, and I think it's Stinger, Luke, and Sweet Left Foot and Trek as well. I think it's going to be an important one. And
I think JD Mozza is going to be an interesting one as well. Actually, I'd be quite interested to watch that personally because, again, you know, Mozza's going to want to get a good start, and so is JD. Like JD, you know, he ran the Creators Championship, you know, about a year ago, I think. So he's coming in again. He's had a little bit of time away, so again, it's nice to see him come back in. Good tactically. I think that's going to be a really good match as well, to be honest.
Yeah, it's going to be a really banging start, I think, in terms of what we're going to see here. So it sounds to me like maybe that JDFM like that matchup with Maza is probably maybe what we want to throw onto the main screen for at least for the first match day week. I always want to say match day week, even though I know it's in the game, it's just every 2 days. But what do you guys think of that? Is that a good start? Are we comfortable throwing them up? We'll put the pressure on the gaffer right away.
Right away. throw them in at the deep end.
Right. Okay. So here comes the fun part. I'm gonna slide some games out to you guys to pay attention to, and if you got if you all could just keep me up to date, jump in and say, hey, there's a goal. Hey, there's been a red card, or hey, Maladin has turned off his computer and has left the building. You know, let me know whatever's going on.
Draconis is at the shops. Yeah.
Hey, that's what he's on the shop. Never question the shop run.
He also managed to go the entire draft as well this month. So that's really interesting tactic.
I did love that he had to nip off to get milk for his family. Hang on, no worries. Just gotta grab some milk, guys. No worries. So with JD and Maz on the main screen, I'll go with you first, Leemo. If you don't mind watching the Ursa Hood matchup, as well as the Penguin Maladin matchup, and let us know what goes on with those two. Tony will give you Reese and Pumpster, as well as Stinger and Omega Luke. Lovely. And for the first match day, Alice, you get to win the prize of only having one to watch, but this will rotate through all of us, so enjoy it. You will have two the next match day. But Sweet Left Foot and FM Trek, if you could keep us up to date on that one, that would be fantastic. So, without any further ado, I'm going to go ahead and bring up the main man on his screen here, and we're going to be able to get started here shortly once I get through a Canadian Nicorette ad. One of the problems that I have is I've been able to subscribe to everyone. But I haven't worked for 6 months, guys. Stop the hate. Is that I always get these really weird Canadian ads, and I try not to share those with everyone because it would just be incredibly confusing about what was going on if I was to stream that across. But without any further ado, big thank you once again to the panel joining me today. This is fantastic. I'm really happy you guys are here. It's a lot more fun when we have great people to hang out with. And a big thank you to those behind the scenes, Keg, as well as Cam and everybody else on the team who's doing things and dealing with my random requests as I ask for different things throughout the day. And finally, to the teams that are participating, to those who are in the chat, thank you for being here. It's a lot more fun when the community comes together for these events. I'm really excited to get going, and I hope that everybody here has a great time today.
I just, I think Kegs put in the chat that if anyone who's watching spots like a good thing to clip or highlights, whatever, like please do that. It'll help everyone out, obviously, and we'll sort of run a little highlights reel or goal of the tournament competition or something. So yeah, feel free to do that, whichever stream you're watching.
Absolutely. The more clips, the merrier. And the best thing about that is if we can get as many clips of the goals and those sorts of things, it's an opportunity for our team to harass Cam and others to create some highlight packages that would be really cool to see on the YouTube channel. As the intention is to be able to share not only the draft, but the play-by-play, and as well maybe some highlights on that channel as we continue to try and grow some of these memories. Because one of the things that I think, Leemo, you can speak to is that it would be nice if when you've won a tournament to go back and be able to relive some of that. And
yeah, absolutely.
We don't have much of that right now, but the plan is to try and expand that as we move along.
No, that's a good touch. That's very good touch.
If I'm in the tournament, can you not clip anything, because I don't need the evidence or the memories ever again?
Tony has politely asked for all clips of him to be deleted.
Have we got a slight issue with Stinger at the minute? His stream just says starting soon.
It's possible that he maybe he had to run to his gym.
Possibly, yeah.
Never know, but it's
smacking that punch bag while he with a baseball bat.
He's doing last minute training. He's got burpees in for everybody. Like, come on, cycling himself up. He says he needs an admin to boot him out so he can come back in.
Yeah. So Mazza will likely deal with that in a moment. I'm just going to pop a reminder into the old Discord. And for those who've been part of drafts before, we all know that this is pretty normal. There's always a little bit of a hiccup. We do try to plan and test everything that we possibly can, but the joy of draft competitions in the FM is that there's always something that we didn't anticipate. So.
I just see someone's put in the chat, what's Mazza wearing? It looks like a bridal gown.
Oh, was that Katie who said that?
Yeah.
Oh. So when you've got the playoffs at 1 and a wedding at 3.
Yeah. As soon as he's finished, he's off to get married.
Yeah, Gretna away.
I'm feeling bad. Malteser says in chat an ice cream man's uniform. Oh, so this will be my last time hosting the panel, everyone. I hope that you guys have enjoyed my time.
He's like a hipster butcher.
Yeah, thanks for having us on.
Oh, yeah, we're just gonna get him re-added in here, and then we'll get started. I might as well just drop off Mazza while he looks serious.
Did Mazza think he has to dress like he's in the early 2000s as well? And he's come dressed as the Backstreet Boys.
Oh, we're gonna get reported for bullying. I just want to let everyone know. But that, just sorting out the logins here. This is something I'm excited to see because I haven't had a lot of time in this database. But when I see folks play this database and I see folks talk about the saves, the nostalgia and the memories and like the love of Championship Manager really does seem to flow out. I don't know if you guys have any memories of playing Championship Manager you want to chat about a little bit while we wait to get this started. But for me, I only got into FM for FF19. So I heard stories, I knew of the lore, I knew of the love of Championship Manager, but I never played it myself. Leemo, what's the first thing that comes to mind when you think of Championship Manager?
It's one of those games. I started early on. I had a Football Manager game on the Amiga 500, and basically you're in control of everything. The club shop, building the ground, and you start off with a grass pitch with 4 grass humps that you pitch, and you've got to build around it. And then obviously we're so lucky now to have the match engine the way it is. Back in the day, it was just a bit of text or a still motion on the screen. But just as the game's evolved, you know, and there's so many different varieties of it, it just gets better and better. And you know, no matter what age you start playing it, it's just one of those games where you just fall in love, and for different reasons as well.
Yeah, I think that the reason that this particular database, this particular version of Championship Manager gets a lot of love, is, as we sort of touched upon earlier, it was almost like a golden generation for football. Like, the players were so good back then. Like, you were talking like actual legend players at the peak of their game. Like, football itself was better than it's ever been. You know, and we'd all grown up, like, particularly like myself and Leemo, like, we'd grown up watching football in the 80s, like, and it was horrible. Like, and then you watched 90s, which was all Italy, and it was like Italian football was at its peak, and then like it was to get to like 2001, 2002, and you're just like, oh, everyone's like fully zoned in on it, and it was just brilliant. And like the transfer fees as well, like were really fine. Like you could buy a player for like £1 million and he would be the best player in the game. Like, whereas with now, you've got to spend 80, 90, 100 million pounds. Like, you know, go, all right, I'll give you another 40 million quid if he moves next door to me, like later down the line, like that sort of thing. Like, whereas, you know, back on then, it was just, sign the player for the money, and you could spot these talents like Mark Kerr for like 40 grand or something. And he, you know, he's winning the World Cup for Scotland. And it's like, it was just perfect. It was just perfect.
I remember being able to offer contracts. You could offer them a house and a car.
So I remember with the Championship Manager, this particular iteration and the couple of ones before it, was the tactical system was god awful. As enjoyable as those games were, I don't know if you guys remember, with the ball, without the ball, it was the way the tactics screen worked, and it was absolutely god awful. And I'm so glad at the advancements that FM has come since those days.
Yeah, I liked defensive midfielder was a central midfielder with a downward arrow. That's how you knew he was defensive. Like, you'd pull the arrow down, you go backwards.
King jumped into the chat just saying, I liked the running lines. Bring back the running lines.
But the thing is, it was a game back then. It was just a game. Like, whereas now it's like immersive and it's this thing. Like, you know, draft mode. I mean, imagine trying to draft back then. Physically would have been impossible. But yeah, it was just pure pleasure. Like, and it was like, you know, you could rock up, play a season overnight, no worries. It was relatively quick, and yeah, it was just fun.
Imagine going through a season that quickly. My goodness.
Yeah. Whereas now you got, like, you know, pull out nutrition plans and stuff, and it's there's too much going on, if anything, these days.
Back then, you didn't have player roles so much. It did kind of exist, but it wasn't about like you set this player to a target man or a forward. You had to make them that via the tactics, and like you had to know if you wanted to press them forward, you had to know exactly what a pressing forward is going to be doing, because you had to manually set everything that they were doing. There was no set them to a pressing forward or set them to a target man. You have to know. It was unforgiving a lot of the time back then.
And the 2D
I'm just trying to think about how wild it would be to try and even adjust after you see something. You're like, well, downward arrow now, I guess, or upward. I don't know.
I mean, I'm not going to say that's why I struggle on the modern game, because I am a man of downward arrows and upward arrows. But you know, it could explain a lot.
Yeah.
Looks like Moz has gone to his manager resignation press conference already.
Is he about to throw the bouquet?
Yeah, you know.
He's advertising his ice cream.
You know, I would try Moz's ice cream, not gonna lie. It'd probably be flavored like I'm assuming it would be a pie in a bun, right? Like that would probably be his first flavor.
Iron brew ice cream.
Oh, See, now that I'd actually be good with, though.
Especially
if it came with the caffeine in it too. Yes, please. So the issue, just so you guys are aware, is it's just with Stinger's connection at the moment. So we're just working on that in the background. Folks are working on it to get it going. Moz and Jerry, I like that, Owen. That's pretty good. The reason I like that is because a lot of friends call me Jerry, unironically. It's a silly story, and now that I've said it, I feel like I should explain. So we have a bit of time. So I'll tell you guys the story. You guys want to hear a story? Here's the story.
Yeah.
Always.
Let's go.
It's gonna sound terrible to start, but I guarantee you it's actually a funny story. So I had to go to a family funeral. My mom's brother had passed, and so I didn't know that side very well, but went to the family event and was asked to speak a few words. So I spoke a few words at the funeral. And I didn't know anyone from Ottawa where this thing happens. It's the other side of Canada. And I went up, did my little thing. And after, everyone kept coming up to me and going, "Oh, really nice speech, Jerry." Again and again, everyone kept saying Jerry. And it realized that I had been introduced as Jerry. I didn't hear it because I was kind of nervous about this whole thing. So my dad and my mom are laughing. They think this is hilarious, right? Because that's not my name. It's never been my name. And I'm way too nice to correct people that I don't know. So I'm just going to go along with it. I'm going to be Jerry now. And so it got to the point where everyone at this event was calling me Jerry and thanking me for the words and chatting it up. And my friends somehow found out about this. And when I got back to the city, I had a hockey game with my buddies, and they all started yelling Jerry. And then people in the crowd were like, Jerry! And it became a thing where I no longer go by my real name. All of my friends call me Jerry. Everyone that I know pretty much calls me this. And it all goes back to being misintroduced at a funeral on the other side of the country. And it's just one of those things. And so if people ever ask me why that happens, I have to tell this story, which sounds sad. But if you knew my uncle, he would love it. This would literally be exactly how he'd want to be remembered. He was a joker. He was a guy who lived life through humor all the time. So the fact that I have now been misnamed by everyone that I know, I'm sure he's absolutely loving it. So that's where that comes from.
What I would have done is I'd have changed my name by deed poll so that nobody can ever question that anymore. And be like, "Are you called Jerry?" Yeah. Actually, like legally called Jerry now and everything. Look,
yeah, I've changed it. I'm Jerry.
Driver's license says Jerry.
Yeah, there's the story for you. If
everyone's like, "How'd you get that name, Scoot?" Yeah, this fella died, and
funny story. This bloke died,
story.
Right?
Funny story, by the way, really sad. But anyway,
I've got loads of stories that start. I was at this funeral, right, and then
the thing is just it literally is the best. It's the best way to remember it because it's honestly my vibe and my family's vibe, and everyone deals with their own thing their own way. But our vibe for kind of funerals and those sorts of things is fun, humor, and remembering a lot of we live through humor. That's how you live somewhere where it's -40, guys. You have to laugh, because otherwise you just get cold.
Laugh or freeze to death. It's your two options.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we're still waiting on the connection.
Yes, hilarious.
We're still waiting on the connection. So what I'm going to suggest here, for those who are watching and for those who are on the panel, I'm just going to go quickly refill my glass of water. I've done a lot of babbling. I'm just wanting to make sure I stay hydrated. Hydration is very important. So I'm going to go grab a drink. I'll leave it to you three to either continue the conversation or go grab a drink yourselves. We are going to get this started very, very shortly. You can see the links in the chat now. Thank you, Kegman. Every link for every participant is in there. Please go give them a follow. Give them a subscription on YouTube. A follow on Twitch. Doesn't cost you anything and can make someone's day. So please go ahead and do that. We will be back in just one moment to continue this. I will be back in just one moment. Just going to grab my water.
It's a good time for a team rest break, I think, is it?
Yeah.
I
so
think
we'll
if
just take
the
a
chat
minute.
could put who you, if in the chat, if you want to pop in who you think is going to win each group or like an overall win of the tournament, that'd be quite interesting as well. We can obviously come back and sort of discuss those a little bit. Well, we don't know how long Sting is going to be, but it'd be interesting to see everyone's thoughts, to be honest.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to pop that right up onto the screen here. Who do you think's going to win? We'll pop that right there. I'll be back in just a moment. Continue the discussion. And if I can grab anyone a tea or water, just let me know. I'll try to get as many as I can for everybody.
I got all those French vanillas, yeah?
Yeah, French vanilla, no problem, Tony. I got you.
Love it, man. Yeah, what we thinking then? Who we got to win?
We've got a few already. A couple of putting Stinger in. Trex in there, Luke. So quite a variety coming in already.
Yeah, I think Yeah, I don't know. I've still got, as I say, I've still got my thoughts on Hood. I reckon he's the guy I think is going to come out. I think he's drafted really, really well. If he's got one weakness in his squad, I would think he's maybe lacking a right-sided midfielder, possibly. But I know tactically he's very, very astute, so I'm sure he's got a way of counteracting that. That's potentially the only chink he's got in his armor. So yeah, I think he's going to go all the way again, personally.
I don't know if the last 2 playoffs we've seen debutants win. Are we going to see another debutant come in and rock the boat and come in with the unknown and take the title?
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, because it is it's partly the unknowable, the element of surprise, I suppose. So that puts Reece in the equation, doesn't it?
Definitely.
I know he was building his team around David Beckham, which is a great pick.
Yeah.
To be honest,
so the FM playoffs so far have been won by debutants, and like no one returning has actually managed to win it. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Like Hood was his first one was the last one, and that's why he's back now.
Yeah. That's a good point. Draconis gets a lot, but like I say, Draconis literally has a team full of left backs. So I don't know where he's going to go with that. Luke, I've just seen Luke's formation. I'm not going to say anything about it, so I'm going to leave that there. Because obviously he's got Stinger up next, so we're going to wait for Stinger to still connect. It's not what I was expecting, is all I'm going to say. Pumpstrap, I think, is always really, really good at drafting. He knows what he's doing as well. And I think it's good to get Trek back as well. He's been out of playoff action for a while, so it's going to be interesting to see him. And JD as well is going to be fun. So I definitely think Malteser Falcon saying Reece to disconnect and his AI to win. It's all confirmed.
That's how it's going to rock out. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, as we said earlier on, there's some great names, and I think obviously you've been in a few yourself, Tony, and I don't know whether many people know, but one of the first drafts I ever went into was the Creators Championship, and you beat me in the final.
Yeah.
Bit of nostalgia there, but yeah, I mean,
it is.
Was that a strikerless attack? I think you were one of the first ones I've seen using that.
Yeah. And you know what? I hate the idea of strikerless, and I used it in that tournament, and it was so effective. It blew everyone out the water, and I was going, like, I didn't realize it would be that good. Like, I knew the tactic was good, and I was like, right, I think I know how this works, and it was understanding the right players for it as well. And my word, like, it was just out of the traps. Like, something like, I think each match I played, I think I was 3-0 up within 10 minutes. It was just crazy. But yeah, since then I've gone back to playing with strikers and can't get a win for love nor money. So it's
do you think going into the latter stages, if these experienced players come through, do you think the experience of the pressure of getting into those latter stages, maybe coming up against one of the bigger boys, if you like the likes of Luke and Mike Sweet left foot, do you think that could impact on some of the the less experienced players? What do you think?
I think yes and no. I think there's if you're newer, you've got nothing to lose. Like literally, you go in and you can make your impact straight away. I think from what I've noticed watching the last few and sort of like the experience that I've had of PvP, it's knowing your tactic, trusting your tactic, knowing when to change. And I was very guilty of that the first time I did the playoffs. I was changing constantly, and we joked about clicking everything and all that sort of stuff. Whereas now, the more you do it, it's going right. No, that's my tactic, and that's how it's going to be, and just adjusting to what's happening on the screen. Or if you're in the game, just keeping your hands away from the keyboard. That's where the newer creators are going to come in, going, I need to do something. And you'll watch, you'll watch your Lukes, you'll watch Mozzie, you'll watch Sweet Left Foot. Their hands will be all the way up here, not touching anything, because they just trust what they're doing. Yeah,
you can be quite reactive, can't you? Sometimes, you think if you go 1-0 down, some people are straight in and go, I've got to make a tweak, I've got to.
Yeah.
And sometimes you haven't. And that was one of the big things I learned before, I won the playoffs, was I just trusted my tactic. I built something that I knew inside out. And I knew it because I knew the player roles. I knew when to make the right tweaks, and I stuck with it, and it put me through. And you're spot on, Tony. Yeah, you've got to trust your tactic.
And the thing that I think really sticks out there as somebody who watched a lot of these tournaments is those who remain calm and make the least amount of changes tend to do the best. And I think that, in single player, and I can't speak for everyone here, but as a new player, in FM19, FM20, it was easy to panic and just start changing everything because you think that something needs to be changed. Oh, I didn't like this. And in reality, it was like, no, they just played that for 2 games, Scoot. Give them some more time. Give the cohesion some time. You got to give them some time, right? And I think that's the biggest tip that you can give to any player going into a draft, whether you're feeling the pressure or not. Just don't change much. Go with that draft. Make it a kind of a plan. Here's what I'm going to do when we're attacking. Here's what I'm going to do when we're defending. This is what I want to do at the beginning of a match, and don't change it much. And I think, Leemo, if I remember correctly, it was a 4-4-2 that you used during that tournament, and you would constantly switch it to a more aggressive kind of it was almost a 4-2-4 that you would switch to that was aggressive when you needed a goal. And then when you didn't, you went right back to the same 4-4-2, and you knew how it was going to play. You were comfortable with the roles you were going to switch to. You knew how to adjust the tactic. You weren't just what I do when I'm like, I don't know what I'm just moving guys around without any thought, right? Where you're sort of going, I'm comfortable. I know how this is going to make an adjustment, and I'm not going to stress or make too many changes. It's this happened, so I do this. Okay, now I go back to that.
The interesting thing I think is going to be with this particular database is obviously that people have got used to drafting on the FM22 database, the FM21 database. So you get a feel for certain players and certain positions and certain roles. Now, this database, obviously Mad Scientist has said, has been built predominantly on the original database. So some of the attributes are off the scale. Like I've never seen so many 20s, but offset with a random 9 or a 3 or a 7. Like players maybe haven't used this database a lot. So you might have specific roles where you go, right, I know 100% if I'm drafting an FM22, I want this player for this role, or X, Y, and Z who can also do that role. Do they know enough about this database to have the confidence that the tactic is going to work with players that they've maybe not used a lot? That's what I think is going to be quite interesting. Because again, we mentioned before about a lot of rose-tinted glasses or emotional picks.
Yeah.
I mean, we all love an emotional pick. Is it? Are we going to be sitting there going, why is such and such not working the way that they would in real life 20 years ago in the new match engine?
And that could catch a lot of people off guard, Tony, couldn't it? You're right. Like you said, because we're playing this game day in, day out, some of us are streaming it, a lot of us are playing this game continuously. But this database, you might pick a certain player, people know I like to pick certain players, like the likes of Kante, Virgil van Dijk, Jamie Vardy, because they fit into the system and the tactic that I use and I'm familiar with. But where are those players? Where's the similarities within this database, who those players are, so I can go, boom, he's me Vardy, he's me Van Dijk, and I can use these players in my tactic. Is that going to catch a lot of people off guard? Possibly.
Have you got enough time over the last couple of nights to tweak the tactic you've got? Because you've gone in with an idea of going, I maybe want to play this way, and you've drafted accordingly. Or maybe you've just drafted and then went, right, now what tactic do I use to fix what I've got? Yeah. I mean, Alice, what do you think? What's your thoughts?
I think the stats of these players, like you said, are insane, and they're so fast. There's so many fast players in this tactic, and I think that a lot of the slow-paced build play tactics might just not work anymore because the ball is going to get stolen from you because of these pacey players, and so it's going to be. I think the last time I played this database, I got absolutely destroyed. Sai, who did the pick by pick, absolutely destroyed me 7-3 on aggregate because I just didn't know. I didn't have a tactic built for the database. My tactic was built for 2022. Do you know what I mean? Not for the turn of the century.
Yeah.
And that's such an interesting thought too, right?
Great points that she's made. Yeah, absolutely great points.
Yeah, like tactics have changed too. Like the way that even players approach these games and what was available and the way that players and teams played is very different, right? So it'd be interesting to see some of these older players playing in a more modern tactic,
well,
right?
We were talking on the draft show on Friday, and again, like, so we'll use an example of someone who hasn't been drafted, no idea how, but Riquelme didn't get drafted, right? Who was insanely good in 01-02.
He destroyed me. Honestly.
You'd probably play him as an AP, but like back in the day, it would have been an AMC, right? And because that was the really overpowered position in that game. Now, whether or not he would play in the AP role this time round, I don't know. But you've also got players who would fit in that central midfield on attack, and I think that Riquelme would fit there, despite the fact that his position would say AM. Like, I think you would actually play him lower in an attacking position, and I think that would get the best out of him personally. But again, that's just my head thinking that without playing it a lot. So again, you've got these great players and going, how do you fit them back into today's engine that isn't the same? You know, there wasn't wide centre back, there wasn't inverted wing backs, there wasn't even sweeper keepers. Like, how are you going to play this? You know?
Yeah. So just wanted to jump in, guys, just because of the change, the issues we were running into the database, the groups have changed because they had to kind of restart a couple of pieces to get this working again. So I just want to quickly run through the groups just so that everyone's aware of the change, and then we'll revise our match day one plan here as we work through. And for those who've been part of FM drafts, I mean, we're all familiar with these kinds of you just kind of shift on the fly type of situation. So in terms of the groups, in Group A, and I'll just kind of go through it here for you. Group A is now FM Trek, JD, Omega Luke, Stinger, Penguin, and Sweet Left Foot. So you talk about a bit of a stacked group in terms of experience. That's definitely one. And then there's Penguin in there. He's gonna have fun. Group B is Draconis, Hood,
I think that's still the old.
Versus just
the old
I'm just catching up on the notes, so the versus is remaining the same. So in B, it's Draconis, Hood, Maladin, Mazza. I'm glad Maladin and Mazza are still in the same group. Pumpster and Reese. So that is in terms of the changes there. So in terms of the update, we don't need to change the match day plan, so that's great. Just the groups have changed. So there you go. Thank you to Keg, by the way, for helping us out, for providing that input, keeping eyes on multiple things at once, creating graphics. The man must need multiple hands, arms, legs, feet, eyes, noses, and ears. He's doing fantastic. I don't know why he needed noses, but we do appreciate the work, Keg.
Head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
Yeah,
right.
Katie helping out as well, is she?
Katie is in the background as well.
Yeah.
I believe Cam is somewhere.
We've got quite a team.
He's always been around before, but
there's quite a team working behind the scenes to get this up and running, isn't it?
Yeah. And then I go into the chat in the Discord and go, I need this.
And I needed 20 minutes ago.
Hey, come on.
Get me Stinger.
All right, so here we are. We're back to Mazza. We are going to watch the Mazza JD matchup to start. Everyone's familiar with who they're watching, I think. If you guys have a question on the panel, let me know. We can always run through it again.
Just double checking if the groups have changed. So have we got the right groups? We've got the right players loaded up? Because I've still got. Actually, no, that looks right.
No, I think it's the same. I think it's.
Is it? Sorry, my mistake. Don't worry.
Is it?
Not JD, it's Hood.
Yeah, Hood's on YouTube as well.
So I've got Mal. Yeah, there has been a change. Mal's now.
There might be a change, so I'm just waiting to see what that change will be, and then we'll double check before the game start. As we see Mazza putting in as many questionable set pieces here. I mean, I know it's still the way is near post. That's still popular. Is throw in something you guys would still continue to use?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying throw-ins in FM22. I think they are very underrated, but you really have to have a good throw-in taker. If you have somebody with 10 throw-in, it's just going to go straight to an opposition player. It's just not going to work. You need at least 15, preferably more. And if you can get someone with 18, 19, 20 throw-in, you are going to score as much as from a throw-in as much as you would from a corner. So I use them all the time and with great success.
Yeah, again, as well, if you've got a good, strong player to aim towards as well, that certainly helps. I read a really interesting thing. Guido, who obviously the creator of Strikerless, I suppose the king of Strikerless, he wrote a really good article about short throw-ins. He's gone completely the opposite direction, and that's making me think about throw-ins in a really, really different way. But I think in this tournament, everyone's going to go long throws. Everyone's going to go near post corners, back post corners. Why now is not the time to experiment, is it?
This is you have to use it. This is one of the things I've always said to folks is that your opinion on whether or not it should work that way or whether or not it can work that way doesn't matter. It's about maximizing your ability to get opportunities to score or to defend in this tournament. And at the end of the day, we can talk about the match engine and how it works later, but we're playing within a box in a sense. It's still a game, right? So you kind of have to play whatever works the best. And you got a guy who can throw, 18 long throws. Yes, please throw. Thank you. Just want to quickly run through the groups just to make sure we're all clear. I'm getting updated graphics here from Keg. So big thank you once again. Group A, for those who are watching, and for us, just to remind ourselves, is Trek, JD, Luke, Stinger, Super Penguin, and Sweet Left Foot. So the group has slightly changed. And then in Group B, which I'll bring up here in a moment. So I will just note that I'm throwing away our predictions, so we're not going to need to worry too hard about what we said before. But quickly, do you have a prediction for Group A? I'll go with you first, Alice.
Sweet Left Foot. Again, my heart says Sweet Left Foot. It's probably going to be Omega, but I can't help but what my heart says.
Gotta go with your heart. I love it. Tony.
I think. Yeah, I went with Pumpster, didn't I? I think Luke. I think Luke's still going to do it for this one.
Putting people on the spot twice. Love it. Leemo, your prediction for Group A.
I think same as the guy. I think Sweet Left Foot and Luke are gonna progress through with Stinger.
I've just very quickly. I've got Pumpster's team up, and we're talking about emotional rose-tinted glasses. Like I've just looked at this lineup: Crespo, Del Piero, Zidane, Van Bommel, Seedorf. Like I'm in heaven here. This is just so good.
We just check what games we're watching again.
We're gonna quickly run through that right away here. So Group B is Ursa, Hood, Maladin, Mazza, Pumpster, and Reese. And just so you guys are aware, I have predicted, along with the group as well, for Group A that Sweet Left Foot will win. My prediction for this group's winner, I am going to go with Maladin. I think Maladin might surprise here. I'll go to you next, Leemo. Who is going to come out on top of this group?
I'm gonna throw another spanner in the works here. I'm gonna go with Reese, Mazza, and Hood to go through this.
Roger. Tony.
Hood to still win the group. And you know what? I think Leemo's got that right, actually. Reese and Mazza.
I'm noting these two.
Actually, no. Not Reese. I want to go with Pumpster.
Oh, good change.
I'm going to stick with my earlier prediction of Mazza. I was just impressed with him earlier in the week, and I really want to see him do well. This is his baby, and it'd be good to see him progress.
Also, if he knows that we're all backing him, he'll crack under the pressure, and that'll be really funny.
That's true, though. I find that when friends start saying I'm going to win something, that's when the pressure really starts for me. It's like, what do you mean you guys have faith in me? What?
Yeah, best thing to do at this stage of the tournament is be under the radar. Like, don't be in the initial discussion and then be like 2 games in going, Oh, okay, they're in the mix now, right? That's where you want to be. You don't want to be talked about on match day 1.
No.
Exactly. So here we are, match day 1. This is the revised schedule. So we'll just quickly run through this to make sure we all know what's going on. In terms of what's on the main screen, I'm going to we'll leave that to what we go through here. But Leemo, could you watch Trek and Sweet Left Foot?
Yeah.
As well as Penguin and JD.
No
what do you guys think about Luke and Stinger on the main screen to start?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's an interesting matchup. It's a kind of a powerhouse matchup to start. Tony, if you don't mind watching Ursa and Maladin, as well as Mazza and Hood. And Alice, Reese, and Pumpster. If you could keep your eyes on that game for us, let us know what happens, and I will get the Omega Luke gate stream up.
I'm going to wait and see what you guys think about. I've had Luke and Stinger's streams up, so I'm just going to wait. The second you see it, mention you'll know you'll see it, and you'll be like, eyes emojis everywhere. Calling it now.
Now I'm very curious.
Mm-hmm.
All right, bringing it up. Let's get this started. Thanks again for everyone's patience as we worked through a few things to get started here today, which included changing the groups around. So that was a lot of fun. But yeah, let's bring her up here once I get through my Nicorette ad. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm excited to see some games start here, guys. Oh, no, we're actually going to get another ad, so apologies. We're going to see a McDonald's ad from Canada. Welcome. Get triple ads sometimes when I refresh. It's annoying. Oh!
Right?
Oh! Oh! Okay, so we're going strikerless right away here. That is very interesting.
Michael Owen, central midfield on attack. What?
I'm just like staring at it because here's the thing: is I've actually heard about this tactic. Been tested. It's been popular in some drafts that have not been streamed. Mm-hmm. It does play well. It does perform well. This is one of those conversations that's going to lead to a debate. Hi, Mega Luke. Hi. Around what should be possible in the match engine. And so it's one of those things that always reminds us this is a game. It's a match engine kind of, there's a game to it. And so here is the new, I think, FM22 strikerless.
Yeah.
We're going to see it.
Michael Owen's pace in midfield. Shevchenko in midfield. Diego Simeone alongside Lee Bowyer. It doesn't tickle the ears the right way when you hear these players playing alongside who they're playing alongside. Someone's suggesting that's a great idea, Malteser. Can we try and put this in CM0102, please? I don't think you could. I don't think you were able to do that. I think you had to have striker positions, I believe.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I believe so. Yeah, it's one of those things that's going to lead to there's always going to be a debate.
Interesting formation from Trek. Very narrow, like a 4-2-2-2-2. Right.
Maladin's not using his 42 strikers. He's actually he's got 5 at the back. Which is quite interesting.
Does he put in strikers at the back?
No, sorry, no, my mistake. That's the opposition. I've not seen Maladin's formation yet. Draconis has gone with 5 at the back, which I kind of thought was going to happen. And he's got a forward line of Gabriel Batistuta and Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank, which, again, only in this game is that possible.
I love it. So, once again,
goal!
We've got one. Leemo, what's happening?
Early goal from Pingu. Totti crosses it in, and it's Ortega slots it in the right bottom corner. It's 1-0 to Pingu after 40 seconds.
Early
start, chance for Mozer, I think. 7 minutes in. Sanchez, I believe, has just gone straight through. Straight at the goalkeeper. Corner coming in. Guardiola pops it up. Headed away.
We've got a goal on the main screen already. Omega Luke practically punched his cam off the top of his TV there. Goal awarded through VAR. He's loving it. Great start already for Omega Luke. He is up 1-0 on his first shot on target with an XG of 0.06.
Oh, goal! We've got a goal for Hood Gaming, Gustavo Poirier. We talked about throw-ins, long throw-ins. Nope, not this time. A relatively short throw-in to Donny, who then laid the ball at the back post, and Gustavo Poirier, like he used to do, ran in and volleyed it on the penalty area. Lovely finish, 1-0. And 1-0 for Ursa as well. A lot
of goals with these attributes with some of these players because the attributes are insane. Like they are wild.
Marco Materazzi with a header from, I presume, a corner puts Draconis 1-0 up. In fact, actually, Draconis has now gone, no. Mal's equalised. Lauren Robert.
We're gonna have a really good time trying to keep up with the amount of with the amount of scoring. I think today it's really gonna be intriguing to watch.
It was a long throw.
It's a goal from JD. And it's Mendieta. Oh, it's not. It's Montella. Comes to the middle. Absolutely slotted on. Brilliant goal. Great ball in from Raul. Little dink over. Rebrov. Back to Raul. Over the top. In behind the defence. Montella comes in. Slots it with his left peg. Keeper sits down. Can't do nothing about it. Great goal.
2-0 Hood Game and Gustavo Poirier again. Ian Hart with a throw to... actually gets the ball back, pings a long diagonal ball. Gustavo Poirier runs through, finishes it from the edge of the area. Moz's 2-0 down and in the mud.
Alice, what's happened?
Pumster has got a fantastic goal. Hurton and Crespo and Harry Cure with some great link-up play. And Harry Cure gets a screamer from outside of the box. It's Pumster 1, Reese 0.
Love it. Thank you for all the updates. Keeping us up to date here. We are still 1-0 on the main screen, but it's a lot of Omega Luke right now.
We're 2-1 Maladin, but I can't see the goal, so I don't know what's happened. Now Draconis is already starting to make a change. It looks like Lauren Robert. Actually, we might get the replay here. Lauren Robert is celebrating.
I was going to say, Tony, if it was Maladin,
it's a free kick actually.
If Maladin skips a replay,
we need to call him out on it
because he loves to complain about that. So if he does it, I want to complain about it.
No, he didn't skip. It was a fantastic free kick from Lauren Robert, to be honest, from distance. So 2-1 Maladin.
Was there an almost
great chance from JD. Montella again, left foot strike. Keeper saves, hits the bar, comes out corner, hits the bar again off the corner. It's all going off in the JD.
2-2 Draconis and Maladin, and Moz's scored as well. Henrik Larsson comes charging through.
Goal!
Fires with his left peg. Sylvan Viltor intercepts and puts in the net, and it's a Giovanni Van Bronckhorst goal for Draconis.
Leemo.
Sweet left foot takes the lead. Big ball from Nigel Martin over the top. Emil Heskey with the flick on, and Thierry Henry slots it home. The VAR was looking at it, but the goal was awarded. It's Sweet left foot 1, FM Trek 0.
Got another goal here for Omega Luke. It's off a set piece, and it's the man, Diego Simeone, blasting it into the net. Who knew he would become a manager? 2-0.
It's a great build-up play from Reese, and it's Ambrosio. I think that's how you pronounce it. Gets the goal, just works it into the box. Cole on the left gets the swing in, and it's Reese 1, Pumster 1.
A lot of tight games so far.
We're at half time in the Ursa Maladin game. It's 2-2 at the minute, and we're about to go into half time in the Moza Hood game. Although Moza's got it's Hood has got Overmars actually limping on the touchline, so injury concern over Marco Overmars for Hood.
Out of all the games that we picked the one that has not been close on the main screen. This new strikerless formation is really doing work right now. And I think Stinger's having some trouble adjusting.
Also, as well, might be worth noting as well that for Draconis, Batter Stewart has gone off injured, so that could be something to look out for the rest of the tournament as well.
Yeah, injuries can derail your entire plan, depending on who gets it and for how long. And we have another goal here. It looks like it's Omega Luke. Michael Owen slotting it home. It's 3-0 before the half now already for Omega Luke over Stinger.
2-2 for Moza. Moza's just scored Pavel Nedved. Viltort went down the right wing, got to the byline, cut it back across the goal, and Viltort's just got to look up and then touch it, and it's a goal. So 2-2. Nedved, sorry.
Just about to get to halftime here on the main screen. I think almost all the games are at half at this point. We always joke, there's always one guy who likes to play it on a little bit of a slower setting than everyone else. But today it seems like everyone's on the same path, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, got JD just making some changes. He's got to pause. We're on the 60th minute in that game. Sweet left
Look
foot.
at the star ratings for the players in this formation for Omega Luke. It's like half stars for Michael Owen playing center mid. Like weird.
But that's the thing, isn't it? It's not, again, it's not looking at the stars, it's looking at where the players fit and being confident enough to ignore the stars and go like, right, the game says this player can't play here, but I know they've got the attributes to play there. And again, just trusting your tactic.
Totti, absolute howler from the keeper. He kicks it out, tries to clear it, and Totti is just waiting on the edge of the area, comes straight to him. Boom, bottom corner. Pingu is 2-1 up.
Somehow a crossing from the left finds its way to Seedorf, and he gets the tightest of angles and managed to get through Casillas, but it might be offside. We're looking at a VAR. It's a disallowed goal for Pumpster.
Pavel Nedved's gone off injured for Moza.
Has equalised against Sweet Left Foot. FM Trek. It's a goal. Keane plays it in. Baggio from the edge of the area. Absolute postage stamp. Top corner. That's what Baggio's all about. Absolutely stunning goal. Mike is now really deep in thought. And it's an equaliser for JD. Oh, it's all going off now. JD's equalised. It's 2-2. Samuel from a corner. It's absolutely carnage. It's goals galore.
I'm anticipating we're going to see a lot of this strikerless formation throughout drafts in 2022. If you look at the results, Owen has just slotted another one home. 4-0 for Omega Luke over Stinger in the 54th minute at this point.
Ebe Sand nearly scored a fantastic goal for Maladin. Turned around through the Dracona's defence. One-on-one with the goalkeeper, went to chip him, put it wide. Could be a huge miss, that 10 minutes to play.
Oh, what a goal! It's FM Trek. He took the lead against Sweet Left Foot. It's 2-1. Effenberg made the mistake. Baggio again. Absolute perler right in the bottom corner. He's got 2 goals, and Sweet Left Foot is just in bits. He's in the mud.
Well, Baggio was his first pick as well, wasn't it? He was all out for a Roberto Baggio trek, so I'm glad to see that's worked out. Moza, who picked Cristiano Zanetti, hasn't brought him on. So, the wrong Zanetti still sat on the bench.
I'm looking forward to those highlights throughout the tournament. If you could keep us up to date on that, Tony, that would be really great. It's important.
Absolutely. Moza's taking the lead.
Oh my God, what a goal, what a game.
So we'll go ahead first, Tony. Moza's goal.
Well, we're waiting to get it cleared up. It's going to be Veard. Disallowed. Henrik Larsson at the back post. 30 seconds to play. Disallowed.
Leemo.
87th minute. Pingu. It's Totti again with a cross from the left-hand side over the top. And who's at the back post? It's Ortega again to slot it in. It's 3-2 Pingu.
I love how we all just moved to Pingu. It's so much easier, isn't it?
So final whistle in both of my games. Both have finished 2-2. So that's Moza versus Hood and Draconis versus Maladin. Moza's got to be good at having that goal disallowed right at the death there.
Should have worn a different uniform.
Always the bridesmaid. But tonight, possibly the bride. So you never know.
Like, be lucky bringing Moza home. Let's be real. Gentlemen. And we've got another goal here, and this one is for Stinger. Ronaldo, number 9, has tossed it in. And he's up. It's 4-1 Omega Luke at the 63rd minute. There's going to be a lot of work left here for Stinger if they need to get into it. Perhaps he's found a way to counter this tactic. We have some time left to see.
Full time Pingu, JD. It's Pingu 3, JD 2.
Lots of goal scoring though, even in the draws. You 2-2, 2-2.
And Sweet Left Foot has been beaten by FM Trek full time there. Trek 2 Baggio goals. Sweet Left Foot 1. Shock result, maybe?
We're still playing here at Pumster versus Reese. It is the 75th minute, and these teams have been very even. Pumster has better XG, but it's been a close game.
It's interesting when we get down to the last couple of games and there's a little bit of nerviness with one game, and in the other game we're all staring at this tactic that has no one sitting in the attacking side of the pitch, and they are winning 4-1, right? It's just one of those things. So if those who have just joined us, big thank you to Tom FM and the raid. Thank you very much for joining us. Welcome in everyone from Tom's stream. Hope you guys are doing well. We are here in the first match day of the group stage in FM playoffs, and we're watching Omega Luke drop what we believe is the new FM 22 strikerless tactic. So welcome in everyone. Hope you guys are doing well. And thank you for being here. Really do appreciate it. And I hope that you guys are enjoying your Sunday wherever you are, and it's not minus 40.
And if it is, I hope you're having a lovely time.
Yeah, well, there's that. You know? But yes, welcome in. Thank you very much, Tom. It looks like we're going to be wrapping up the Omega Luke and Stinger matchup here quickly. It is the 88th minute at this point. Not much hope left, I think, for Stinger, but this tactic is going to be one to watch, I think.
It's a goal for Pumster. It's Hernan Crespo. Once again, it's a beautiful cross from the left, this time not Harry Cure. And Crespo manages to header it down. Oh, there's another VAR check. It is gone to VAR again. And it is disallowed. It's the second disallowed goal for Pumster.
Oh, man.
Pumster and Mazza are feeling a little bit of the frustration out of their couple of matches, I think. In the terms
should we have turned VAR off, eh?
They didn't have it back then. They didn't have it back then.
Both of those disallowed goals were hairline decisions. It could have gone either way.
Oh, those are the pains that I guess we didn't really have in Championship Manager 102.
Indeed.
But thank you very much for keeping us up to date on the matches there, guys. We have completed the one on screen, so Omega Luke went through quite easily with that tactic. I think that might, that might change some folks' thoughts on the predictions going forward. I mean, Luke was always a very strong competitor, but with that tactic working the way that it is, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for folks to deal with.
Personally, I find it quite strange because I was expecting, whether I'm right or wrong, I was expecting people playing more with the 3 strikers or 5 at the back. I wasn't really expecting strikerless, to be honest, and maybe not certainly not from Luke, but I think I think it's now going to be dig out your notebooks and go, right, how do you defend against strikerless again? So
and that's full time at Reese versus Pumster is 1 apiece, and I feel for Pumster right now.
Yeah, that 2, 1 you can kind of digest, right? It happens. 2, you're like, that was my game. That was my game. You just took my game from me, which is always very, very painful. So pop up the results here so that everybody can take a peek at the results.
So interesting. Just going back, because obviously we've got the screens up here. So Rui Costa's been injured for JDFM. So we don't know how long he's going to be out for. He's injured early on, 3 minutes into the game by the looks of it. Pavel Nedved's injured for Mozza, who was his starting left-sided midfielder. And then, interestingly, Draconis, Hasselbank, and I didn't see this, Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank sent off in the 92nd minute.
Wow.
Ooh. Wow.
So we're talking Batistuta's already injured, and now Hasselbank's come off as well.
Tactical decisions having to be made already. Do you change the tactic? Do you slap in somebody into the existing role? Like it begins. And so for those who maybe you were only watching one game, you're sticking with one of the participant streams. Here's the match day results from the first match day. So Trek getting the 3 points over Sweet Left Foot. Omega Luke demonstrating the new meta over Stinger. Super Penguin beating JDFM 3-2, which is, I think, a little bit unexpected in terms of coming into the tournament. Group B, Ursa Maladin drawing it up. Maza and Hood drawing it up as well, both 2-2, and Reese and Pumpster drawing 1-1. Pumpster feeling incredibly tilted with 2 disallowed goals, hairline decisions, as Alice had mentioned there. So anything that really stands out to you? I mean, to me, the Super Penguin result over JD is probably the shock of the match day for me. What is your thoughts, Alice? Anything else there that stood out to you?
I'm surprised that Maladon only got a draw against Draconis. I think Draconis has a really strong squad, but I think Maladon's squad looks like it might be slightly better. So for 2-2 might be a bit harsh. But yeah, like it's the group B is 3 draws. It's close. It's a fantastic first match day to have 3 draws. So it's still wide open.
And that's what you want, isn't it?
Here, this is great.
Yeah, you absolutely want that on match day 1 as well. You want like sort of little bit tight. Then let's sort of let match day 2, match day 3 start to like sort of open up a bit of sunlight. Kegs said in the chat there, Nedved out for 4 weeks for Moza.
Ooh, that's painful.
That could be his tournament just about.
That's painful. Anything that stood out to you, Leemo, from the results from the first match day?
Yeah, I mean, just obviously watching Pengu and JD. I think the little partnership there with Totti and Ortega seemed to be crucial for him. Both coming in on those wings, crossing the ring, going quite wide, caused JD a lot of problems. But yeah, shock beating left foot as well.
Tony, what are you losing your mind about over there? Now I have to know.
So we know that on these draft modes, right? Morale manager is a thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mozza's got Nedved kicking off because Mozza's tried to make him play with a pain-killing injection, and Nedved said no. So Mozza's lost the dressing room already.
So
Mozza's
worried
that his backup left midfielder is not who he wants to be playing. So he's thought, right, let's try and get him through the next game. Nedved said, nah, not having it. And he's kicked off.
I love this. Literally, I'm envisioning Maladin being that dog sitting in a burning room, just kind of sipping his drink, going, "Yeah, this is fine." You know? Yikes! So just waiting to get just waiting to get the match day 2 matchups once they're shared. I think the gaffers here are dealing with whatever they're dealing with. Some dealing with more pain than others. But yeah, we'll get the match day 2 preview up. We'll pick our preferred featured match, and then we'll see who we're paying attention to. So once again, big thank you to everybody who's been hanging out. This is a lot of fun. These tournaments are really made fun when you get to hang out with good people and watch other people suffer. I mean, enjoy. Enjoy was the word I was going for, right? So match day 2. Let's take a peek at what we have for matchups here. Group A, JD is playing against Omega Luke. Stinger playing FM Trek. Sweet Left Foot versus Super Penguin. Group B, Hood and Reese. Maladin versus Maza, which I'm going to say should be on the main screen for that particular matchup, and Pumpster versus Draconis. First thought to you, Alice. First, anything that stands out to you, and second question, I guess, is: are you comfortable with Maladin and Maza being the featured match for this one?
Totally. It's I don't want to say it'll be a grudge match, but there might be grudges afterwards.
The banter will be real.
Yes, it will be. It'll be a fantastic game. In the first in Group A, I'm looking forward to Stinger versus Trek, because Trek kind of surprised me a wee bit and getting a 2-1 victory over Sweet Left Foot. So it'll be an interesting game, Stinger versus Trek.
Yeah, and again, as we said earlier, Stinger now needs that win. You know, we said before, he has started slowly before. He's gone off to a loss already. Needs a win. If he loses, writing's on the wall for the man who has the steel chin, apparently.
Leemo, any thoughts on the match day 2 matches? Anything that stands out to you? And are you looking forward to a little bit of drama between Maladin and Maza.
Yeah, I think the drama between Mal and Moz will be interesting to see how that plays out and the aftermath of it. But I think given Pingu's first win, good win, 3-2, Sweet Left Foot, pretty much the same as Stinger. He needs a win, and potentially one of the favourites could be in the mud after 2 games. And like I said before, this is where the morale kicks in, and can the players get themselves back into this tournament? 2 defeats could see him on the fringes of going out the tournament.
Yeah, I'm kind of intrigued by the Maladin Maza matchup, primarily because Maza, he really needs the win. He's lost the room. He's tried to inject one of his players with medicine and painkillers, and they rejected it, and it happened in front of the whole room, so everyone's mad. And Maladin has the choice, or has the opportunity, to kind of put another nail in the coffin here in terms of Maza's opportunities.
And Maladin's formation is wild,
which I was just about to switch over to, because not only is this tactic just works, because he can't explain how it does, but it's called It Just Works. And we're going to watch this tactic. Can this add to Maza's pain, or is this going to be a mistake by Maladin to go this hard at the man himself, Mr. Maza?
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting. It'll be very, very interesting to see. I'm excited for these matchups. So in terms of the rest of the matchups, guys, who do you want to watch? Does anybody have any preferences, or are you comfortable with me just going ahead and assigning them out to you like it's grade 3 with Mr. Shields teaching you guys here?
I'm happy with whatever you decide.
Yeah,
I like
yes,
that.
Mr. Shield.
Love it. Teacher's pet's great. So if Alice, you will go with 2 this time. So if you don't mind watching Hood and Reese, Pumpster and Draconis, kind of be our Group B update. And then Group A will go with JD and Omega Luke to Leemo. So we get 1 game to watch this time. Get the little bit of relax, sit back, and then Tony, we're going to put you to work with Stinger and Trek and Sweet Left Foot and Super Penguin. If you could keep us up to date on those, that would be fantastic.
Cool.
I think we're all good to go. We'll pop back over to Maladin's stream. He's laughing, having a blast, so I feel like he's feeling comfortable going into this match, maybe enjoying the opportunity to kind of ruin Maz's day. But this will be fun to watch.
Sorry, I've got Stinger, Trek, and who else have I got? JD. Is it JD and Luke? Or is that
Sweet Left Foot and
I've got Luke. Yeah.
Sweet Left Foot.
The man, the legend behind the prints, which you guys have maybe seen around, which I think are so cool. I wish that was around for my Weymouth save in FM19. I kind of want to open up the old save file and pull out a game that I really loved and be like, please make it. My wife will wonder why it's on the wall. All the family pictures are taken down. She doesn't understand why, but there's all these great matches from my FM career all over the walls. Suddenly, I'm not available. I'm not living at home anymore. Who knows why? It's weird. She's used to it. There was a tweet one day a while ago. I don't know if you guys saw it, where it talked about those who are partners with those who play FM, and you kind of have to accept that there is another person in the relationship, except that person is football manager.
Yeah. It's like a full-time job, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. What are you doing? Just playing some FM.
Are you going all suited and booted?
You're with her again, aren't you? You're with her again.
The look I got the first time I went upstairs to put on a tie and a jacket for a proper Champions League final, that I came downstairs to go back down to the basement to play video games, the look that I got was very confusing, because I don't dress up for anything, and here I was dressing up to go downstairs and sit at my computer. Jojo says that sounds familiar. I like that a lot. That's funny. So folks are still setting up their tactics. He's putting in some serious time into the opposition instructions here against Maza. I don't spend a lot of time in there. I will be honest. I know there's a lot of value, but Who scored?
It's Omega Luke. He's 1-0 up after a minute against JD. It's just getting checked by VAR. I think it's been awarded. It's been awarded.
Okay, so there's a goal for Pumpster here, but it's disallowed from VAR.
Oh,
no. Is anyone making a note of how many goals Pumpster hasn't scored in this tournament?
3 goals disallowed for Pumpster. No.
That's got to be 3. Right? I'm going to keep a little count now, okay? Disallowed goals for Pumpster.
Yeah, disallowed might win the top goal scorer award at this rate.
It's true. Very, very true. So we're starting off on the main screen here. Mazza and Maladin has begun. Keep us up to date on your games. Let us know what's happening there, folks. And
Luke's
how many disallowed goals could Pumpster possibly get?
Yeah, Luke's just sitting back, relaxed, chilled. He looks very, very confident.
With that tactic, working the way it is, scoring that early, you have to feel confident, you'd think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it obviously, the Michael Owen with that pace running from deep. I just don't think the defenders, the centre-backs, just don't know what to do with him and Shevchenko. They're just all over the place.
Exactly.
I was expecting more goals to start off, given how we started the last match day experience. But here, match day 2, just 1 so far.
We've got paused after 19 seconds in the Stinger Trek match, so clearly already tactical.
That's a goal for Hood, last season's winner. He gets his Inzaghi goal while worked into the box, and it's a Hood 1, Reese 0.
Hood moving up. Another player who I don't think gets as much I don't know, respect isn't the right word, but always done well, Hood. So
Pumpster has a goal. Unfortunately, I missed it while I was watching the Hood goal, but it's Zanetti gets a goal for Pumpster. It's Pumpster 1, Draconis 0.
Goal for Penguin. Yet. Goal for Penguin, 1-0 up against Sweet Left Foot. Nicola Ventola goes through. Lasted tackle by the defender, Ferdinand, but Ortega smashed it in from the edge of the box. 1-0 Pingu.
We've got a goal on the main screen here. Maladin is hyped. He's ready. An absolute blast of a goal. You're going to see the pass break through the D here as he moves the ball forward. And I can't remember the man who scored it. I think it's Pizarro. Pizarro. Yeah, sorry. It was a little small for me there, but great goal. Chips over the keeper. 1-0 to Maladin.
Start the car, Mozza. Start the car. It's half-time. Sweet Left Foot and Pingu 1-0, and Pingu is absolutely bossing it. 11 shots to 2.
If this is the coming of Pengu, the reintroduction of Pengu into the FM community for those who don't remember before he went into law school and disappeared.
There's a red card for the goal scorer Zanetti at the Pumpster game, and it's going to be a free kick to Draconis.
Hashtag the right Zanetti. Pingu's going to have to change his name by deed poll like you, Jerry. Pingu.
Yeah, it's not your choice to make. It's our choice to make, from my understanding.
To kick off the second half with Luke and JD. It's only 1-0. Not been many highlights, to be fair. JD seems to be holding them off.
We've got a goal, and it's Trek has taken the lead against Stinger. Stinger's in the car with Mozza at this point. Ball's played over the top from Keane, and it's Juan Sebastian Veron who goes around the goalkeeper, tucks it in. And we've only played 25 minutes, so put the kettle on. This one's going to go on for a while.
Speaking of the car that Mozza's in that is currently moving away, it is now 2-0 to Maladin. I thought it might have been disallowed, but it went to VAR. It is allowed, so it's now 2-0 for Team Blobby over Mazza. Which I love, by the way, that the pink kits that get put together for Maladin's teams are always really nice.
They definitely stand out.
The ones that were made for, I think, the first edition of the playoffs when I think it was Works, FM Works made some kits. I would have ordered the Blobby kit. It was so good. Come on, the Rocks adding to the Mazza car information, letting us know that it only has one wheel and is basically on fire right now. Time to call the automotive club. We're paused here. I think Mazza is trying to make some changes. Hard to say. Maladin is looking as cool and as calm as I've ever seen him.
Trex just tore Stinger apart and then went one-on-one with the goalkeeper Marcelo Salas with a little deft chip, but it just goes wide. Should really have been 2-0.
Goal for Pumster. It's 2-0, but it's going to VAR again.
Oh, no.
And it is 2-0 in the Pingu sweet left foot match, and I haven't seen the goal. I'll be honest.
Goal! JD's equalised against Luke. He's just made a couple of tweaks in his tactic. He's packed out the midfield, and it seems to work. It is going to VAR. I think it's onside. It's been disallowed. No.
Pumster's goal stands for the first time.
Sorry, 3-0
It's a
for
Pumster to Draconis 0, despite being down to 10 men.
I tell you what, that is tight.
Laurent Blanc with a long ball, a ball to Ortega, up over the top. Nicola Ventola runs onto it, goes around the goalkeeper. Sweet left foot 0, Pingu 3.
Wow.
I have to say, like, honestly, that shot. Pingu, I love you, and if you're watching this VOD, I love you, man. But you haven't been around for a while, so it's kind of wild.
He's absolutely destroying him as well. Let's say 14 shots to 4 now. Sweet left foot's not been in it at all.
Draconis gets a goal back. It's Roberto Carlos up to Batistuta, who gets it, crosses it into the centre for Solskjaer, and it is Pumster 2, Draconis 1.
And like you said before, Tony, this is where we're starting to see the storylines and the results really start to matter. You know, that second loss in a row or not getting the points that you need in that second match, it starts to really weigh a little heavy on the shoulders, you know?
Yeah, well, Stinger needs something out of this match against Trek, and Trek's just controlling the game, to be honest. He's 10 shots to 6. He's wasted a couple of chances as well, Trek, so they might well come back to haunt him. But we've just reached half-time, and Stinger's looking... He always looks calm, but you sort of get this impression he's not happy.
Yes, that's when you've hit a mood. At least for me, anyway.
Luke's just happy to see this play out. It's still 1-0. We're into the 80th minute. He's just sitting there, just watching the screen. JD's about to make some changes, see if this works. A few tweaks to his tactics, see if he can get anything in the last few minutes of this match.
Maladin has brought out his blobby mask for just a moment there, so he's really having a good time. There's no stress for Maladin at this point. Mazza, if we were watching him, I'm wondering, is he pulling the hair out?
Oh, what a save from Luke's key. I thought it was he got in goal. That was unbelievable.
Peruzzi, I think, hasn't he?
Peruzzi. We were talking about Peruzzi earlier on. I said about him last night, pulling off some saves, and he's just pretty much saved Luke from going.
As Mazza scored here, it's gone to VAR. I think he might be offside. It's been disallowed. Mazza is still down 2-0.
So that disallows 25th goal in the tournament?
Like, doing a pumpster, is that scoring goals that always get disallowed? Like,
Sweet left foot's just gone close. Well, I say he's gone close. The ball fell to Heskey, and no one was ever really worried about that, but he hit it straight at the goalkeeper. So...
Come on, the rocks in chat. Mazza shouldn't have dressed like he was going to a Kanye Sunday service. I keep it coming, guys. That's fantastic.
It's a goal. No, it's going to VAR again. JD scored. It's another goal disallowed for JD. He's had 2 disallowed in the last 5 minutes. We were past the 90th minute. We're into extra time. He scored again. He's miles
JD's
offside. Clive 2 goals disallowed.
That's a good question. If you do a retro database, should that VAR thing just be turned off? Is that a thing you can even do? I don't know. I'm not a database.
4-0 Pingu against Sweet Left Foot. And we say about how wonderful this database is. Del Vecchio off, Saviola on.
Oh.
So here's the question. If Pengu sends that game to the print shop that Sweet Left Foot owns, is he going to print that?
In the dying seconds, Reese brings one back from Hood, so it's 1-1. It was a great cross into the centre, and Penza picks it out almost on the line. It's a 1-1 Hood versus Reese.
Mazza has once again scored. It is immediately gone to VAR once again. Is it going to be allowed? The answer is yes. It is now 2-1. Maza is on the board. Henrik Larsson getting the goal.
Oh, I think
63rd minute.
Pingu's about to go down to 10 men. Boehmer's off, second yellow card. Silly tackle to give away 9 minutes to go. Rox is asking who's on Danny Mills' watch. That's a good shout, actually, because Danny Mills was picked 6th. So in round 2, I think he was. And I think it's Reese possibly who got him. So he was picked instead of Zanetti. And actually, Trek's gone 2-0 up now against Stinger.
Wow. Stinger not having a great start. The internet connection, everything kind of
full time. Luke and JD, it's 1-0. JD was unlucky. He definitely deserved a point there. Luke's tactic didn't destroy him as he did in the first match, so maybe he's got something there with that bit of more of a packing the midfield out a little bit more.
Even in FM 21, it was really about adding those DMs and really kind of creating that pack. Even a 4 or a 2-2-2 to really block up that middle.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's both of my games are over. It's Hood and Reese draw 1-1, dying second score, and Punster beats Draconis 2-1.
Oh,
despite being down to 10 men.
Goal back for Sweet Left Foot. It's come from a corner. It's a bit scrappy, but Rio Ferdinand smacks it in. Consolation, really, to be honest. 2 minutes to play.
Is that 4-2 still?
4-1.
4-1. Yeah. Perfect.
All the comebacks on.
Maza's trying to make some sort of miraculous changes, I think. And Malad is just sitting comfortably.
Full-time Pingu and Sweet Left Foot finishes 4-1 to Pingu. Sweet Left Foot came back into it, though. It finished 19 shots to 14. And there was one point when Sweet Left Foot was well and truly out of it. So, well played Pingu. Absolutely destroyed that match.
Really, honestly, he's that's going to be the shock of the tournament. If he gets another win in a row, I mean, that's through practically. You're pretty safe with 8+ points. You're pretty safe. I don't know what Maz is doing, but he's taking some time. I've seen him do this before. Maz is a bit of a panicker. If you guys have watched him in his when things don't go well, he likes to change tactics, roles, all sorts of stuff.
He's looking for the plug to unplug his computer.
Well, he got his tournament win this year, right? So he should be fine. He got his win. Something many of us can't talk about, aside from Mr. Leemo here. And I'm including myself in that, by the way, guys, because I have had horrid appearances at this particular tournament.
Yeah.
82nd
some highs,
minute.
Some lows.
Oh, just mostly lows for me. Yeah. My AI manager, the one game I did do well was a draw, and it was because I disconnected. So
yeah, I am an AI manager on draft mode, and apparently I'm all right at that. So I might just send that rather than myself physically being in the room.
What's something I think I should do in a save sometime is add everyone I know as just another manager in the database to just see what happens. And if I manage against them, that would be kind of fun. But
wouldn't that be really depressing, though, that when you come lowest in your own game to other people?
Yes, people I know and I always lose to anyway. I'm like, this is really realistic.
Yeah, they're beating me in my own save as well. This is terrible.
Yeah. So we're still in the pause here. Maza must be bringing out all the Earn Brew. I don't know what he's doing. He's singing some Scottish songs, whatever he does to bring that positive vibe back. But I don't know if it's going to work.
He's trying to get through to Pavel Nedved.
Don't say that. Don't say Iron Brew in front of Manadon again.
Oh, I know.
Be happy with that.
I know. I used to go Earn Brew. And then you would get even more upset because of the way that I was saying it. And then I was like, okay, so the orange drink from Scotland. And then he's like, no, it has a name. And yeah, Mal and me have known each other a long time. So we like to give each other a little bit of the business when it comes to those things. So I've been sent a lot of Forvo links on pronunciation from Maladin.
Oh, it's all over. Final nail in the coffin for Stinger, I reckon, in this tournament. 3-0 for Trek now. Ball's played through. Luca Toni, 1-on-1. Puts in the bottom corner.
Come on, the rocks. That doesn't sound like Mal. He's such a level-headed, laid-back bloke. Yeah, we've never fallen out over cauliflower on Twitter or anything like that, which is a real thing, by the way. and then we created a cup about it. So every so often, me and Maladin will face off in any game, StarCraft, Football Manager, and we call it the Cauliflower Cup. And I have not won any of them. I am the 3-time Cauliflower Cup loser. So there's that. The game is wrapping up here. I don't know what changes Moz has made. It hasn't resulted in much other than just highlights for Maladin. So whatever's happened there, it hasn't worked. I think that's an offside. I'll let VAR sort it out for me. But my feeling as a very, very unprofessional pundit is that might have been offside. Aha!
Wow. VAR strikes again.
Yeah, always does. We're here in CONCACAF, in the North American side of the world. We are going to be getting VAR added into our international matches as of this year. We hadn't had it before, so that'll be interesting. This guy kicked another guy in the head, and then the ball went in. This is going to go to VAR.
Oh, I tell you what's not going to go to VAR. Trek's 4th goal.
Jeez.
4-0 now. Luca Toni with another one. Stinger's pushing up, trying to get something in, and it's a little slide rule pass that they used to say back in the early 2000s from Andreas Muller to Luca Toni. 4-0.
We love it. We love it. So I haven't heard that in a while, a slide rule pass. That's something the ice hockey commentators would sometimes say. So I haven't heard that in a while. I love it. Throwback. So the game has ended. Maladin with the 2-1 win over Maza. Let's run through the results or where each game is at. Alice, I think both your games have finished. Is that correct?
Yep, both games are finished. It's Pumpster 2, Draconis 1, and Hood Reese 1 each.
Tony.
Sweet Left Foot 1, Pingu 4, and Stinger 0, FM Trek 4.
Wow. Leemo, what happened in your games there?
Yeah, I had Luke beating JD 1-0. Very, very close. JD having a couple of goals late on, disallowed by VAR. Luke didn't dominate as much as he did in the first game. So maybe JD's found something that's counter in Luke's tactic. But he was pretty confident, Luke. He sat there, didn't make any changes like we were talking about before. He was sitting there, hands, crossed and just watching the game pass by. Not many highlights either.
So I'm just reaching out to our man behind the scenes, Keg, see if he can get us a screenshot of the current groups, just so we can take a peek at where people are at, knowing the matches that are coming up. But in the meantime, why don't we go ahead and I actually got it right away. Look at that. I'll tell you, this team behind the scenes, guys, they make us look good here on the panel. Let me bring up the groups, and we can just take a peek at where we're at after the first 2 match days. Apologies here. We can make this bigger, can't we? Perfect. So in Group A, FM Trek, Super Penguin, and Omega Luke all sitting top with 6 points. And then you have JD, Sweet Left Foot, and Stinger all sitting bottom with 0 points. Very easy to go through that group. You either have 6 or you have nothing. Group B, Maladin sitting top with 4 points. Pumpster tied for first with 4. Hood with 2 points. Reese sitting just outside the spot with 2 as well. And Ursa and Maza tied for bottom with just 1 point. I'll start with you, Leemo. What's the biggest shock so far?
Group A, Sweet Left Foot coming in, probably one of the favourites, as I said earlier. A lot of experience in these competitions. He's won a load of different competitions. He knows what it takes. And I just think he just hasn't showed up today. His team haven't showed up. I think he's just got it totally wrong. Trek and Penguin, nice seeing them at the top again, like I said before. It's nice seeing newer people come in. We know these guys have been out for a while. Are we going to get another debutant coming in and ruining the show? Group B, Maladin, he's been playing well. He's using a crazy tactic. Sometimes that's what it takes. You've got to be different. You've got to stand out. A little bit shocked to see Mazza at rock bottom at that group, if I'm honest. But again, it is what it is. It's the FM gods shine on some people and they don't shine on others. And it looks like there's going to be some shocks and upsets in this tournament.
I feel a comet coming on around FM gods. Alice, just a thought, Alice, anything that you're seeing in these two groups here that is really
FM gods and VAR
and Pumpster's bad luck.
What I'm seeing here is that I would like to have all of the footage before now deleted. That my predictions. I'd like to on the record that I didn't say that Mozza and Sweet Left Foot were going to destroy their groups. No, I didn't say either of those things.
Yeah, no, I don't remember that either. Weird.
I'm glad it was always going to be Omega Luke and Hood Gaming, I think, like, wasn't it? Yeah. Honestly, I can't be surprised too much at these groups. As much as my heart wanted Mozza and Mike to top their groups, in reality, it was probably never going to happen. And the only surprise I can see right now is that Maladon is currently top of his group.
There's still time for Maladon to bottle it. Don't worry about that. Like he's started early doors, but what we've noticed is attack. We said at the start of the show, it's not going to be a case of like slow build up play. It's going to be use pace. What we've noticed in this database as well is that older players don't seem to have declining abilities like they do in the normal database. So we said there'd be goals. There's been goals all over the place. I mean, I'm not massively surprised by how the groups are looking right now. I think Group B was always going to be tight, and I think it's going to get, again, I can't really see that changing greatly. And Group A, I think Group A is possibly locked on as well. I'm calling it now. I think it's going to end very, very similar to what it is.
Yeah, like I think for me, the big shock is just how the split in Group A is purely either you have it or you don't at the moment. Yeah. It's that's not something I think I've seen in such a clear split like that before. So,
but again, that goes back to the whole thing that we said earlier about you got to start these tournaments quick. You've got to get your win early doors, otherwise you end up in that position there where you got Sweet Left Foot, Stinger, JD. They're already cut adrift. Like, it's going to take so much for them to turn it around. They're relying on a lot now, not just them winning games. They're then relying on other people picking points. And you're looking, you've got 3-3. So you might get a win. Great. But you actually, in order to get someone to lose points, you need someone underneath you to win as well. Right. So they're actually putting more pressure back on yourself.
It's becoming to that point where you're starting to wish for things to happen on top of your game going well, like, and then by the time you're in match day 4, you're waiting for 2 or other 3 things to happen so that you can hopefully get the result to go your way. And it just feels like that opportunity or the door of being able to qualify and continue to move forward is just getting closed, shut. Right?
The second you're starting to rely on other people, that's when you know you got to worry. You got to worry. Yeah. If you can't take care of business yourself, then it's probably too much.
Exactly. So match day 3, we're going into the third week of matches already, guys. So I'm excited. I think we've seen a lot of really, really fun results. I'm curious to see who actually gets through the qualifications, because these matchups and the knockouts is going to be filled with pressure, I feel like. But with match day 3, I'll just kind of quickly run through what we have. We have Trek going off against Omega Luke. We have JD going against Sweet Left Foot and Super Penguin versus Stinger in Group A. Group B, Draconis versus Reese, Hood and Maladon, Mozza and Pumpster. I'm going to go ahead and ask you guys, the panel, what do you think that we should jump into in terms of the focus? What is the most high-pressure matchup in this week?
I think Kegs put it in the chat. JD versus Sweet Left Foot. It's do or die for those two. If you don't win now, you're out, and a draw's not good enough for either of them either, I don't think.
So I think we're agreed then. Alice, are you comfortable with that too? We'll throw that one onto the main screen. We'll see the do or die on the main screen here. And then from there, let's do our little assignment thing. It's time for school teacher Scoot to come out here and assign some things to the class. So Leemo, you're going to get 2 this time. So Trek, Omega Luke.
Yep.
And Penguin and Stinger. Alice, if you could grab Mazza and Pumpster and let us know if Pumpster gets any more disallowed goals, as well as the Hood and Maladin matchup.
Cool. Sounds
And
good.
Tony, you get just the one this time. You sit back, relax a little bit. So Ursa and Reese, if you can keep us up to date on that.
Lovely. I like the message from Cultured Left Foot in there. The all or nothing sweet left foot edition. That would be something we could all pay to watch right now, right?
Oh, I would watch. There's my Sunday afternoon sorted right there, or Sunday evening. You know,
They've already started, so it's a goal apparently. Pumpster is 1-0 up against Mazza. I'm feeling.
Goal!
Yeah.
Luke takes the lead against Trek.
in.
It's Michael Owen again with another goal deep from the midfield. It's 1-0 Luke.
We've also got a goal on the main screen as well. JD starting off the scoring in the 31st minute over Sweet Left Foot. 1-0 in the do or die game. JD up over Sweet Left Foot. I do want to make more jokes around people sending things that Sweet Left Foot doesn't want to see to the print shop, but that only really helps the business, right? So it's kind of you're trolling him, but he's winning in the end, right? So
the fact we're talking about him is it means he's won. He's already won.
I have a spot on the wall, right? Like that I just got to think about what game or save I would want. That's the hard thing for me.
We've got a VAR checking a red card incident in the Pingu Stinger game, and Totti has been sent for an early bath, and Pingu is down to 10 men. And Luke goes 2-0 up.
Penalty for Luke, and it steps up, Hart sets up, and it's saved by the goalkeeper. But the rebound is there. It's Hood 1. Hart with a save penalty, but gets the rebound.
VAR,
Shevchenko puts Luke 2-0 up. Again, just running deep from that midfield. Centre halves just don't know what to do with him. Shevchenko picks it up deep, just runs at them, scores. Beautiful goal.
A couple of great comments in the chat here. Come on, the Rocks. All or nothing Maladin edition would be fascinating. Reliving the breaking his PC, celebrating a cup win with his cat as a talking head. We can't make these things up.
Yeah.
It's a goal for Stinger. He's taking advantage of being with 11 men still on the pitch. Pingu suffering now, going down to 10 men. Stinger 1-0 up.
Cultured Left Foot in the chat, noting that Sweet Left Foot is having a shocker. I was in his stream and he's all out of ideas. It's a shocking performance for the Left Foot name.
Well is Cultured Left Foot like Sweet Left Foot's evil nemesis? Oh, we've got a goal. We've got a goal. Amaruso. It looks like it's going to be disallowed, to be honest. Just waiting for that to be confirmed.
Oh, I think we might have... Oh, no, I didn't call it. Henry just took a dive, didn't call anything.
Goal disallowed, sorry.
Is allowed or disallowed?
Disallowed. Stand down, everyone.
Everyone settle down. Sit down. Turn off the band.
All or nothing VAR would be quite interesting.
We have a goal. Sweet Left Foot Gerard weaving into the box when it didn't look like there was much space or an angle. He still found a way to get it in. It is now tied up at 1. JD Sweet Left Foot all drawn up.
Another chance has gone to VAR. It's Stinger. He could be 2-0 up. VAR are checking it, and a goal has been awarded. It's Stinger 2, Pingu 0, Rivaldo. What a name.
Stinger needs this win, so
big time.
Pressure is on.
We're 0-0 in the Draconis Reese game, and to be perfectly honest, you're not missing anything. You're really not missing anything.
It's one of those no highlights, not a lot of interesting things matches.
Apparently, there's been 18 shots, but there's been 3 on target. So that gives you a bit of an indication as to what's happening. Everyone's taking shots from like the halfway line.
It looks like we might have a free kick right on the edge here.
Oh, there's been a red card. It's Amiga Luke is down to 10 men. He's shocked. It went to VAR again. There was a tackle, and it's Zanoni has been sent off. And he's the man on the right-hand side of Luke's strikerless tactic. So he is making changes.
Effenberg with a really nice free kick here. 2-1 Sweet Left Foot over JD. This match is getting intense. It's quite close. This is a do-or-die matchup.
We almost saw Barry Ferguson come on for Draconis as well. He was removed Giovanni Van Bronckhorst and decided to go with Ronald de Boer rather than Barry Ferguson.
And we have another goal. It's 2-2. JD coming back right away. It looks like Culvert has scored to draw it up 2-2 immediately after the goal. Sweet Left Foot looking frustrated after feeling comfortable going up 2-1. This is a tight matchup. And a follow-up, Tony. Cultured Left Foot is clarifying that no, he's the nice one. Mike is the evil nemesis. Just so that
I see that. Yeah, and Clayton says he's the cultured nemesis.
Cultured nemesis, love it. Welcome in, Clates, as well. Good to see you, buddy. So, still 2-2, 65th minute.
Oh,
Adjustments are being made, going more narrow for JD. It looks like.
We're 68 minutes into my game, and I've started reading a book. It's lovely.
It'll keep us up to date on the book then. No,
the long book as well.
Well, that's the one that we have on screen here has been pretty entertaining so far. It's been really close. The XG doesn't quite reflect it, but it's been a very tight matchup.
Yeah, Stinger's just absolutely dominating this game. You know, obviously Pingu down to 10 men. He's had a couple of chances, but Stinger's team just seems to be too strong at the minute. He can't get out.
Come on, the Rocks notes that Draconis' game will be last on Match of the Day tonight.
We've got a goal. We've got a goal.
What's happening?
Please don't disallow it. Please don't disallow it. I'm waiting to see what they're going to do. It's come from a corner. It's Paredes. It looks like it's counting. 1-0 Reese. Draconis has got his head in his hands. I think he's going to go to the shop now. He's just going to, might as well go. There's nothing to see here.
I got to go get some stuff, guys.
Yeah.
Go. It's Hood 2, Maladon 0. It's Inzaghi goal from the left. And honestly, the 2-0 scoreline does not reflect this. What's happening here. Hood is absolutely destroying Maladon. The XG is going to be off the roof.
Maladon's going to need to rename the tactic to "It just doesn't work."
It's another goal for Luke. It's 3-0 just before half-time off a corner. Shevchenko heads it in. It's FM Trek 0, Amiga Luke 3. Dominating the game, Luke. Absolutely dominating it.
Got about 10 minutes left in the JD Sweet Left Foot matchup, which is featured. It's a do-or-die matchup. A lot depends on the result here.
I don't know if anyone's seen Maladon's formation, but it's essentially a 5-0-5. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a goal. Oh, it's gone to VAR. Hang on. Let's wait. Now we're all tense. Sweet Left Foot is nervous. It's disallowed. We're going to stay 2-2. The cultured nemesis is not happy.
Goal for Stinger, 3-0, Robert Perez. Rivaldo cross, Perez, half volley on the right foot. Keeper had no chance. Stinger in absolute control of this game. It's Pingu 0, Stinger 3.
Our game's over. This is over. Oh, thank God for that.
The relief.
1-0. Really, football was the winner in this match.
We are creeping into the squeaky bum time here with JD and Sweet Left Foot. A lot of changes are happening, a lot of pauses. Starting to feel like the fourth quarter of a basketball match, if anyone's ever watched it. Just timeout. Before you know it, it's been 5 hours and the game hasn't finished. But there's a lot of
full-time Stinger. Full-time Stinger and Pingu. It's 3-0 full-time there. Luke and Trek have just kicked off the second half.
Draconis has left his stream. We might want to go on Draconis watch now. Don't know if he's gone to the toilet or whether he's gone and may not come back. But
well, given Reese had great experience with AI manager switch, maybe it's tactical.
Yeah, possibly.
You know, though I don't think you can actually win the tournament with AI. just want to point that out. I don't think that you can do that. We have another goal. There's no VAR being involved this time. It is 3-2 for the cultured nemesis. Sweet Left Foot up 3-2 in the 88th minute. I can't tell whether he's crying or happy. He's praising now. He is looking upwards at the sky. Life is good. Super
Emil Heskey. Emil.
Wow. Luke's just like sitting there, like looking up at the ceiling. He's thinking, wonder what colour I can paint that wall there. He's just doesn't have to do anything. His tactic is just doing all the work for him.
Pretty confident with that. I think it's the meta.
That's another goal for Pumpster, which is pretty much going to dump poor Mozart out of the tournament here. It was a fantastic ball over the top from McManaman, and Collar gets the goal.
The dial-up generation's Akafenwa with the goal. Love that. I love that. Come on, the rocks. That gets popped onto the screen. That is a very good comment. And we have an additional goal once again from the man himself. Heskey scores another one. It is 4-2.
Actual goals in real life, like we've seen right now.
Yeah. I think someone put in the chat before, Rob, somebody, that he'd gift some subs if Heskey scored a couple of goals for Sweet Left Foot. There you go, mate. Get your subs out.
It's a Mark Overmars goal for Hood, and it's 3-0 to Hood at the moment, and this game is over, pretty much.
Commiserations, Mazza. Commiserations.
Draconis is back, by the way, if anyone was worried.
Did he get any milk?
I think so, yeah. He looks fed up with his life, to be honest. I know he never looks the happiest, but
you know, this is what FMs does to us. In the best of times, we love it. And we live for
goal. FM Trek 3-1. Still in the 69th minute. Off a corner, it's Tony headers it in, and he runs into the goal, picks the ball up, and he's sprinting back to the halfway line. He wants this game to carry on. 70th minute, 3-1.
I'm just looking at Sweet Left Foot's camera there. Is he recording in a sunbed by any chance, or? Heskey with a hat trick.
No,
he just scored again. Oh man, hat trick.
Hat trick, Heskey.
You know, I would say, you know, the sunbed. You know, he usually travels quite a bit. You can't really travel quite as much as you'd like, so he's just trying to get the tan on a little bit.
Top of his tan up while he plays FM.
Yeah, multitasking. That's what we're all about these days. Yeah.
We were all here when we saw an ML Heskey hat trick, right? We all saw this. This was definitely a thing, right?
Moments of 2022 to remember as I'm going through my Instagram or whatever, and I'll just pull up a picture. Do you guys remember when Heskey scored that hat trick?
Sweet Left Foot's already getting his plaque made up now, and it just says Heskey. That's all it says.
All right, let's run through the games. So Sweet Left Foot goes through with the win. He can thank the man himself, Heskey.
Heskey.
Alice, what happened? What was the end result? Sorry, of your match?
So Hood absolutely destroyed poor Maladin 3-0. But I'm still watching the Mozza Pumpster game, and that is now 2-1 to Pumpster. I don't know if you guys still have it
in that game.
It is 2 minutes left.
Okay. I was going to swap over, but we'll just keep our handsome and pretty faces right up here and wait the 2 minutes out. Updates on yours, Tony? Any results completed?
Yeah, I'm gonna paint the stairwell. I reckon. I've gone with quite a sort of I'm not gonna go with something too heavy. Now 1-0 for Reese. I think that means Draconis is in a bit of trouble now. But it means that Reese is now on the shout of progressing. So it was a big game.
Trex just had a goal disallowed again against Luke. It's still 3-1. Coming to the last 5 minutes of this game now.
Yeah, and Draconis is having a bit of chat on with his chat, and he looks a bit deflated. And he was talking coming into this tournament, going like, "It's worrying because I was 4 when this was like a thing," and then he got into. Then he got into like football in 2016, and I'm like, "Oh, yeah, you're going to struggle." And then when you look and you realize that like some of the players he's picked, I mean, he's not picked bad players, but like that little bit of inexperience of that generation of footballer could well come back and haunt. I mean, you've got a back five that includes Dominic Matteo, Graham Lasso, and it's like you're up against Roberto Carlos and Nesta. Like it's a different world. Like. But you know he'll learn from it. And he won't be. yeah, he probably is out of it now, but you know, it's all a bit of fun, right?
Yeah, full time between Luke and Trek, it's 3-1. That keeps Luke on maximum 9 out of 9 for him so far. And the other game, Pingu 0, Stinger 3.
It has been 5 minutes of added time here at the Pumpster Mozza game, and it's almost within the dying seconds now, and it's full time. It's Pumpster 2, Mozza 1. Mozza is out of the tournament.
Oh,
sorry, Mazza, but you know what? You did get your big dub in the other tournament, so now you get to sit back, relax, and watch the rest of the competitors look for that title. So thanks for keeping us up to date, Alice, Leemo, and Tony. Appreciate it. You guys are doing a fantastic job. And if you guys look in the chat right now, there's a great tweet coming out from the FM Playoffs Twitter account. Where were you when Heskey scored a hat trick? Fantastic tweet there, Katie. Really do appreciate it. That is awesome. So thank you very much for that. Let's take a look at the results. I'll just bring them up here so that everybody can take a peek. Since we're at match day 3, I do like to encourage not only the panel, but the folks out there. We've been live for a couple of hours. We've been chatting, watching some great games. It's a good opportunity to think, hey, do I need a snack? Do I need some hydration? Do I need to send ScootR a copy of CM0102 so that he knows what he's talking about? I know you can download it for free, by the way, guys. It's you can find it for free. It's abandonware now, but it's one of those moments where you could grab a drink, grab something if you're needed to. I'm going to bring up the results, and we're going to get ready for match day 4. So I'm going to quickly just refresh my water as I've seemingly drank all the water in the house within the last 2 hours. So we'll pop that on quickly and I'll pop away. But in the meantime, what is predictions change? Should we check in with the chat, see what they're thinking? I think so. Let's go ahead, pop that back on. Chat, let us know. Who do you think is going to win this tournament now that we are 3 games in? We have some results. We know the tables have changed a little bit from what we had thought. Let us know. I'm going to go grab some water, and I'll be right back.
Cool. 2 seconds. Well,
yeah, 2 seconds.
oh, Luke, that's very kind of you. Very kind of you indeed. It's all I've got, mate. Literally all I've got. I've got hair, and that's it. Hair, and a bit of grey coming through the beard. So what are we thinking then? Anything changed? Anyone's thoughts changed on who's gonna win the tournament? Any surprises? Any shocks? And what about Heskey? What about Heskey? It's set now, isn't it? It is set for Heskey to be the top goal scorer. He's third at the minute. This is bizarre. One match and he's become third top goal scorer. Oh wow! You know, and I'm still going to say it. Hands up. I'll grief him. Joint second with Luca Toni. Right? Okay.
The lesson is never underestimate Emil Heskey.
Never underestimate the power of Heskey. You're right, Alice. You're absolutely right. Who'd have thought? Who's been your surprise, Alice? Who you either pleasantly surprised with or sort of worried with?
I'm obviously worried about my two predictions. Mozza is obviously out. Sweet left foot. I think he's still in it, isn't he? Because he had a big win. So I'm kind of happy at that. Like, well, maybe one of my predictions will be lucky, but I'm not 100% sure anymore.
Yeah.
Hood and Luke have not surprised me at all. They've both come here and they've dominated. And Luke's strikerless formation has definitely set this tournament afire and might provide a bit of controversy afterwards.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think because we spoke earlier on about the old Luke versus Hood 2 pay-per-view final. We said we'd love to see it again, and it's not off the table, is it? It's not off the table. Looks like it's still potentially going to happen. But yeah, in terms of players who are managers who are struggling, I think surprising for Stinger again. Like being rooted to the bottom, it's harsh given the fact that he's as good as he is tactically, and again, a man from the era, so would know the players inside out. I think it's a real surprise to see him down the bottom. I think Trek's come in and really done well and hit some good form. Pingu looks like the unknown quantity has come in and just had a fantastic time. And then down into Group B, you've got Mozza doing Mozza things. Unfortunately, Maladin could still bottle it, but you know you've got Pumster, you've got Hood. Reese is having a great tournament, and poor Draconis as well. I think he's just as I said before, the fact that he says he's not familiar with this era, which certainly doesn't give him certainly doesn't help, I think.
So we know that the matches are going to start right away here. So I'm going to quickly run through some of the match day 4 matches that are coming up. Appreciate allowing us to have a break to get some water, re-inject some hydration into the conversation. But in Group A, the match day games we have here is Trek versus JD, Luke versus Super Penguin, Stinger versus Sweet Left Foot. And in Group B, you've got Hood versus Draconis Ursa, Maladin versus Pumster, and Mozza versus Reese. So the question is, which one do we want to have on the main screen? Any thoughts?
I think Stinger, Sweet Left Foot. I think both of them have got to win that game, or they're out, is it?
Yeah, I think with Sweet Left Foot winning the last match, he definitely needs the points to get through. I think Stinger just needs it just to get some points. I think Maladin Pumster, has that got something riding on it?
In terms of Maladin needs to win to get in, basically. So those two would both be a pretty good shout. Alice, do you have a thought as well?
I'm always going to say yes to seeing a Stinger Mike game. That would be fantastic.
So what do we think? We haven't seen Stinger yet. So we can tune into Stinger's stream on the main. So we'll cover that on here. And then in terms of the assignments, it's time for school teacher Scoot to come out. Alice, we'll give you Trek and JD, as well as Luke and Super Penguin. Tony, if you could watch Hood and Ursa, as well as Maladin and Pumster. And Leemo, if you could watch Mozza and Reese. And I will bring up Stinger's stream here. I don't want to miss too much of the game like we did last time there, so I'm just going to bring it up right away. I think there's still some tactical tweaks happening as people prepare for ultimately a big day of matches. So big thank you once again to the panel for being here. It's absolutely a pleasure having you folks here. And big shout out as well to Leemo jumping in to make up for Reese having to compete thanks to his AI manager. And not only that, but a big shout out as well to Alice for jumping in last month when I wasn't doing so well, hopping in, and you guys had a really, really great time. So big thank you. And Tony, I just appreciate your energy and your humility around some of the results that you faced. I appreciate that.
Thank you, man. And again, it was big shout for yourself as well, Scoot, man.
Yeah,
you hold this together fantastically. It's all we do is we come and just dick about, but you're the one who holds it together. So yeah,
I do very little. I just wake up, roll over, put a hat on. You guys saw my hat hair. Not everybody on stream got to see the hat hair this morning, but it was like bed hair all over the place. Because for those who don't know, I do live in the middle of North America, so it's about a 6-hour difference for me. So the mid-afternoon start midday start is a very early morning for me, but it's fine because that's when my kid gets up, so it all works out. So it's no different. I'd be up anyway.
Just while we were on the break, we had a bit of chat with the chat, and Heskey is currently joint second top scorer off the back of his hat trick.
That is fantastic. I love it.
Ian Hart, currently the highest average rating player so far in the tournament, but at 8.17.
Oof.
That's a significantly, I think, through 3 games only, right? But
he is
wow.
He is very, very good in this version, though. And we talk about players with long throw capabilities and assist capabilities. He absolutely can get them.
Yeah.
So we're just about to head into the games. We are watching the Stinger matchup against Sweet Left Foot. This is a big game once again for these two. There's many hopes and dreams on the line with matches in match day 4. So excited. Thank you very much, guys, for keeping us up to date. So just again, jump in with a goal when something happens, or if Pumpster gets another disallowed goal, I'll add it to the count. He hasn't really had any since we started counting it, which I wonder if I sort of helped him out by breaking that by actually counting it. But either way, Ortega 8.13. Wow. I wish my regens had these kinds of attributes. I won't lie. Do some real work with them. So here we are. We're beginning. Stinger and Sweet Left Foot. Starting to see the nerves on people's faces as I go through the streams here.
Mm-hmm.
The beginning was like, oh yeah, that was a blast. We're chilling, we're getting great, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, I just here. And then, it's starting to get a little more serious, right?
Concentration faces.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's concentrating when they're leaning in and you can only see their forehead, right? They're just like, well, okay, hey, like, what's happening, right?
It's always good when you see them starting off and they're just like, yeah, this is cool, this is really fun. And then 3 games in, they're like,
what? I don't know what happened there. Basically, Trek, one of his players Tony had a fantastic run down the right, but the goalkeeper saved it. And it ended up with Puet, and Puet just puts it into the back of his own net, like literally just passes it into his own net. You guys are going to have to see that later on.
Someone needs to get out there and clip that, because
that is a goal and a half.
That's
clip
pain.
It.
We've got a goal. Stinger celebrating. He's up 1-0 over Sweet Left Foot. I did not see who scored it.
It looks like Mehmet Scholl. And if On the Rocks is in the chat, that was a player I talked about on the draft show.
Literally just a ball forward. There's nobody on him. He just runs forward with it, chips it in. No problem.
Oh my God. A goal has come from one of the most unlikeliest of players. It's Danny Mills.
Yes.
On the right. He thinks it over. It's a little chip over the keeper. It's unbelievable. Reese is 1-0 up.
Pumpster might be 1-0 up. He's unsure about celebrating. It looks like he's going to get a goal.
I've got 2 goals. JD has pulled one back. It was a close decision because of the VAR, but it ended up being a goal. And Omega Luke has also gone ahead. No surprises here.
Yeah, 1-0 for Pumpster against Maladin, and it's Chiesa with the goal. The look of terror on Pumpster's face when it went in and going, it's not going to get disallowed again, is it?
We might be 2-0 here for Stinger.
Ooh.
Might have been offside. We're waiting for VAR to check in. It is disallowed. It is still 1-0 Stinger. And that's a good gif. I love that.
Yeah.
He really goes to Mourinho losing his mind. But thank you for the updates. Alice has had all of the goals happening at once so far.
Oh, we've got a goal for Draconis. He's gone 1-0 up against Hood. Draconis seems a little bit unsure that it's even happened. It looks like it's come from a corner. And it's Materazzi again. So, yeah, Roberto Carlos to the corner. Materazzi gets his header on it. Off the underside of the bar, De Boer actually finished it from close range. So 1-0 to Draconis.
Nemo.
Danny Mills has just nearly got a second goal. It was cleared off the line. It's absolutely mental. Mozza, with an outside chance of qualifying, imagine being knocked out by a Danny Mills goal.
Danny Mills picked in round 2.
Anelka breaks through with a nice pass, giving him space. Stinger up 2-0. It's the 24th minute, and Stinger is in control of this game right now. Sweet left foot. The must be feeling some stress at the moment, to say the least.
Goal! Oh my word! Scholes over the top towards Montella. It is a VAR decision, but it was a blistering strike. I don't think I've seen. It was a goal. The goal was awarded. I don't think I've seen a kick that strong in FM22 so far. It goes to show the strong stats of these players.
Blast a hole through the net.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sweet left foot's rubbing the thighs of Heskey right now, isn't he? He's getting the ligament on him. He's spreading with Raljex. It's 2-0 to Pumpster. Jan Kohler with a goal from a header. And it looks like it's going to count as well.
Boia over the top to Shevchenko for Omega Luke. It is another VAR decision, but yet again, another blistering strike. I feel sorry for these poor goalkeepers. And the goal was awarded.
Yeah, so
it's
half time
2-0 between Mozart and Reach. It's 1-0 to Danny Mills' goal. Half time.
I think we need another tweet for Danny Mills at this point.
We have got a clip of the goal as well in the chat.
I haven't checked it yet, but I noticed that Shaughnessy had dropped that, so that's worth checking out.
It's entitled Danny Mills Filth.
Yeah.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I love it.
Goal. That's another goal for Track against JD. It's currently 2-2. I'm afraid I did miss it while watching the Omega Luke game, but it was a corner from Baggio, and it's worked into the box eventually. Gusto and gets a goal. 2-2.
Another tight game. There's no shortage of goals aside from that one match that Tony got last round.
It happens. It happens.
Goal. Coolly done. Boia over the top for Luke to Owen, but it looks like another VAR decision.
We all hold our breath.
And it's disallowed. Luke 2, Penguin 0.
Mozza's pulled one back. It's a 1-1. A lovely crossing from Larson and a header from Victor Sanchez. It's 1-1 Mozza Reese.
We're at halftime here on the main screen between Stinger and Sweet left foot.
Goal for Maladin. It's 2-1 against Pumpster. Long throw, and Claudio Pizarro with a header just in front of the goalkeeper makes it 2-1. We have played 34 minutes.
We're starting the second half here on the main screen. Sweet left foot needs to do something here. And allowing Stinger to score, which may be disallowed here, is probably not the start he was looking for. Let's see. VAR doing their check. And it's awarded. He almost did the angry Mourinho, but he switched to the happy Mourinho just in time.
Oh, great chance. Great chance for Hood. Working the ball down the left, cuts it back, and the shot straight at the goal. Wonderful save from Oliver Kahn. Hood's looking a bit worried. 10 minutes to go, and Draconis looks like he's going to pull out a massive W here.
And thank you, Hayes, in the chat. That's very, very appreciated. But I think you need to get your eyes checked. Just as a friend to a friend, your eyes aren't working well. But thank you. Welcome in, Hayes. Good to see you. Another one of the few North American FMers that are out there. All of our friends and family think we're insane. They have no idea what we talk about.
That's not too dissimilar to our friends and family. So it's...
Yeah.
They don't even get like football. They're like, oh, like the NFL. And you're like, oh, no, that's not. Oh.
No, it's the other one.
Yeah, the other one. What do you mean? The other? And then it just starts, right? It's a whole thing.
Mazzo's going for it. He's pushing his wingers up. So I give him a little bit more.
Oh, Hood's just... Sorry.
It's a goal from Montella. Raul just chips it over to him, but it might be... Oh, it was a VAR decision, but it was awarded. So that's JD 3, Trek 2.
Oh, and Hood's just missed with a couple of minutes to go as well. 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper again. Long ball over the top, but Oliver Kahn pulls out an incredible save.
And as well, Ronaldo has scored for Stinger during that conversation. So Stinger has continued to solidify his lead over Sweet Left Foot. It is 3-0 in the 66th minute. I think at this point it's paused because Sweet Left Foot is praying.
And Poyer's just headed over the bar as well for Hood. So he's literally throwing the kitchen sink at Draconis. 29 shots to 11. And the full-time whistle's gone. Hood has lost 1-0 to Draconis.
That's
Huge
an unexpected result there.
Huge.
Big win for Ursa. Big win.
A long pause here for Mozart as he's changing player roles. He's making substitutions. He's tweaking everything with his tactics to try and get this win.
Goal. Luke scores yet another one. It's Giovanni on the left, and Owen manages to slot it in from close range. It's Luke 3, Pingu. I guess Pingu is what we're going with. Pingu. Going with Pingu 0.
3-1 pumps to Steve McManaman with the goal, and I'm just waiting for the replay on it because it looked like it was pretty decent, to be honest.
Heskey, beautiful goal just on the outside of the box for Sweet Left Foot. It's 3-1. Heskey adds another one to his total.
It's a brilliant goal, actually. Ginola with a corner, near post corner to Jan Kohler, who holds the ball up, lays it to the edge of the area for McManaman to smash one in from distance. Beautiful goal for 3-1.
And question in the chat from Stick Piano. Yes, he is playing strikerless. It is the tactic that we've seen tested. I believe you were even talking about it at one point, Stick.
Speaking of strikerless, Luke, he has scored yet another goal. It is a corner, and Boya gets onto the end of it eventually. Oh, sorry, it's a Boya corner, and Shevchenko gets onto the end of it. It is Luke 4, Pingu 0.
Yike.
Wow, scoring some goals, Luke, isn't he?
Yeah. Come on, the Rock's adding a comment
that's
here.
A red card for JD against Track. It was Puyol gets a second yellow. So JD is currently down to 10 men, but he is winning, and it's on the 70th minute.
Still opportunity to hold that win.
So question here then, if you're up against Luke, because let's face it, he's going through, right? He's now the guy to keep your eyes on. How would you defend against that? What would you do to try and stop that tactic? Because that tactic is running wild.
We have a goal here just before you jump into that. Sweet Left Foot has scored. It is 3-2 in the 91st minute. Stinger still leading.
3-2 for Maladin as well. Trezeguet has just pulled a goal back for Maladin.
I'm not sure if there is a way to stop this tactic. I think it might be slightly exploiting the game's mechanics. So short of there being a patch, I don't think we can stop the strikerless.
The mitigation, I think, is just stuffing the midfield. You stuff your midfield and hope, but it's tough.
That's Trek. Pulls one back against the 10-man JD, and he is extremely happy at 3-3.
I just want to point out that in this game, Sweet Left Foot, if you look at the stats, he had 12 shots on target to Stinger's 6. He had 24 total shots. His XG was 2.62 compared to 1.8, and Stinger walks away with a 3-2 win.
Oh, Maladin's just equalized. We're waiting for VAR though, because it might get disallowed. But Pizarro's wheeling off with his arm in the air, and
Goal.
drum roll.
It's track 4, JD3 is a beautiful free kick. Lucio gets onto the end of it. Torman, it's 4-3.
Disallowed. It's still 3-2. Pumpster. Pumpster must be over the moon that he's seeing someone else get a disallowed goal as well, actually.
Moz has just released the pause button. He's gone 3 up top, and it's full time. Moz, I think, is definitely out now. 1-1 draw against Reese to a Danny Mills goal.
Man, the scoring is. I'd be interested to see the total goals scored in this tournament versus previous, just based on the attributes. Lots of 4-3s and 3-2s.
Mm. Yeah, some good answers as well in the chat about how to counteract the strikerless as well. So
yeah. I think you need 2 DMs. I think you need two DMs sitting in front of your centre halves, because that's where I can see those. When you're watching Luke's game, you can see Owen, Shevchenko, they're just coming through the middle, and the defence don't know whether to back off, whether to go towards them. And you've got someone sitting in front of them that will hopefully help.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the only way to go.
And just go long.
The meta, I mean, the next step is to try to figure out how to stop bat tactic, because obviously the way it's playing, it's going to get played again.
Great goal from Zidane, 4-2 Pumpster. Maladin's going to struggle now. 9 minutes to go. In fact, I was going to celebrate for Pumpster, but he's just dabbed. So,
so that eliminates it. Hey,
shame.
No.
I was enjoying Pumpster, but he's now been eliminated from the tournament. It's terrible.
Weird,
shame.
Yeah.
It's full time at both Trek versus JD. It's 4-3 to Trek, and it's 4-0 to Luke, who has absolutely destroyed this group.
Yep. It's been Luke's group. Just rename it. Group Luke. Group Meta. Like,
but this is the thing, though. Like, I mean, this is where we're all sort of like, in previous games, people have been going, "Oh, it's overpowered, blah blah," and that sort of stuff. And like, you've got to find a way to counteract it. You've got to find a way. Like, it's not. No tactic is unbeatable. There will be a way to beat it, and it's just going right. How do you come up with something that's going to counteract that tactic? You know,
I'm thinking I've always wanted a really defensive counter-attacking tactic to work. Maybe this is the time.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with my trusty 9-0-1 formation.
Right. One guy up top, everyone kick it directly to him. The end.
He's not even sitting up top. He's not even sitting up top. He's a defensive midfielder. We get the ball at the halfway line and we hold it. And we hope for a free kick.
Well, again, you got to be creative, right? Especially when you're faced up against something like that, right? So let's quickly run through the games that everybody had. So Stinger walked away with the 3-2 win on the main screen. Leemo, what happened in your matches, or where are they at?
Yeah, we had Moz and Reese 1-1. I think it was Moz's last chance to try and salvage anything from this tournament. He went behind after a couple of minutes to a Danny Mills absolute filthy goal, and then he equalised later on, and then it was pretty much there. I mean, a lot of pauses, a lot of tactical tweaks, but that sees Moz, I think, well and truly out of the tournament. We've
just had a 5th goal for Pumpster, Clarence Seedorf. Now Pumpster's dancing, and that's not the weirdest bit of all this. In his chat, someone said, "Oh my God, you've got Janola, the guy from I'm a Celebrity."
Why doesn't that surprise me?
I mean, Come on, the Rocks just responds, "Stop this."
Wow.
Come on, the Rocks. Pumpster has been eliminated from life. Kegman, no. We have offended everyone all at once.
We've got Dabs and I'm a Celebrity. Oh my God, what happened?
Yeah. Pizarro's just made it 5-3. Blobby Balladin's just pulled one back. It's 5-3. Still 3 minutes to go in this game as well.
I try not to laugh, but it's just like, yeah, that's what he's from. Yeah, that's how he got there.
Can't believe he picked the man from the L'Oreal adverts because he's worth it.
Oh, I can't believe they picked him. Yeah, that's great.
Did anyone pick Robbie Fowler from the property portfolio? Also, this lad on Instagram, brilliant.
So I think the only game that's still active, if I remember, is the Mallet and Pumpster matchup. That's going to end up the way that it is, I think.
Yeah.
Now we're getting into the realness.
Yeah, did you select him because he's the inventor of the Dube? I did, yeah.
As long as you guys don't start talking about Sillet Bang, then we're all good, because that confused the living hell out of me, that product. Because over here, that guy yelled about a different product that was named something different.
Oh, Trezeguet's just missed at the back post. And now they've paused. There's 5 seconds of regulation time left, and Pumpster's putting time wasting on. He's 5-3 up. There's 5 minutes of time added on.
Just to make sure, you're aware, the other team was aware that you're kind of being, what's that called? Shithousery?
Yeah.
Is that the technical term, or is there a better term for that than that? Because I feel like it's the easiest way to describe what we're talking about.
Danny Mills is the bloke from TalkSport, isn't it? Yeah.
That one's got me. The guy from Cash in the Attic. Don't get done, get done.
Did you get the bloke from Gladiators?
Oh my God, Rich Danger. Okay, Rich, just Pele. You mean the fellow from the erectile dysfunction campaign?
It's all coming out now, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the thing, though, right? Is that a lot of those guys transition into doing ads and all sorts of stuff. Money's very different in their age than it is.
Wow, you drafted the fella who's on Match of the Day. Fantastic.
He really knows his stuff. I've really watched him, Oh God, yeah, this could go on forever. So I'm just we're gonna get the match day 5 stuff up in here in a minute, but I also want to take a look at the groups before we go into this final matchup here. So I'm just gonna see what I can get from the guys behind the scenes.
Absolute classics.
We'll go from there. But this has been a lot of fun. I think that some of the things we experienced so far, the Heskey results is certainly something that I don't think anyone was prepared for.
All of a sudden, the Heskey thing isn't the most bizarre thing that's happened on this show today.
Okay, bringing up the results just so that everybody has them in front of them, and you can.
I think these guys are playing this in real time.
Are they still going? That's amazing.
I'm tapping my watch now. Come on. All right, full time. There we go. Full time. Pumpster 5, Maladin 3.
Wow.
So, results. Your Group A results. Trek with a sneaky win over JD for 3. Omega Luke continuing to show us the meta for FM22, 4-0 over Pengu. Stinger with a tight win over Sweet Left Foot. Sweet Left Foot really did put a lot of effort into that game, but just couldn't get the results. Group B results, Hood losing 1-0 to Draconis Ursa, Maladin losing 5-3 to Pumpster, and Mazza and Reese drawing 1 apiece, just wanting to shake hands and have a nice match, those two. But yeah, that's our match day 4 roundup. We're going to take a peek at the table here. Let me just bring that up. Just give me a moment. Any thoughts, panel? You guys have any thoughts? Anything exciting? Any mad predictions now that you feel like you have no idea what's coming?
It's brought absolutely everything. I mean, we're talking about L'Oreal adverts, Heskey getting hat-tricks, Danny Mills scoring absolute worldies. I mean, where's it going to end? There's so much more to come.
Yeah, we're not even finished the groups yet.
This is just the group stage. So there's a lot more fun to come. So here are the groups, though. I'll bring up the groups so that we can take a peek at those. So a couple of qualifiers already through 4 matches. Omega Luke, no surprise there. Top of the group. We've renamed the group Luke. Jeez. Come on. Good job, Jeremy. Group B, we got Pumpster at the top there with 10 points. Reese and Hood sitting in the qualifiers. But there's still opportunity for things to change. There's still opportunity for people to get into the qualifier spots. The only folks I think that we can probably say goodbye to at this point safely might be JD and Mazza. So thanks very much for your participation, and enjoy the last match of the season where the FM journalists will be asking you, are your players ready to play? Is there anything to play for in this match? And you're absolutely right, there is. It's pride. I think we can all agree. Thoughts, Alice, on the groups and the results so far?
I'm sad. I think it shouldn't be any surprise to anyone that Luke has done this, that he has basically walked away with his group. But I didn't expect the strikerless. I thought he was going to do it in a more traditional way, but he's not. And I'm hoping that Sweet Left Foot can pull this back, and I think he can technically still qualify.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's going to. As for the Group B, I think Draconis might be able to snatch this. I hope he does. He kind of deserves this. He's been able to qualify for the knockouts on the last two FM playoffs, and I think he could do it again. You just got to pull something out of the bag here, because he can't keep on doing what he's been doing.
Tony, any thoughts?
Just look at this. Like, Draconis and Mozza is just about to kick off. That could be Mozza either stopping Draconis qualifying, or in the weirdest of world of results, mathematically Mozza still can technically qualify. Huge shout out for Stinger for proving us wrong when I said that he'd started slow. He's done what he's had to do. He's got those 2 wins. Huge result against Sweet Left Foot. Puts himself back into consideration for going through now. So GG's for Stinger. Hopefully he gets another win there against JD. I'm sorry, JD, but for what Stinger's done, Stinger deserves to get the win and go through. Luke versus Sweet Left Foot. Yeah, like it's one of those sort of exhibition matches in it. We like to see that. And I think that Pumpster's done great. Hood needs that win to go through. I think there's possibly this Draconis Mozza match might have something riding on it, because that could potentially affect who goes through, I think.
Yeah, it's one of those things too where I'm also hoping to maybe bring somebody onto the main screen that hasn't been there already. Sweet Left Foot, Omega Luke is kind of one of those situations where I feel like Luke's probably just going to win that.
Yeah.
What do you think, Leemo, going into match day 5? I think they're getting close to the game, so we want to probably hop on over.
Quickly, Group A, yeah. I mean, obviously, we've got Stinger on 6 points, a -3 goal difference. Pengu's on 6 points with a -3 goal difference, and Sweet Left Foot's on 3 with a -2. So the goal difference could play a big part in who goes through here. Yeah. If Sweet Left Foot can scrape a win against Luke, there's still a chance he can win and qualify. It's going to be tight, the last game. It's going to be interesting to see who can come out on top.
So with that in mind,
have we seen Penguin and Trek yet?
I was just going to suggest.
Let's
hop on to. We'll bring on Pengu. We'll see Trek and Pengu on screen for the main match. And in terms of the teacher assignments, let's hand those out. We'll go to Leemo first. Leemo, if you don't mind keeping us up to date on JD and Stinger, as well as Sweet Left Foot and Omega Luke. Tony, if you could do Ursa and Mazza. Pumpster and Hood.
Yeah, cool.
And Alice, Reese and Maladin, please.
Cool.
Fantastic. Excellent. I'm going to go ahead and get us set up on the main screen here. We'll be watching, you know what, we'll probably do first half with Pengu, first half with Trek, or second half with Trek. Just split it up a little bit, make sure everyone gets a chance to be on the main screen for a little bit. Any thoughts from the chat? And obviously, if you're enjoying yourselves, if you're enjoying, the banter, chatting and hanging out with us as the tournament goes through, definitely drop that follow. We do need to get to that affiliate status. We're working there so that we can start doing some of those fun things in the chat polls, predictions, those sorts of things. So definitely drop some support if you can. It's only going to help us get to the point of being able to do some more fun things during event days. That's my little ramble. Players are going into the matchups, it looks like. So here we are with Super Penguin, or as we call him, Pengu, in his Roma kit, getting ready for another match. He must be feeling pretty good, though. Even with that loss last game, I feel like he's probably still feeling pretty good about the results so far in this tournament. Oh, it's Bradford. Yeah, thank you very much, Keg. I got that wrong. I'm sure I offended all 11 Bradford fans who are tuned in.
Well, Bradford are known as the Roma of West Yorkshire, aren't they? So
I'm just waiting for the slander now. I'm going to wait for the DMs. Roma and Bradford are pretty much the same thing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
If you can't get booked to go to Rome for your holidays, Bradford is very, very similar. Very similar.
Yeah, there was like a tweet that I saw the other day where someone compared Winnipeg, Miami, and Newcastle and said they were all the same place. And I was like, I don't think you've been here.
Yeah.
I've seen pictures of Miami and Newcastle. They don't look the same, but that's okay. Whatever. Who let this amateur host? No idea. But whoever did, poor decision. Poor decision.
The authorities have been notified, don't worry.
Hey, at least it wasn't as bad as the thing that I did on Moz's game show, which I'm not going to speak of because then it's reminding people of how poor it was. But I mixed up, Boca with River. So I can't go to Argentina anymore. There's a list, and I'm on it now. So I don't go there. My dream is over.
Okay, Mike's gone for 5 at the back with 2 wing backs. See if he can counteract Luke's tactic. So we'll see how that works.
Goal. It's a goal for Maladon against Reese, which is really good. I think this currently puts him in the qualifiers. It's a free kick from Robert, and it was beautifully in swinging, and it is Maladon 1, Reese 0.
We've got 2 goals. Omega Luke takes the lead. Shevchenko puts Luke 1-0 up, and Stinger goes 1-0 up against JD. Aradabi. Lucas Aradabi.
Oh, you guys should see Maladon. He is so happy. He's dancing around his room. He is 2-0 up. It's another a set piece, and this time Pizarro gets on the end of it. It is Maladon 2, Reese 0.
Someone clip that and show it to Maladon at the end when he loses 4-2.
Yeah.
Remind him of that.
Oh, I still remember one time Maladon put on We Are the Champions halfway through the last match of a league season game, and then he went on to lose it and not make the promotion. So never count, never count the eggs before they hatch. Is that?
And it's another goal. It's JD with the equalizer, and Sweet Left Foot is matching Luke. He's gone toe to toe with the tactic.
So he just lined up the exact same way.
He's doing it. He's going the same way.
Not a bad idea either if you want to counter it.
Yeah, Viltort's just gone 1-on-1. In fact, the offside flag's up, which stops Moza attempting a shot on goal.
Not even confidence to him to hit the net, just the attempt.
Oh, Zidane's just gone close for Pumpster from a free kick as well. Oh, terrible goalkeeping, but Moza just about gets away with it.
We have a clip of Maladon dancing, so we're all sorted. We can end the tournament now.
Goal for Stinger. It's 2-1. It's Rivaldo, and Luke also goes 2-0 up, and it's looking grim for Sweet Left Foot. It's 10 minutes gone. Luke 2, Sweet Left Foot 0, and Stinger 1, JD 1. Stinger 2, sorry, JD 1.
Good opportunity.
Oh, I think it's in.
Matchup
Is it
here,
going to
but nothing
count?
happening.
I don't think it is. I think Hood's just scored, but I can't imagine it counting. Looks like it's offside to me. Just wait for VAR to decide. Disallowed. Disallowed.
It looks like a lot of pressure right now for Pengu.
Oh, what a goal for Mossa. Guardiola's just played a little short free kick. Henrik Larsson's picked it up on the edge of the area, and he's known for having quite a good left foot. He cuts inside on his right and just bends it into the bottom corner from the edge of the area. So 1-0 Mossa against Draconis.
Mossa wanted to end it with on a high, I guess.
Mike's tweaking again.
Goal. Luca Tony has scored for Trek. He wasn't really controlling the play. It was a lot of pressure from Pengu. But here we are, 1-0 Trek over Pengu. And don't you dare skip that replay, Super Pengu. I see your mouse hovering over it. Do not think about it. Very clean goal. Now, if you're Pengu, you want to hopefully get right back into it here. But given that you've had the momentum most of the game,
I think Hood's got a penalty. He has. Yeah, Babiaro's gone flying down the left-hand side, puts the ball in, and Zagi's pushed over, and it is going to be a penalty.
It's a goal for Stinger. It's 3-1, and Ronaldo.
Wow! Ooh, what a save!
Inzaghi steps up to take it. Smashes it in 1-0 to Hood. And I think that keeps him in the promotion spots at this point.
Goal. It's a goal for Reese. It's an outswinging corner, and Hofland gets on the end of it. It is currently Maladon 2, Reese 1. I believe as things stand, Maladon will go through.
Does that come back on the win it?
Oh, Salas with a really nice goal for Trek. He is up 2-0 before the half. 42nd minute. Just places it top corner, no problem. And we see Pengu going back and making changes. The panic is beginning.
Mike's got a little bit of stick in his chat. Some of them are saying, is Luke the better twin?
Well, yeah, you got that narrative to go on as well, haven't you? Great ball through. Romario makes it 2-0. No, it's Hood. Sorry, Hood's pulled it back. 1-1. Great long ball, and then Romario beats the defender, smashes past the goalkeeper with a couple of minutes to go before half time.
It's another goal. We're half an hour in, and Luke is 3-0 up. Shevchenko again through the middle. There's no touching him.
Reese scores from a beautiful beautiful cross from the left. It makes it Reese 2, Maladon 2, which means Reese is currently going through at the expense of Maladon.
Oh.
Wow.
Good job we clipped that, isn't it?
Isn't it? The karma of when you celebrate I always sit there quietly sometimes, be like, why aren't you happy? I'm like, because it's not over.
Because I know what's coming next.
I trust no one.
I believe that dance is something that's going to have to be played on every FM playoff. So until end of time.
It's a new intro.
We've got a goal here. Pengu getting one back with a really nice header from Del Vecchio. It is now 2-1 for Trek in the 53rd minute here.
So has Maladon now let himself slip from the promotion spots?
Yeah, he's currently in 4th as it stands.
Yeah.
And he's shaking his head in disbelief.
There won't be a robot dance, I don't think, coming, unless he can somehow bring it back. For those who don't realize, he has somewhat of a robot suit that he puts on when he enjoys himself enough to do that.
When he enjoys himself.
Yeah.
Well, oh my word, Reese gets another goal. It's a beautiful Beckham in swinger. Beckham manages to get the ball on the outside of the box and is currently Reese 3, Maladon 2. We have to grill him over this at the end of this game.
Oh my goodness. That just it. Oh my goodness, sounds painful. Now we've got another goal.
Oh,
Pingu.
We've got a goal for Moza.
Drawn up 2-2 on main screen. What's happened in the Moza game?
So Poborski picks the ball up out wide. Guardiola spins out a little pass, plays it inside for Shearer, who smashes home, makes it 2-0 for Moza. Moza's not finishing bottom yet. Obviously, there's still a chance.
Oh. I've just switched us over to Trek, so we got Trek on screen. If you're wondering why Pengu has morphed into a very different looking person, it's because we're watching Trek now. Nice pink. I love the on air.
Oh, Hood's made it 2-1. He's taken the lead against Pumpster. Kieran Dyers ran through the middle of the pitch, unchallenged. Looked like he took it a little bit too close to the goalkeeper and just slipped it past him. So 2-1 now for Hood.
91st minute goal for JD. It's 3-2. Montella absolutely smashed it into the net. A late comeback. Who knows?
2-1 Draconis Moza. Solskjaer's got himself a goal. Looks like a long ball, as they always tend to be now. Long ball through from De Boer. Solskjaer runs onto it. 2-1 with 62 played.
We're watching Trek make a lot of changes to his tactic. He's considering a lot of different approaches here to try and drag out a win here.
It's another goal for Luke. It's off a corner. It's Simeone, and it's 4-0 just after half time. It's Luke 4, Sweet Left Foot 0.
And Moza has just had a goal awarded VAR. Niko Kovac from a free kick, long ball in. Jaap Stam and Niko Kovac both went for the same ball. 3-1 Moza now against Draconis.
And it's full time between Stinger and JD. It's Stinger takes it 3-2.
And that's full time at the Reese versus Maladon game. It's ended with Reese 3, Maladon 2. Despite Maladon going 2-0 up within 5 minutes and doing a 2-goal dance, it's ended in defeat, and Maladon has now been knocked out.
Luke has a fifth, and he's just absolutely crushing. 55 minutes gone. It's Sweet Left Foot 0. He's just done too many tweaks. Luke's just sat back, just let his tactics do its thing. It's 5-0. Another set piece.
And that's what we said, isn't it? About sometimes just leaving your hands away from the keyboard. Let the game do the work.
It is 2-2 still. 81st minute. Still opportunity for either Pengu or Trek to make something happen, and it's not going to happen when you fire it into Rosie like that. So this has been fantastic. I do feel bad for Maladon, but on the other hand, it's one of those things that just makes for a great story that people will remember forever. You dance, you're up 2-0, the game's not over yet, and FM will always hear or see you celebrate. It knows.
Yeah.
Moza hasn't celebrated because it's now 3-2. Draconis has pulled another goal back, a little bit more like a Solskjaer goal this time. Stephen Carr gets all the way down to the byline, cuts it across, and Solskjaer taps in from close range, 3-2.
So Keg is saying that if Hood draws, Moza might be through. Which would
Hood's
be crazy.
Hood's currently winning, so that would
looking at the stats of this game. Pengu's been all over Trek, but ends as a draw. 2-2.
Full time in the Hood Pumpster game, 2-1 to Hood. So that means he's definitely through. Pumpster obviously had already won the group anyway, so it didn't really matter. But yeah, good performance to put Hood through the playoffs.
Still going in the Luke and Sweet Left Foot. It's 65 minutes. I mean, it feels like we're playing this minute by minute.
I was just checking in, and I was like, well, I guess I'll tune in to the rest of this beating. The thing that comes to mind is that Simpsons gif where the mascot is being attacked and the kids are standing around going, "No, stop. He's already dead." That's what I think. But welcome in, Raiders from Maladin. Maladin, how are you? Thank you very much for jumping in. We do understand the dance was maybe a bit too confident, but we appreciate and hope that you had some fun in the tournament regardless. It's a little bit of a sour way to go out, but thank you very much for the entertaining
full time in the Draconis Mozza match. 3-2 to Mozza, so he doesn't end bottom of the group. Yeah, Draconis tried to give it a bit of going at the end, but it's I think he actually had a player sent off as well. So
it's just Mike's luck. He has a goal disallowed. Couldn't even get himself a consolation goal. We're on the 69th minute.
I've popped that game up onto the main screen, given that it's still got some time left. Sorry, Mike. But we're all going to watch the rest of this. That tactic is the meta. And anyone who can figure out how to beat that tactic has a chance at knocking out Luke in a one-game playoff, right? So, still be very
that's what it comes down to now as well. You're right. Like if you can work that out, it's no longer about having 4 or 5 matches and getting it once. If you turn up and you understand what to do, then it turns everything on its head, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that's the intriguing part of when you get into the knockouts. Is that I've seen it before, guys who go, they have a great tournament, you win that qualifier, you're in, and then you get to that second game of the knockouts and you get knocked out by someone that you just didn't think was going to be a problem. And the reality is, it's one game, and even sometimes in FM, we all know sometimes you dominate the whole game, and that doesn't matter. FM has decided this isn't the game for you. You're not going to win.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It'll be interesting. Thank you very much for the raid from Draconis Ursa as well. Welcome in everyone who is watching Ursa. Hope that you guys are doing well and have enjoyed yourself so far. I think it's can they disallow a goal just for like feelings? Like we don't want them to feel bad.
Surely at this point, Luke now puts the strikers up front, doesn't he? Just
and that's like consolation. You're like, oh goodness, he put the strikers back to their normal spot.
Yeah,
that's all
right.
Like,
I'll just move Owen and Shevchenko up front. Just see what happens now. And then his chat must be sitting there going, "We want 10. We want 10."
Yeah. But this is where it gets a lot more fun, And for me, I've been knocked out of a tournament. There's something actually kind of nice too of being able to sit back and watch other people finish it off. You're done. You're dealt with it. You've lost. Grab a drink, sit back, and find things to make fun of other people because they're going to be remembering how you finished. I'm reminded constantly of where I finished. Tony, do people remind you where you finished?
There's a rumor going around.
Just a rumor, not confirmed.
Yeah.
There we are. We're at full time now. Let's quickly run through the results from everyone's matches. It was
shout out to the FM rankings at that point, by the way, for
right. It was a 2-2 draw between Pengu and honestly, I'm brain farting right now, but it was a draw. Leemo.
Well, I had Luke and Mike. It was 6-1 in the end. Luke's just absolutely destroyed him. Mike just looks like a beaten boy. And like going in his chat, Luke, the stronger and better twin. And then we had Stinger with a 3-2 win over JD. I think that put Stinger through.
So here are the results. I'm just waiting on the updated tables. When I get those tables, I will share them so that we can all take a peek as we get ready for the draw for the next matches, which is going to be a lot of fun. So stay tuned. It's only going to get more and more stressful for some of our participants, which is what we're here for. Entertaining. It's going to be more entertaining for us. That's why we're here. Right. But yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. Anything that, looking back at the group stage, guys, I think this is the coming out party of the new striker list. That's sort of my summary of it. And we got to see really how people feel about those who are on celebrity shows? What are your thoughts, Tony?
Yeah, I mean, we've had it all, haven't we? In terms of performances, I think we've seen. I've got a selection of the groups at the minute. We've seen Maladin be secured in a playoff spot and finish bottom. We've seen Mozza start bottom and just about get there, but not quite get through. We've seen a sort of redemption arc for Stinger, going 0-2 at the start and then getting himself into second place. I think Sweet Left Foot has had a bit of a bad time. He's not going to really enjoyed his time out this month, and yeah, then we probably have to. We'll leave Luke's strikerless tactic out of it because it's phenomenal, right? It's phenomenal, but it only works if you draft well. Okay. Yeah. What we need to focus on people like Reese, who's the debutant. He's come in, he's qualified. Focus on Trek, who's been out for a while. He's come back in, he's qualified. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, look at that. That's the really, really important stuff that we're taking away from today. And so far, amazing tournament. Tournament.
Unbelievable tournament. I mean, I had from Group A, Sweet Left Foot, Stinger, and Luke to go through. So obviously we've got Trek in place of Sweet Left Foot, and then in Group B, I had Reese, Mozza, and Hood to go through. So again, Pumpster's replaced Mozza, but totally agree with Tony. You know, my experience so far on this show, I'm absolutely loving it. Thank you guys for making it what it is as well, and I can't wait for the knockouts.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. So here's a last look at the groups. Thank you very much, Mozza, for not only closing up your stream after losing a tournament, but also being harassed to give me screenshots at the same time. So thank you very much, Mozza. A big shout out to those who are rating in. Massive thank you as well. There is your qualifiers. So I'm just going to go back and look. I know no one wants to talk about it, but we're going to go back and look at those predictions just real quick. So in Group A, Alice, you had said Sweet Left Foot. Tony, you'd said Luke. Leemo, Luke. And Scoot, Sweet Left Foot. So the panel is 50% correct. So that's a passing grade. We've done really well there. Group B, I said Maladin, so didn't do well there. Leemo, you had actually given me the top three. So Reese, Mozza, and Hood. One of three, unfortunately. Tony, you had Hood, Pumpster, and Mozza. So 2 out of 3. And Alice, you had Mozza winning this group. So unfortunately, just outside there for the gaffer there. But you know, these are tough. These predictions are always very, very tough. So it's just fun to go look back at it. And I actually
as well originally went with Reese, and I was like, oh, actually, no, maybe I'll go with Mozza. And now shows what I know. But fair play to Reese as well. By the way, I've not spotted unbeaten as well for a debutant. True. So well played.
Very well played. Very, very well played.
Only 2 teams unbeaten, Reese and Luke.
I mean, look at that goal difference though, plus 15 for Luke.
Yeah,
that's
wow.
It's borderline offensive, isn't it? Like
it's I was going to say it's a little offensive, you know, if I'm honest. But here is what we're going to look for in the quarterfinals, guys. So let me bring this up so you guys can see the matchups that are coming our way. So again, thank you very much to Mozza for providing screenshots here. But there is the draws for the first 2 games for the knockouts here. We have Trek playing against Hood and Stinger facing off against Reese. So what we usually do here on the panel is we try to split if we can. So first half we'll probably watch one of the 2 games, and then the second half of the other. But before we get into these games, do we want to make predictions here? Or do we want to just have a little conversation around what we think is going to happen in these games? I'll start with you, Alice. What comes to mind first when you see the quarterfinal draws?
This quarterfinal, this draw is going to be an exciting one. I think looking at what we've seen so far, Reese is probably going to knock out Stinger. I'm confident that having not lost a game, it's quite impressive. And from what we've seen, debutants have a very good chance in this tournament. So I'm definitely going with Reese for that one. And I think the other one, I think it kind of has to be our reigning champion Hood.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we're discounting the idea then that Stinger, who's on 3 on the bounce, is now gonna bottle. I mean, he's coming at that with a lot of confidence. I think Reese has done fantastic, but I think Stinger's potentially found the flaws in his tactic now, and I think he's worked it out. So I think Stinger comes into that pretty confident, really. I would probably back Stinger. I think it's going to be close, but I'll back Stinger. And I think Hood's going to Trek the distance. But I think he's just going to sneak it. Although Trek's formation and tactic looks really, really solid. Looks really, really solid. Yeah, I've said Hood from the start, so I'm gonna stick with him. But yeah, it's going to be a great game to watch as well.
Leemo, any thoughts before we talk about just coverage for the next couple of games here?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Tony. I think that the momentum is with Stinger at the minute, and I know what that's like to have that momentum behind you in the tournament. It's crucial. It's important, especially coming out the group stages, going into the knockouts. You've got 3 wins on the bounce. That players' morale, it's going to do you well. Reese not losing is a good sign, but you know, I think the momentum is going to go with Stinger, and I think Trek looks strong enough to me with that formation with the 4-2-2-2. I think he looks stronger to cause an upset with the current reigning champion.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot to look forward to, and it's one of those things where we can talk as much as we want about what we think might happen. FM will decide what's going to happen, and it's always that's the fun part is that we don't really know what's going to go down. So my proposal in terms of the way that we're going to cover this is I think we haven't seen Hood yet. So I'm going to say we look at Hood for the first half of that match, and then we'll see Reese for the second half of that match. So in terms of coverage, we don't need everybody on every one of them. So I'm going to say, Leemo, if you don't mind keeping us up to date on Stinger and Reese in the first half, and Tony, if you don't mind keeping us up to date on Trek and Hood when we switch over, that would be great. And Alice, if you just want to provide commentary, and then we'll switch it around for the next one. So don't need to bring both games up and add in the bits. It was just more around. There's not enough games to go around to everyone, so we have to share. I feel like I'm a school teacher again here, but I'm going to go ahead and bring on Hood Gaming. And for those who don't realize, Hood is the participant who is on YouTube. So if you haven't gone over to the YouTube to give this man a sub, this is a great opportunity to do that. I'm just going to go ahead and get him set up here now. But the tension is real. This is one game, do or die type situation. So this is where dreams end, really. And those who didn't have the dream start to believe. So it's a really fun time. And for those who are watching and you haven't participated in the tournament, maybe you thought about it, maybe you're like, I'd like to be part of a draft thing. This is an open tournament. You can go to our Twitter, you can sign up and submit your information to be part of this tournament. If you're interested in sharing things, retweeting, or if you want to be part of the team and help out wherever we need help, definitely let us know. This is a community tournament. We really like to focus on bringing in new faces as well as rewarding those who do well. If you're inclined for it, give it a shot. You might just have a blast. Or it could be the most traumatizing experience of your life, depending. But that's FM, so it's not like it's a surprise. It's not us that'll do it. It's just FM. So. But we're getting started, heading into the games now. If you could let me know, Leemo, when they start the other game, just
will do.
And good luck to everybody, and a big thank you once again to everybody who's hung out on the panel and chat, and for all the viewers out there who are enjoying themselves. I hope that you guys are having a great Sunday. This is a wonderful way to sit back and relax with some good folks across the FM community. And one last thing I should mention, actually, while we have a moment, is in February, there is an event coming up. It's a charity event done for Game Blast. And if anyone remembers last year, it's called the FM Blast, basically, where we do one save that is shared through people who are streaming for 24 to 48 to 72 hours, depending on how many people we have. Everyone does 2-3 hours. There's lots of different charity bonuses. People donate. You have to do certain things like resign or shave your leg or whatever ridiculous thing that people come up with. And it's a lot of fun. And the team actually plays second across the entire world, I believe, in terms of donations, which was really cool. And it helps loads of people with different types of disabilities play video games and be able to hang out with their friends and just play a game and not feel like they're any different than anyone else, which is an incredible feeling for those who sometimes feel on the outside looking in, whether it's from physical or mental disabilities. So it's a great cause. If you're looking for that information, I'm just going to drop the Twitter into the chat. We are looking for as many people as possible to be part of that event. It is a lot of fun, and it is absolutely nuts. Like, people resign 3 or 4 times, they change saves, they add leagues, they sim to something, and then you get a save handed to you, and they go, here you go. Here's a steaming pile of I don't know what's going on. Enjoy. And it just keeps going. It's a lot of fun. So anyway, I just wanted to get that in there before we start, because it's a really fun event. And if we could do it and beat I forget who it was. I think it was actual Sega. That's correct. It was the actual Sega sponsored charity group that we could not beat. But we're coming for you, Sega. Guys who own the rights for FM. Don't worry about that. You publish the game, just and Moz has also dropped the link there as well. The team will be created in the Just Giving page as well, which allows you to track your progress, have a little competition in between the two. And I get to confuse all my friends and family by sending them requests for things in sterling pound. So that's always fun. And no, don't do that. I brought it up. Don't give Mazza the points. I promoted this. Donate through me. I'm not set up yet, so go through Mazza. But here we are. We're headed into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think we're just having a wipe. I think Mazza's was just completing a wipe.
Okay. The injury wipe is complete. For those who don't know what that means, it basically means before we head into the knockouts, we do kind of a nice little thing, and we wipe all of the injuries that are existing on the squad so that they get a fresh start for the knockouts. And then chances are someone will have a training injury the day after the game. And they'll be like, can I have a wipe? So tactically, nothing shocking I don't think we're going to see with these groups. I don't think we're going to see strikerless from any of these 4.
No, I think they're definitely sticking with tactics that they've used throughout the tournament so far, which makes sense. Like, obviously, if you need to be confident in what you're doing. And yeah, I think there doesn't seem to be too many changes from what I've seen in terms of the setups either. No sort of like personnel surprises either. So although Pumpster saying a few key players missing for Hood, Aymar out, Babiaro out, and who else is out at the bottom there? It's just moved off the screen.
Those suspensions?
Someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, suspensions or injuries, I think, possibly. No, suspensions it must be, yeah.
Yeah, it has to be suspensions. Those card accumulations can kill you significantly when you come into some of these matches. But it's that thing of you need the player to play the games in group stage so that you can get to where you get.
Yeah. And again, this is when it comes down to who you drafted, who's your backups. Like, are your backups similar style players to the players you could be losing? Yeah.
So here we go. I'm excited. Hood and Trek on the main screen. And Leemo's going to keep us up to date with the other match. So Stinger and Reese. And again, guys, if you're interested in following any of these participants, you can use the command in the chat. It'll list out all the URLs for you. Definitely go give them a follow. Show some love. Make someone's day. It's all about it. Who's the one who's thinking here?
Trek's just talking.
See, this is where we all see the one person up in the corner, and the pressure gets added. What are you doing? Why?
Reese has still got a couple of injuries, so I'm not sure his wipe doesn't appear to have worked.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not sure.
Waiting on Stinger apparently. Right, so give me 2 seconds. I was going to the bathroom. Was it?
Yeah. No worries.
They've got Canio still injured, and Takanadi still injured as well.
Okay, just taking a quick update of participant chatter here, just seeing if there's anything going on. Yeah, suspension's still there. Injuries have been wiped, so anything that's left shouldn't be an injury. But it's FM, so we'll see if there's anything coming back. They're chatting with Mazza in the chat if there's anything going on. So
yeah.
There's currently a conversation between Omega Luke and Mike on Twitter, where it's quite unfortunate for poor Mike. He's asking Luke if he wants 2 sugars or not.
Oh, and then Mazza, I'm looking, sorry, not Mazza, Maladin had a tweet where he was at the top of the table. Yikes.
It was quite a lot of savage results there, especially towards the end. Because I think it was Group B was closer than it looked at the end. And in fact, both of them were, with the exception of Luke completely dominating. It wasn't far off. Anyone could have qualified at the end, with the exception of poor Mike.
Oh yeah, it's the tough moments, but suspension's wiped for semis, sweet enough. I don't know. I check with Mazza. I don't think they do. Could be wrong. Oh, we've become to the point where we actually have bots in the channel. That's amazing. Wow. So going through the press conferences now. Don't say the wrong thing. It's a morale manager, guys. And I'll just quickly take care of the bot there. There we go. Perfect. Here we go, guys. The beginning of the quarterfinals. The nerves are there. Hands are in the air. This is a pretty standard. I've seen this a few times throughout tournaments where you're stressed and the hands go on the head. Like Stinger does the one hand. For me, I just crawl into a ball and start crying under the desk. That's the best way to handle it, in my opinion.
Reese has moved David Beckham into the middle of the park. Interesting.
Just breaking rules left and right. Omega Luke has inspired it. Find the new meta. Find the way to beat the Luke tactic.
Defenderless. That's the way to do it.
I think anyone that does have to go up against Luke in the next round needs to do something different. They can't keep doing what they're doing. They have to do something different. But the question is, do they know what to do? Do they even know what Luke's doing right now? Have they been keeping up with the other scores? Do they know that he's strikerless at the moment?
I'm pretty sure that's probably been filtered through very, very quickly into that chat. And if you're up against Luke next, I would be amazed if your chat are not going, have you considered X, Y, and Z? But at the same time, don't get sucked in. Don't get sucked into to all that. You've still got to run your own race, and you've got to be confident in your ability. So it is that thing, stick or twist.
It's a lot of the one thing I think that you just kind of have to keep in mind when you go through these tournaments is there's going to be hiccups, there's going to be bugs, FM might do something weird. It's a lot of adjust on the fly and be comfortable adjusting on the fly and knowing that it's a simple adjustment and not to just change everything every single second.
We've got a goal. We've got Stinger 1-0 up. Stinger has taken the lead.
Wow. Stinger up already. That momentum is moving right into the knockout rounds.
Rivaldo with the cross and finds Ronaldo. Great finish.
Great partnership, that, isn't it? Rivaldo and Ronaldo. You'll take that.
Some dream partnerships, I think, have been created in this draft. That's for sure.
Yeah. Danny Mills, for example.
I love it because I didn't really know who he was, and I probably wouldn't have ever really known what he was unless he was drafted and I was told about. And so now I know. I know the beauty of Mills. Not a lot happening on the main screen yet. It's still 0-0 in the 22nd minute here.
Mm-hmm. It's been all Hood, though, hasn't it, really, as well?
Mm-hmm.
Trek's just sort of sitting back and taking it, but
the only
that's
question
1-0.
is he's onside, so it's 1-0. Hood up over Trek, the 23rd minute. He's very happy with that, as you should
Pippo
be.
Inzaghi doing what he does best.
Is that Roy Keane giving the ball away?
Yeah.
It was a great interception by Cafu. He kind of timed it perfectly to get that ball.
It really made it look easy, just like it was there for him. He's like, oh, yeah, thank you. Perfect. Thanks, Roy. Oh, that's when Roy jumps on the guy. Just start, whatever Roy does. Time to go out the other match there.
Stinger. Corner from Stinger's just gone over the bar. It's another pause. He's making some changes to his set pieces. It's still 1-0 Stinger with 24 minutes.
Oh, when the keeper walks out of his box down there, I get so worried. So many times, I'll just pass it across in front of all the defense. Oh,
well, I'm not entirely sure if you know, Scoots, but Hood's goalkeeper Hans-Jörg Butt has penalty taking attribute of 18. Penalty taking attribute.
Wow.
Once famously scored a penalty and then from the restart got lobbed. He's running back to celebrate. The opposition lobbed him from the halfway line. He hadn't got back in goal in time.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look that up later. That's a clip I need to see. That's hilarious. Even extra worry about why he's wandering.
Not much happening here. We've got a throw in for Stinger. It's a cross in. It's cleared away.
Ngazi, 2-0.
Cafu is absolutely deadly from that right-hand side so far. That there's two amazing crosses into the strikers.
Yeah,
really nice.
That
really nice.
Wing back on attack, isn't it? Like getting up to the byline. He's got everything. Cafu. He's got pace. He's got power. He's got crossing, dribbling. And then Inzaghi getting up to head that in past the keeper. Very nice goal. Very nice goal indeed.
So approaching half here. So what we'll do is we'll end up switching over to Reese's stream for the second half of their match, just because he hasn't been on the main stream yet. We do like to try and ensure everyone gets a chance share their content and their setup here on the main screen.
Yeah, Trex
corner just gone wide from Stinger.
Trek's chatting now saying, look, the formation isn't your formation isn't working against what Hood's got, because obviously Trek's very narrow and Hood's playing with width. So Trek's now got an option, to think, what do I do? Because he's not out of the game. 2-0, you're not out of it, but he needs to do something, because if he's playing very, very narrow, if he keeps doing this, it's just going to end badly.
Here we are at halftime.
Halftime between Stinger and Reese. Stat-wise, has had the better of the game. But yeah, Stinger's 1-0 up, and that's half time.
So we're tuned in with Reese now. Back to Twitch. Because we are a platform agnostic event.
Hashtag everyone welcome.
Yeah, everyone welcome. Though I'm sure there's the second that someone comes up with I'm on TikTok. Okay,
3-0 Hood. Inzaghi's got a hat trick. He's doing the Heskies. Free kick from deep, and Trek's got his head in his hands already.
Pain.
Absolute the free
pain.
kick.
I'm not sure. Actually, Trek's pulled one back now. It's 3-1. It has counted as well.
As soon as I switch.
Roberto Baggio again. There's a ball in from out wide, and Baggio takes it down in past the goalkeeper. 3-1.
I'm sitting here like, oh yeah, thanks. Just after I switched off, you start scoring all the goals. I see how it is.
Yeah. He's gone, everyone. He's gone.
Yeah. No one needs to see that. But Ngazi, I mean, 3 goals. He's having a game.
Oh, it's 4.
I saw Trek's reaction. Hands to head, just a little bit, Come on now.
Corner comes in, Lillian 2-round with the header. Nothing you do about that.
Yeah. Those are those times, where you hear the chants where it's like, well, let's pretend we scored, and the whole crowd goes nuts, even though you're losing 5-0. Pain. So it looks like Stinger and Reese has started back up. I think Reese is missing a player. I think what's happened is when the injury wipe occurred, one of his starting players disappeared from the squad. He's not injured. He's not suspended.
He's been wiped.
He's just gone. So if you're wondering why he has that up instead of the game, I think that's what's happening, and there's a little frustration around that. So I'm just gonna probably switch over to the.
Wasn't there one playoffs? Oh, Veron's just made it 4-2 for Trek. I was about to say, wasn't there one playoffs where someone had to sign a contract during the actual playoffs, otherwise their player was going to leave before the end of the tournament?
Yeah, like there's some weird things, and I think we all know Maz is a pretty good database whiz. He creates the Scotland lower league database, and it's one of those things where it seems like every time we go through a tournament, there's something new. Something weird, and so unfortunately I feel bad for Reese, because that's really frustrating, especially in one of these tournaments. But it's just something that is, we like to use the opportunity to call attention to it, because we think this is a growing popularity mode, and we think it's something that SI could probably spend a little bit more time focusing on for those type of things. But it is what it is, unfortunately. It's one of those moments where you just sort of have to shrug your shoulders at FM and go, yeah, what can I do?
I think we've all had that happen to us, whether it be in these draft tournaments. And I think the best thing to do is just, it's a game at the end of the day. There's going to be issues. I know it's tough, but, it's just trying to accept it and try and move on as quickly as you can.
Yeah, Hood's now trying to lock this game out. He's going defensive, 5 at the back now.
It is still 1-1 in the Reese Stinger game. We've gone back to that on the main screen here, just so we can see the action. So 1-1. It is still very, very tight. Stinger is up on the XG, though. And obviously, Reese is having to deal with one less player that he needed, which is really, really frustrating for sure. But you overcome it, it becomes a story. You go, the game tried to screw me, and I showed the game what's what, right? That's what we want.
Well, bear in mind that he's only here because the AI got him here.
That's true.
The AI is now going, I give with one hand, I take with the other. Do we know who he's lost? Do we know who he's lost?
His starting advanced mid left fielder. I don't know. Midfield on the left. I'm going to ask. Moz is just laughing in chat at you. So 71st minute, it's still 1-1. The other game, what's the score there?
4-2 full time, yeah,
over. Okay, so we just got this game left. And honestly, there's a lot of nerves on this one for a lot of different reasons. Reese's team in the red, Stinger in the blue. Even without that extra little fun from FM, this is an intense matchup. Being this close with this little time left, this is where squeaky bum time starts.
Yeah, we said this was going to be tight, though, didn't we? What a header that is!
What a header, Rivaldo. That's what you get with Rivaldo. What a goal!
Yeah.
2-1 for Stinger. There's about 15 minutes left. There's still time.
Yeah, it's not over.
Time.
That's a great header from that angle, though, isn't it?
Really nice angle, actually, yeah. Now, I would love to know who the player was he's missing, because if it's his top scorer, like that just compounds the pain.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there's still time. Reese, lots of time. Oh my God.
Oof.
That was close. And now he's got an injury to his striker. Ouch.
He's not a happy chappy.
The question is, who'd you put on, Mark Viduka or Di Canio? Is that Di Canio? Yeah.
Yeah,
it's Di Canio. Yeah.
Yeah. Which one of those do you put on here instead?
I'd probably go Viduka personally. But then if he's lacking for a player out wide, you could maybe put Di Canio out wide as well. Or maybe go. Maybe he needs to just throw everything. You've got 5 minutes to go. Chuck everything on, like sacrifice. You know, you've got a centre back there who's aggressive, and you've got a full back who's tiring, a wing back who's tiring. Just chuck everything. You've got 5 minutes to do or die now. Like, what are you going to lose?
That's what I would do. Put as many guys up front who could do something aggressive. Everyone move forward, direct as possible.
Yeah,
and just hope.
Yeah, you're knockout football now. So,
ooh, that was so close.
You need Beckham to step up to the plate in those situations or in those free kicks. Otherwise, you're just not going to get anything from your set pieces.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you've got someone like him in your team. You're there. So having a set piece that's going to work really could make the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you sat there like 5 minutes to go. He's still got one player up front. He's got two strikers on the bench. You know, give it a go. And unfortunately, it's just not been enough, sadly.
No,
but good, very, very good performance though. Given the fact he's a debutant, done very well. Unbeaten in the group stages and taken Stinger to the death. So we said it was going to be tight. Well played.
Yeah, I have to agree. You know, it's the first time in a tournament. You don't know what to expect, and he did really well to get through in the qualifiers. He looked really confident. He was unbeaten, right? So, you know, Omega Luke sort of stole the show in terms of the way his tactic performed. But I would say, you know, any other day, Reese is right in there at that conversation of the dominance. So great tournament, Reese. Unfortunate result, frustrating result for sure. But, you know, good luck to you in the next one, because we know you'll be back. And Stinger moves on. Hood moves on, and another shout out as well, Trek. Great showing. We love having Trek dragging him back to Twitch every so often. You know, he loves his YouTube, great content on YouTube, but we love to drag him back to Twitch for some of these fun live events. So a big shout out to Trek as well for being part of this. It was, you know, a lot of fun watching those games. Bringing up the results here just so everybody has it. And thank you very much to our graphics team. They even put in the goals and the time that the goals were scored. You'll absolutely love it. Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate the help from our, could I just say production team? Feel like it's professional enough these days. But thank you very much for the graphics. Any thoughts on the quarterfinals we haven't talked about yet? I'll start with you, Leemo.
I mean, Hood Gaming, you know, he's bossed it there, hasn't he? You know, hat-trick from Inzaghi. Nice to see. Unlucky Trek. I thought Trek might have just been strong enough, but you know, judging by what the chat was saying there, his tactics just wasn't up to scratch compared to what Hub brought to the table. Stinger, you know, I said that momentum would be with him. Obviously, Reese feels hard done by. It is what it is. It's the end of the day. It's a game. We move on, and it's tough. But it'll be good to see Stinger, you know, going into the semis. Be interesting to see who he's playing. And then obviously Hood, good result for him. He smashed at the end.
Tony, any thoughts on the quarters?
Yeah, I agree with what Leemo says, to be honest. I think, Trek's done fantastic. I think looking at the options he had when he was trying to change formation, it seemed like he had narrow, and it was up against wide players. But you know, at the end of the day, like that's just what it is. That's one of those things. Like, you know, he's obviously worked those tactics before. He knows they work. He's drafted accordingly. He's just been come up against Hood, who is, you know, a really, really good tactician. Like, so it's just one of those games. You know, he's done himself proud. He's come here. He's done well. And as I say, you know, we'll fly the flag for Reese. Fantastic performance on his debut, and as I say, there takes Stinger to the death, and that's no mean achievement. You know, Stinger's very, very tactically astute as well. So yeah, I think in terms of quarterfinals so far, very good.
Alice, any thoughts on the quarterfinals?
I feel bad for both Trek and Reese. They've done amazing in this tournament so far. They've fought hard, and they both fought hard in that game as well. But fair play to both Hood and Stinger. They've done equally as better. And Hood just had Trek's number in that, and like without even trying, unfortunately. And there was nothing Trek could do about it. Stinger, fair play to him. He just outplayed Reese, but it was a close game, and I feel bad for Reese there.
I agree. But the thing about this though, like imagine this time last year, like Trek and Reese would be in the semis. And that's the thing. The standard of competitor is just stepping up all the time now. That, you know, playing like the way those two boys did today would have been enough last year. You know, and that's like, you know, testament to everyone who's been spending their years drafting. So again, you know, everyone who can who's performed this afternoon deserves to hold their head up high. You know, I think that have all done really, really well.
It's been a heartbreaking but exciting quarterfinals. You know, I wouldn't expect anything less from FM. It's sort of what it does. Breaks hearts and weaves stories that we all love to follow, right? So are you guys interested in knowing who's in the semifinals and what the draws are? I mean, we know who's there, but are you interested in seeing who's playing and who's playing who? Because I have that information, and I might just be willing to share it. But I'm excited. I think there's going to be a big matchup here. So first one is Pumpster versus Hood, and then you have Stinger versus Omega Luke. I'm going to go ahead and throw out a suggestion that we're going to start with the Stinger Omega Luke matchup to see where that goes. If that's still tight at half, we'll make a decision then around the second half. But that's a big matchup there. The momentum of Stinger versus the tactic of Luke. I'll start with you, Alice. What is jumping out to you when you see these two matchups for the semifinals?
Hood Luke final. That's what I'm seeing right now. Repeat of last season. But I think the main difference in this one is I think Luke's going to win it after Hood. Luke's tactic is just too strong for anyone, I think, and it'll be interesting to see Hood's wide tactic in this one, but it's a final over Hood and Luke again.
So here's the interesting thing. Okay, now we've got Hood, Stinger, and Pumpster in the semis. I am confident. I don't know as much about Pumpster as I do about Hood and Stinger. I'm confident that those two boys there, Hood and Stinger, have got a strikerless defensive tactic. Pumpster probably has as well. So I don't think it's all plain sailing for Luke at this point. We called it at the start, said it's going to be Hood Luke 2. I'm still standing by that. But if Stinger's still in the game at half time, then we've got a match and a half to watch, haven't we?
Yeah, it's almost kind of feels like there's a final in the semifinal a little bit, just based on the experience that you know these participants have. We've seen them in a number of tournaments do well, so it's I'm kind of really excited for this. The storyline going into this is a lot of fun. Tactic versus experience, in a sense.
And also, they've both played each other in the groups.
Yep.
So like rematches already,
right? Like it's one of those things where you're not coming against somebody you haven't played. You've seen it. Now you've learned a little bit. It's a totally different experience than if I drew Tony in a quarter and I'd never played. I'd be like, I don't know, whatever, right? Like,
yeah,
it's a little bit more intense.
Leemo, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, Hood, he looks on fire, doesn't he, at the minute? You know, again, Stinger's got that momentum. I agree. If Luke if Stinger, is still in the game at half time, we could see a very, very different semi-final there coming from Stinger. But he's got to counteract that strikerless. Has he got a plan? We'll have to wait and see. You know, he's experienced. We know he's a great tactician. Hopefully, you know, he can find something and give himself a chance of getting through. I'm going to go with Pumpster and Luke to go through.
The interesting thing as well that we've not seen, I don't think, Luke get an injury or have to do anything. Like, the tactic's just there and it's not had to change. Like, what happens if at halftime Stinger's still in that match? What's Luke's plan B? He will have one, but what is it? That's going to be interesting to work out.
So Luke is going to be missing Owen for the next match. He got injured after the wipe, if it appears.
We've just said about injuries.
So I'm still not 100% sure it's going to affect this game, the outcome of this coming game, but it's still of note.
It's going to be interesting to see who he puts in there then instead of Owen, because Owen's pace is like terrifying from midfield. So it's going to be interesting to see who he puts in place of him.
Yeah. And apparently Pumpster has lost Zanetti as well.
The hashtag the right Zanetti.
This is like what I always say. It's like FM, it's like it's listening. It's like, oh, you just did an injury wipe? Cool. Here's some injuries. You know? So it always adds a little bit of flair to the matchup. So I'm excited. We're tuned in now. We're looking through Luke's stream. So that'll be the lens that we watch this matchup through, at least initially. I'm going to ask you, Alice, if you could keep us up to date on the Pumpster and Hood matchup throughout. And then at half, we'll have a little chat, see if we want to jump games and how we want things to go. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Awesome. Let's go. This is the pressure's on now for this meta.
Just looking at Stinger's tactic. He's really packing out that midfield. He's gone for a 4-3-2-1. He's got 3 centre mids, 2 attacking mids. So he's really packing out that midfield to try and counteract Luke's tactic.
He's a disciple of Bust the Net, isn't he? Like, he knows he is a tactician. He will know how to go against strikerless. So this is kind of the opponent that Luke needs right now, because it's been plain sailing so far. Now it's like always that thing that when people say, "Oh, I play strikerless," and it's like, right, okay, that's cool, but what happens when it doesn't work? Like, how do you if you stay with the strikerless formation? What do you do? How do you tweak it? Like, so it's going to be interesting to see how that happens then for Luke.
There is the plan B, you know.
Yeah,
that's a good question. Because I'm sitting, I'm like, do you even have a plan B, or do you just go back to something more normal?
Exactly, yeah, and his normal not working. That's why you've gone for strikerless. Like, do you go to a standard 4-4-2? Do a 4-3-3? Like, what's your plan B? You know, or can you just tweak the roles and the instructions to keep that strikerless tactic working?
Yeah, the pressure. I feel like, okay. So here's the question: is the pressure on Luke, or is the pressure on Stinger in that matchup?
That's 100% on Luke. He's coming in this 5-0. Like, Stinger's got nothing to lose at all. Like, Stinger's dug himself out of like the doldrums, got himself through. Like, if you'd have said at the end of match day 2, Stinger, you'll be in the final against Luke, he would have laughed at you straight away. He'd be like, no chance. So the pressure is 100% on Luke. And of course, he was runner-up last season as well. So yeah, it's Luke's all just piled up on his wonderfully beautiful shoulders.
Hey, well, that's why he hits the gym. You know, he wrestles. He can carry all the weight, right? That's the thing. I mean, speaking of gyms, I mean, Stinger just opened one, so maybe he's about to show him what's what. But the other matchup now, who's got the pressure there? And I'll ask you, Alice.
In this matchup, it is definitely Hood. I don't think Pumpster came into this expecting to get to the semi-finals, but I think Hood has come into this expecting to win. And so it's definitely on Hood. Pumpster, he looks happy. They're having a chat in the Discord, and they both seem ready and up for this. It's going to be a great game, and I think it's going to be closer than maybe I initially stated, but still stand by Hood winning this one.
I think it's going to be closer than the last time they played each other in the league as well. I don't think it's going to be quite the sort of the score line that it was. So yeah, it's going to be interesting.
So here we go. FM playoff semifinal, the first FM playoffs of 2022. And we are using a 20-year-old player database to celebrate, which is a lot of fun. So again, big thank you to everybody who's been tuned in, watching this on your Sunday. Much thanks. We appreciate you being here. And again, if you're interested in taking part, definitely make some waves, find our Twitter account, and drop in an application if you want to be part of the fun, if we can call it that. Sometimes it's a lot of stress, but it's always worth it at the end. It's a lot of fun. So Stinger has just decided to stay with his narrow approach. Not going to match it. So here we go. Very close right off the bat. I honestly think that if FM ever needed a new logo, it could just be people with their hands on their heads staring at their computer, stressed. Because it's a default. Right? All the hands on the head, right? Yeah. Oh, I loved it.
In comedy, there's like the comedian's pose of like sort of ruffling their hair. Like it's just like that, but that.
You're giving us the secrets now, Tony. So nothing really happening here through 12, 13 minutes on our side. Pretty quiet. Yeah. No shots on target.
Same in the Pumpster Hood game as well. Nothing really going on either.
So Pumpster it's still early days, but Pumpster's talking about how his last game with Hood, he hit the post 4 times and he just hit it again there. So it seems like he may have a bit of be a bit unlucky here. But they're both playing with players that they didn't play with the last time they met due to injuries and suspension. So the teams are a bit different, which might make the scoreline might affect the scoreline quite significantly.
It's just funny because I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, if you count up all the disallowed goals and the posts from Pumpster, you got quite the number.
He's just gone close there as well. Got a corner, but it's cleared away.
Getting build up play here. There's a break. It looks like Omega Luke has gone up 1-0. There's no VAR coming up. The tactic up 1-0 over Stinger, 25th minute. Really nice ball. Boyer playing it through to Svenchenko. I'm hopefully saying that somewhat correctly, with a really nice goal, no doubt about it.
Goal is a goal for Pumpster against Hood. It finally came. It was a McManaman, fantastic run by McManaman, just slots it past the keeper. Pumpster's been talking about how this is the Alamo, and he finally got his goal.
It's great dribble, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. Picks the ball up deep and just drives at the defense.
Yeah.
So 1-0.
So now we're interested to see what Hood's got.
We've got a pause now from Stinger. So Stinger is probably diving into his tactics after it's interesting because if you look at the XG, it's not that far apart. I'm intrigued to see what Stinger does here. I really don't know what I would do. I think I would just pack the middle.
Well,
I don't think you can play aggressively.
Yeah. Hood has got one back. It's Poyet on the edge of the area. It was a bit of a counter attack by Hood that came to nothing, but it was then well worked back into the box by Alba.
Brilliant strike at the edge there, isn't it?
100%, yeah. And it is currently Pumpster 1 and Hood 1.
Yeah, I think it's the 3rd goal Poyet scored in this tournament, and they've all been there or thereabouts, that sort of like edge of the area strike. So, the old AMC rule firing up again.
It was another close chance by Pumpster. He's a bit unlucky here. It ended up as an offside, but it's a fantastic game so far.
That's good, isn't it? All
Game
action.
has restarted. We've got Stinger making a slight adjustment. I can't quite see the tact. I think he's gone strikerless. A different formation of strikerless.
Stinger's actually got bust the net in his chat. Just
scheming. They're scheming.
Yoda and it's basically Obi-Wan and Luke are in.
Oh my word! Pumster has had an absolute blinder of a shot by, I think it was Seedorf. It went just about over, but it was an absolute blistering strike.
He smashed it from about 40 yards as well.
Yeah.
I was just seeing that. I was like, wow, that almost it just needed the dip just a little bit, and it would have been a beautiful, beautiful goal.
Again, there's an actual Clarence Seedorf goal for AC Milan where he scores from about that distance in real life, and it's like, yeah, he can do it.
So my suggestion for the second half, I think, is that we haven't seen Pumpster on the screen yet. So I was going to suggest we swap over to Pumpster's view of his game. Alice or Tony, if you're comfortable, you could swap over to the other game, keep us up to date with Luke versus Stinger, or you could stay with
I'll go ahead
the
and
journey, whatever you want to do. But I did want to bring Pumpster up because the facial expression and position right now is absolutely the logo for FM.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of stress. It's 68th minute. It's still 1-1. There hasn't been a lot of highlights since the halftime. Is there have they started the other game, or is there still tactical decisions being made by
still tactical decisions being made? It looks like Stinger is going strikerless. It looks like it. A forward line of Ronaldo, Rivaldo, Mehmet Scholl.
Yeah, it's slightly different to Omega Luke's further upfield, but it is strikerless.
Yeah. Fight fire with fire, isn't it?
I think so.
Tony, fantastic comment in chat. I think you should take a peek at it.
Stinger scores a goal against Luke to pull it back 1-1. It was a great run by Rivaldo. He gets into the box, nets on the left, gets it past the keeper. It's 1-1.
Yeah, I'm
as soon as I switch, this is what happens, right? So,
who'd have thought a team with Javier Zanetti would get further than one with Cristiano Zanetti? Exactly. Hashtag the wrong Zanetti.
So 1-1 in both matches right now. Couldn't be more intense.
It was it wasn't so much Rivaldo being a good play by Rivaldo, more a mistake by Sagno. He missed what should have been quite an easy header, and then Rivaldo got on the end of it and then got the goal.
But it's obviously that strikerless drop off that's forced Sanyol to come too far, and that's obviously why he's missed it. So now it's interesting. Now it's like, oh, that comfort of beating everyone with my tactic and not having to change anything. You get a guy like Stinger, disappears behind a tactical screen for a while and comes out and gets a goal, right? So
it's basically what we talked about before these games. We said whoever's going to beat Luke has to do something different. They can't keep doing what they've been doing, and Stinger has done that. He's come out of the gates and leveled it, and it's turned into a closer game than we would have otherwise thought.
Yeah, and now, as we say, it all goes back onto Luke going, right, what are you going to do? Like, do you just stick with what you've got? Like, do you believe enough in this, or has Stinger got your number?
I'm so hesitant to make changes in drafts. Like, I would be so conflicted if I was Luke. I'd be like, well, it worked well for 90% of the period, but because of this 8% now, or 2%, or whatever it is at the time, do I change it now? It's an elimination game. Do I have to make the move? Right? Like, there's a goal.
Hood right at the death.
Wow. In the 90th minute, Hood.
Wow.
Pumster's face says it all, really, doesn't it?
It really does.
Yeah.
the thing is he was already on edge, because as soon as you enter that time, that last 5 minutes of regulation and added time, we all get on edge. And as soon as there's a highlight, it's not a good thing. We don't feel happy about seeing a highlight if we're trying to see out a game at that point.
Yeah.
There's the replay. Really nice ball forward. He's got lots of space.
Oh.
No mistake.
Yeah, seeing a player like Donny that far ahead, like in real life, you probably wouldn't see that. So
Yeah.
So Stinger's now gone with 4 players up top, and then an asymmetric midfield as well. So he's really trying to go and take Luke. Going, right, what have you got? What's your striker list got? Like, you know,
just looking at both their faces, it's so intense. Like, Luke's thinking he's making some tweaks now. Stinger's just, what can I do? It's just great. It's great stuff.
Yeah, well, we've replaced, Luke's replaced Michael Owen with Tedesco. It's not, you're not really getting like for like, are you?
I mean, no. I can't really add anything to that. They're completely different players, but they're going into the same spot anyway.
Yeah.
Same role, doesn't matter. It's about playing to the tactic. So he's doubled down on the tactic. Really, is what the decision I think that Luke has done here is. He's gone, no, I've been comfortable. The 90% is going to see me through.
Yeah, there's some players on Stinger's bench as well: Anelka, Hierro, Perlo, Perez, Mihailovic, Ziga. Like, he's got a starting 11 on his bench.
And the game is over. Hood has beaten Pumpster with that heartbreaking 90th minute goal, 2-1. But you know what? Big shout out to Pumpster. Not only have you been the guy behind the scenes for Curdy in his drafts and his success, but here you are getting to the semifinals in the FM playoffs. We know you will be back again, Pumpster. And, big shout out to him and his followers for being here. And I'm sure we'll say the same when if they raid over into one of the other raids. But yeah, big shout out to Pumpster. And congratulations, Hood.
It was a close shot from Omega Luke. He worked up well, worked up the pitch quite well. The ref played off on what was clearly a foul, and Simone got the shot off, but it didn't quite work. Goalkeeper turned it around to the corner and eventually came to nothing.
So I've got the other game up. There's still lots of time left. 1-1, very intense. So I've brought up Luke's stream here, and we'll watch it through his lens. And just keep us up to date there, Alice. You get to actually see the video.
Was that a penalty?
That is a penalty. Shevchenko gets fouled.
Baraha throwing his legs in.
I believe it's gone to VAR. Yeah, it's gone to VAR. And it's awarded.
Here we go.
And it's Shevchenko to take it, who was the one that was fouled. Nicely slotted, right-hand side. Omega Luke 2, Stinger 1. Wow. If this comes down to a penalty, it will be unfortunately very harsh on Stinger.
Yeah. I apparently put a curse on Pumpster, so I will take full responsibility. This is what happens when I put my predictions behind anyone. In fact, it's probably nobody wants me to predict they're going to win at this point. They just want me to shut up and not mention their name for 3 or 4 hours. But yeah, it was a good showing for Pumpster. Hood's through. Congrats. I have to echo what you said there, Alice. If it's a penalty that decides the game between Stinger and Luke, it's not really reflective of how tight that this match has really been.
Yeah, Stinger's just done that the Undertaker thing where he rolls his eyes into the back of his head. So
like if you're talking about a guy playing a defensive tactic, really soaking in attacks, just look at the stats. I mean, Omega Luke has been all over in terms of the basic stats, XG, those sorts of things. But
it's interesting. He's changing it. Stinger's now changing it, and we said before about like sticking with what you've got and trusting it. Do you say that penalty is because of the tactic or not, or is that just FM doing FM things?
I always like to think it's just FM doing FM things and not have to think hard about why it happened, but
yeah.
84th minute, there's still time. Like this is still squeaky bum time, and there's still lots of opportunity for a keeper to fail or a defender to make a poor decision. It's you never know. That being said, it would be interesting to see a rematch from December.
Oh, what a goal by Bowie outside of the area. That was fantastic. Blistering strike is Luke 3, Stinger 1.
Lost that one, didn't he?
I think this is over now, and I think it is a Hood Luke final again.
Blasted it right through the keeper's hands, broke his wrist. Done. 6 minutes left. You have to think it's Luke is through at this point, and it's all about what is Hood going to do to counter this tactic, or is it all about Luke making up for the result from last month, right? So this is it's a very interesting final. It's exactly what us all as viewers and neutrals want, is a good storyline in a final like that, right? So this is fantastic. Has Gary Neville played any minutes at all for Luke? Because I don't think I've seen him on the pitch at all. But yeah, I mean, Stinger can't be too upset either. He's done really well. He started off really poorly, and that turnaround to create some form and get into the qualifiers and then make it to the semifinal, you still have to take your hat off to him. Like, that is a fantastic turnaround. It's not always easy to get that morale manager turned around sometimes. So hats off to him as well.
Yeah, definitely. He almost had it, didn't he? Almost had it, that 1-1. And then obviously the penalty is kind of turning the game on its head.
Yeah. And I mean, if you look at the stats, it's been a lot of Stinger adjusting, trying to survive, really.
Yeah. He's had the higher possession, but Lucas had far more chances.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, if you don't have enough chances, you're not going to get enough goals. And
yeah,
Lucas taking advantage of that.
Like that, Keg. Retention or redemption? There's the headline for the paper or the stories. A lot of highlights at the end of the game, just dragging out the pain for Stinger, because all of these have been attacking highlights for a Mega Luke. Really not the type of highlights you're wanting to see when you're down 3-1. And that will wrap up the other semifinal. There's going to be some nice passing.
One more highlight, just to rub the defeat into the face.
Yeah. Rub salt in the wound.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Come on now. No.
No,
that was the side of the net shot. Many FM, we see those a lot, don't we? We love them. But yeah, there's your two semifinals. So really, really, really good showing for those who didn't make it. So Trek and Stinger, or not Trek, excuse me, Pumpster and Stinger, really, really great showing. But unfortunately, there is a winner and a loser. This is sports. This is how it goes, and we're headed into a very, very exciting final, which is a replay or a rematch from last month. So we'll leave it to the chat. I'm intrigued. Chat, who's going to win this? Who is going to win the final of the FM playoffs for January 2022? We have Hood Gaming, and we have a Mega Luke.
I'm so sorry, Pumpster. He's just like, not me.
Sorry, Pubster. No, I said, Pubster, great showing. You did great. It's just tough to lose a 90-minute goal. Just trying to break your heart. But we appreciate you being here, and much love, of course. But who's going to win this final, guys? Chat, tell me, and I'll get us set up. I think what we'll do is we'll probably watch Stinger's view first half, or sorry, not Stinger. We'll watch Hood first half, and then we'll watch Omega Luke the second half. We've seen a lot of Omega Luke today with his tactic, and some of the games have got a little longer. So we'll start with Hood to start. Any big thoughts going into the final here from the panel? I'll start with you, Leemo. I'm going to ask you for two things. One is your thoughts, and two is your prediction.
Okay, thoughts. Last year's final, it's back again. Has Luke found a tactic that's going to win him the tournament? Potentially, has Hood got enough in his locker to be able to counteract this? Has he got something up his sleeve? Can he pull something out the bag and try and counteract Luke's tactic? That's going to be the problem. Luke drives forward, as Alice said in the last game. You create chances, you're going to score goals, and especially with the quality that he's got. If he can't counteract the tactic, I'm going to have to go with Luke to take the title.
I'm going to go to you next, Tony. Your thoughts and your prediction.
Well, we saw the tactics not completely unbeatable. Like it's not like, you know, you can get at it. Stinger proved you can get at it. Has Hood got something else up his sleeve? Maybe. I mean, Hood's a smart guy like Stinger. He puts his homework in. He knows, you know, he'll have watched Luke's streams. He'll have watched all this stuff. He'll be surprised that he's played Striker List. I'll grant you that. I think it's going to be 2. I think he's going to do it again.
Okay, so 1 Luke, 1 Hood. Alice,
I think Hood needs to do something different now. He essentially needs to do what Stinger did, but better. Stinger left it a bit too late, maybe. Hood needs to know what he's up against because he hasn't played Luke. And the question is, like you said earlier, his chat might have told him what Luke's up to, and Hood can't just keep going in with his own game plan here. He has to do something different. And I'm not 100% sure if that different thing is going to work here. And so I'm predicting Luke to win this time.
I'm thinking, and I'm wondering whether or not at any point either of these two, well, probably more Luke, probably more Hood, sorry. I'm wondering whether he's had Luke stream up at any point during today, because word will have got round every one of these competitors that Luke's got this tactic that is destroying everyone. Yeah. So someone will have another tab open, having a little look at it, or someone in their chat will be having a little look at it and trying to explain it. So that's going to be the question. Like Stinger, once he changed and went packed the midfield, it was only until that penalty that Luke then came back out again, and he made it 2-1. Then Stinger undid his strikerless and his packed midfield and went back to his original tactic, then went 3-1 down. If that penalty hadn't happened, I know it's all ifs, buts, and maybes, but if that penalty hadn't happened, was Stinger actually coming back? Like, you know, I don't know. Of course, it's guesswork, but for me at that point, I was thinking, you know what, this is what you need. You need someone to think about how do you combat that tactic. And yeah, I'm not 100% convinced that Stinger didn't have the number at that point. So it'll be interesting to see whether Hood can pull something out.
If anything, Luke's got a lot of people thinking at the moment. There's a lot of people probably loading up FM, putting their tactics in, having a tweak around attackers going, how can I beat this? Because it's going to come up again. There's going to be more people that are going to use it. You know, I'm sure in other draft tournaments that are coming up, you're going to see this tactic come out again. So people are going to want to know, what's it going to take for me to beat this tactic? What do I need to do?
Yeah. And I think if I've put all three of you into a prediction pressure, I should also do to myself. I am also going to go with Luke. I think that the pressure is on him and his tactic to not perform and someone else to find out how to break it. I think that that's sort of the storyline going in here. I know Hood has beaten him before. Certainly Hood's got some confidence going into this, but it is all about figuring out how that tactic is broken down or defended or whatever you end up needing to do to find some space to score, because possession didn't do it for Stinger. It didn't help him. So I'll go in with the Luke team there as well. So we have 3 for Luke, 1 for Hood, and the match is just about to get started. So we'll hop on over to Hood's View. And again, I want to say a massive thank you to all the participants who've been through the grueling tournament that this is. It's ups and downs. So thank you for taking part in it. To those who didn't make it, better luck next time. But thank you so much for being here. To those in the chat, I'm really excited. This feels like a final. It feels like it has the weight of a final. And to the panel, I really do appreciate all three of you being here, and to Moz and Keg for allowing me to have the opportunity to babble here in the morning overseas. So thank you very much. Let's get into it. Very, very excited to see how this lands.
Well, all of my predictions have been wrong, so maybe I've just cursed poor Luke.
You're going to be banned from his chat if he loses, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. We've all been banned. Weird. How'd that happen? I haven't been able to go into any streams across Twitch. Weird. But yeah, retention versus redemption. It's the final. I love that little tagline. For Sky Sports, it would be repeated every 4 to 5 minutes. And you have someone in your ear saying, "You haven't said it. Say it again.
Say it again. Say the line."
But yeah, this is a big match, and obviously the stadium is there to match. It's massive. People are sold out. People came from everywhere to see this match in the middle of a forest. In Gibraltar.
Well, the stadium matches Luke's tactic. Like they've taken the stands down as well instead of forwards.
Yeah. Well, you know what? We don't need half the squad. We also don't need half the stadium. Here we go. But here we go. Strikerless versus a more usual tactic.
Someone's just put in Luke's chat, the Invincibles incoming. Good point. He's not dropped a single point. How embarrassing would it be to lose now?
Oh, well, see, now that it's been mentioned, though, we have to, whoever mentioned it in chat can easily be blamed for any result. Be like, well, you brought it up. It's like you're mentioning a clean sheet with 30 minutes left of the game. Like, just don't do it.
So, as we can see, Hood hasn't panicked. He hasn't started ringing all the alarms. He's kept everything more or less the same. Whether this is a mistake or a genius move is...
He's got a penalty.
Soon.
He's got a penalty.
Good start.
Get at him. Get at him. Fair play.
How come the panel didn't talk about getting a penalty in the first minute? Weird. Oh, the nerves.
There we go.
Yeah.
Inzaghi's
been clinical in this tournament so far. Yeah. I think he's probably among the top scorers in the tournament.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Now the question is
first time Luke's being behind. Can he come back?
Does he stick with what he's got? Does he go defensive now? Or does he press on?
It's one of those things where it's like I would start changing things because the pressure is I'm sitting here. I'm
don't need to.
There it is. Right. 2-0 for Hood. It is 16 minutes in, but it's going to VAR, and it's been disallowed. So it's actually still 1-0.
Oh wow.
1-0 at the 16-minute mark. That felt like a game deciding type goal, if like in terms of momentum, and then it's taken away, and it's like, okay, well, what's going to happen?
Yeah.
Hood team has not even got a shot yet.
Yeah, Hood is definitely dominating this game, possession wise and chances wise. He is cutting off Luke somehow, and I'd be fascinated to know if he knew what this was going to happen or not. Maybe his tactic. He planned for this all along. Maybe he suspected somebody would come into the tournament with Strikeless.
It's quite possible, isn't it? It is quite possible.
I'm looking.
The thing is, I'm looking at the tactic going, but how is it cutting it off? Like this is the damage I want to work out. Like because other people have tried similar tactics. You've got 5 at the back, which I guess maybe an extra centre half there that maybe some of the managers haven't been using, but. What's his instructions? What's his sort of like little roles and that? They're the things that are helping It's no longer. It's not just about the numbers in what position. It's all about their instructions and what they're doing and how they work together. So.
Giovanni,
I'm saying that.
Wow.
1-1 drawn up.
Yeah.
Huge goal.
It was interesting too, because while you were talking about that, Tony, I was noticing that like the possession is definitely in Hood's was or is still in Hood's favor. But he was using it much better than the last match in terms of the way Stinger was approaching going against that tactic.
Yeah, I saw as well Luke's really compact lines as well. So it seems like if you can get the ball around him or up and over the top, then you can get in behind him. Of course, easier said than done, obviously.
Yeah. It's just a flip because in terms of the way the tactic has worked from this point, in terms of Luke's tactic, I mean, he's always been more dominant on the shots, the targets, a lot of that kind of, offensive attacking stats, and you're not seeing it right now. So whatever this tactic is, in the way that it's arranged or the instructions are organized, it's doing a great job of nullifying their attack.
He's getting caught out with that long ball every now and again, though, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, that long ball.
There's a poor bounce.
Him again.
Yeah. I think he's trying to push his defensive line higher up to squeeze the play. And it's just cost him, I think, his centre half. He's been caught twice with an identical ball.
Yeah.
Little lack of pace. And yeah, it's a poor goal to concede.
Yeah.
It looks like he might be trying to use an offside trap that just hasn't worked so far.
I was going to say that, and it looks quite narrow. So when that ball came in, the three centre halves were very tight together in the middle.
Yeah. Oh, that was a nice little set piece routine, wasn't it?
Yeah.
If you're gonna win this game or have a shot, you need to take those chances. You need to have those clinical players, and he does look like he has them. He has Inzaghi and crew, but that was just an unfortunate miss there.
Really, that felt like a real high opportunity loss for sure. There's no question.
Yeah.
So halftime, 2-1. Not, I don't think, what we expected. The majority of us, in terms of the way the game has been played, but the result is definitely there in terms of the way most of us predicted, which is kind of interesting.
It would be interesting to see a good set play decide this. You know what I mean? Like rather than like sort of that long ball over the top, like we had there where Hoods had a chance to pull level. It would be nice to see a little bit of like sort of outside the box thinking or a little bit of magic or something. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, I think he's got to start thinking, hasn't he, outside the box? Sorry, excuse me.
I was going to say hats off to the play-by-play team. Or I guess the draft team, whatever you would call it. But Jord is reminding us that they actually talked about these two squads being the best on Friday. So hats off to Sai and the group there. I think there was a Tony guy there too. I don't know. I heard
someone looked very, very similar to me.
But yeah, just hats off. If you guys aren't aware, we are doing a draft show now for the draft days. So that's a lot of fun as well. And there obviously is some expertise there, which is very good. So we are going into the second half. Probably stick with Hood's view of things at the moment as he is down. But 2-1, 54th minute. Shots and shots on target are exactly the same.
Yeah, it's very even apart from that possession. Isn't it?
Yeah. So it's literally come down to a mistake that's potentially going to decide this.
Could feel the nerves now, right? This is where that dramatic music enters the music, the show, and you're not even watching, but you start being stressed because it's on and you can hear it.
Yeah, you can see where Hood has that offside trap on. That I think is the question is having that on the thing that led to those goals, or would more have been scored with it off?
Yeah,
he's pushed that line higher as well now, hasn't he? So it'll be interesting.
Yeah. I think I've never seen strikerless tactics before, but I think half of this is the fact that you have 4 players that can run over the top of the defense as opposed to 1 or 2, which you would usually get in a traditional tactic. So any long ball over, you've got 4 men running onto it. That's what it seems like to me. Again, I've never seen it before, but That's what it looks like
Yeah,
to me.
that's what. I mean, it's always about bringing the defense out as well. So the defense have to be pulled out of position. So you then create that space. But you still got to have players who are clever enough to get into the space. And I think the 5 at the back system that Hood's playing should theoretically be able to counteract that because it's 5v4. But as he's tinkering now, you're starting to wonder: is he now overthinking it because because you're not getting a highlight? There's that moment of going, oh, is nothing working? Well, it might be working, but what happens now?
You've just got to give it time sometimes, haven't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You can go in and make too many tweaks and it just nullifies what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Hood just needs to keep his head and not panic too much.
Definitely.
Any changes he makes, think about it rationally. Don't just change everything thinking that you're doing it wrong, because looking at those stats, Hood should be winning by everything from those stats. He should be winning. But he's not.
Well, I think by contrast, Luke's not touched his keyboard this second half. His hands are up here. He's just chatting away with his chat. He's just like, yeah, let the game do what the game does. Like, it's his game to lose now. So yeah, Hood's obviously got to try and think about something, but there's a lot of changes in very short space of time. Like how much time you're giving these players to understand the change of instruction, the change of mentality, the change of role, before you then go, well, actually, no, scratch that. Let's do something else again. And
before you know, you've muddled it up because they've gotten 12 instructions in 9 minutes and they don't understand what they're supposed to be doing anymore.
Yeah, and then you can see the sloppy goal in the last minute. Oh, right, great as that
then
happens.
You say something along the line of FM. And then you start yelling about the game, not realizing that you just did that to yourself.
I'm pretty sure I drew a comic about this very scenario.
If you haven't drawn it, you have to draw it right now. When you're 2-1 down against Strikerless in a cup final, must change. 3-1. Oh.
86th minute, only a few minutes left now in this final. They both have death stares on their face. One of them is they're both very serious gentlemen when it comes to this FM match, and I can't tell between the two of them which one is losing or winning right now. They both look stressed.
So the thing is, if it finishes like this now and Luke wins, we need Luke Hood 3. We need to book it now. Get it in.
Who's the promoter for this? Who's taking all the money? Come on.
We'll do it. We'll do it. It's on our watch. Come on.
There you go.
The trilogy.
I like this.
Yeah. Get the trilogy match. This is what I want to see now.
Oh man, you need a belt. There needs to be an FM belt, But there we are. It looks like Omega Luke has redeemed himself.
Well done.
He seems pretty happy in his chat.
He's buzzing with that.
Congratulations. We've swapped on over. He's staring, watching the celebration. Hats off to Hood, though. I mean, fantastic showing not only last month, but this month. Solidified himself as someone to really, really be worried about when you're playing against them. But too bad to lose this one. But, we're loving the storyline between these two now, I think, hey?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I think this is a demonstration of it's not just about the players you pick. It's not just about luck. It is about skill. The fact that we've seen these two players in 2 finals in a row proves that it's not just luck. Football Manager isn't just luck. It's skill.
And with a completely different database as well. It's not just like they're going back and picking the same players.
Exactly.
This is literally strip it all back and go, right, now what? And they've both used different tactics as well. They didn't bring the same tactic from last season in either. So, yeah, I think we're looking at 2 players who are at the top of their game right now.
So I've just
GG's to the pair of them.
To Mr. Luke, see if he is interested in joining us for a quick chat, just to talk through the win and the tournament with the panel here. But that's always optional. So if he wants to stay on stream and hang out with the fam, the Twitter fam, or the Twitch fam, then that's totally cool with me. But we do always provide an opportunity for the winner to jump in, say a few pieces, and allow us to pick their brain a little bit. So, but before that happens, big congrats to not only Omega Luke, but the entire group that puts this event together. I really do appreciate everyone who's been part of this today. There's lots of people in the behind the scenes. Classic Katie, Keg, Cam, loads of different folks who help us behind the scenes, not only for the 2 shows, the one for the draft that was been led by Sai. So big shout out to Sai Maggio, as well as the show here for the draft, which I have the pleasure of being part of. So big thank you to everyone. And with that being said, we have the man himself hopping in with us here, Mr. Omega Luke. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. How are we?
Perfect. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations
Thank you very much.
On a very, very exciting tournament where you really, really, really did not drop a point. The Invincibles are here, and it's Omega Luke. How are you, sir? How you feeling?
Yeah, I feel good. I mean, technically, this is my second Invincibles because in the last time I only lost after extra time from Hood. So
True.
Yeah,
true.
Good show.
This is it's a weird feeling. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, I mean, absolutely. That last game there, I thought it was my luck had run out. The penalty. I had 3 injuries right before the game. I mean, Michael Owen's been out since the group stage. The second to last group stage. I haven't seen him since. If anybody knows what Michael Owen is, shocking he's injured again. But
It's not like Michael Owen at all,
that's
is
the
it?
reason why I picked.
No.
Yeah, it's the reason why I picked Shevchenko second, because I knew I'd have problems with Michael Owen with his injury proneness. So yeah, fair enough. But what a feeling that is.
Yeah, congratulations, man! I'm like amazing, absolutely amazing. Like we watched you tear out of the gates at the start. And I'm going to hold my hands up. I wasn't expecting to see what we saw, and then when I saw the first strikerless formation, I was like, I even said to the guys in the comms, I was like, you all need to see this because you went first on the stream, and I was like, yeah. I've seen it. Let me know when you've seen it. And it was one by one as we all logged on. We went, no.
Yeah.
So there's an interesting question I've just seen in your chat. Do you know how to counteract your own tactic?
Genuinely, I wouldn't know. We did speak about it at some point, and right before the Mike game, and I was like, "Crap, I shouldn't be saying this." Like, maybe man marking would take it out of the situation, but I'm not quite sure really. I did think one Stinger found a way at some point. Although his goal was more of a defensive mishap, it did feel like I wasn't creating much. And in that first half there, before I made the little tweaks, which I know I need to make if I need a goal, then I did think Steve or Hood was really just dominating me. I mean, I only had one shot after about 25 minutes. So it wasn't until I made the little tweaks to it that we found an opening, really.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think we when we saw it and we saw Steve take the lead and then potentially get a second goal, which is disallowed, we were... Between us, I'm sure we're all thinking, what's he got up his sleeve now? Like, how is he going to change this? And I think that we watched Stinger, really grind and battle, and sort of once you got the penalty, of course, was then he then undid all of his defensive work, and it was just like finish him off. And then with Steve, it was again an incredibly tight performance. Like, I think overall, you've got to be proud of that, right? You got to be chuffed.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I knew I'd have a tricky situation if I did come up against Steve. And the reason why we actually have this formation right now is because I was testing majority of my games in the testing league. Well, in the database that we were given, I was testing it against Steve, and I was testing it against different GYFM tactics that I think he would play. And shout out to SNG, who is like a big part of my whole setup and this tactic. Like, he was the brainchild around, we need to try this instead, because it makes a massive difference coming up against Steve's tactics. We had something different planned throughout the whole situation, throughout the whole tournament. I did a video on it. It's still attackerless, like no center attack midfielders or strikers, but it was slightly more offensive. So yeah, shout out to SNG, who's been an absolute godsend, helping me test things and coming up with different ideas to overcome. Because I knew if I come up against Steve again, I'll be in for a tricky tie. And yeah, he gave me another tricky tie for sure.
So for the next playoffs, if you are in the next playoffs, if you decide to come along, are you afraid that your opponents are going to think are going to found a way around your tactic? That are you going to come back with this one in the future, or you're going to come back next time with something completely different and try and do the same what you've done here and just surprise everyone?
So the thing is, with this tactic, it doesn't work unless you've got the players for it. So I think this database is perfect for it because the amount of midfielders that has get forward, beats offside trap, good off the ball, good finishing. That's what the centre midfielders need. That's the reason why you put the striker in the centre midfield. Michael Owen was deadly at the start because he likes to beat offside trap. So does Shevchenko, but Shevchenko has moves into channels, which I see him do quite often, which caused me problems in regards to the balls going through the middle. That's where it we started scoring goals more from the wing with Giovanni cutting in on the inside as an inverted winger. We've seen one go in the final like that. It's all down to the player database, really. If the player database allows us to have players that are good enough to play that role in the midfield where it will create me chances, then possibly we'll see it back. But if not, that's fine because we had a backup tactic to go to if things didn't go our way in the first couple of games, which seems to be absolutely deadly. And I never really had to use it. There was only one part in this last game here in the final where I thought maybe I'd have to change to it. But it after the little tweaks that I made, it seemed to be all right. So yeah, possibly we'll see it back, but it all depends on the database itself.
So
Luke. Go on, sorry, Alice.
We talked about at the beginning how this database, how some of the stats of the players are busted.
Yes.
And could you have seen your tactic? Could you have seen yourself winning this tournament? Had it just been the normal today database?
Yes, if I drafted correctly. There would have been certain players that I would have been going for really early on in the database, which people may have been gone like, why the hell has he gone for him? But like that's the reason why players like Simeone, Tedesco, and Liboya, because they have attributes and player traits which obviously help in this style of play, this attackerless style where they just break through instead of being very reserved. Like I know for one game I put big Duncan Ferguson on the pitch, and he was like a fridge in the middle. He just didn't move, but he was there just in case we had a corner because he scored from the corner. That's the reason why I drafted him as like a last resort. If we need somebody to win headers, he has 20 for jumping, bravery, heading, and strength. So there'd be nobody who could beat him in the air. So it was all very methodical. And if it was the main database, there would be certain players I would have been going for. If I didn't get them, then probably wouldn't have played it now.
Cool. Luke, you going to say something?
Luke, how's it going?
I'm good, Leemo. Good to see you, big man.
Well done. Welcome to the Champions Club.
Yeah. You can't do that in front of us, okay? That's not very nice.
I feel like I'm in Leemo land.
Do you know what? I'm absolutely buzzing for you, mate. It's people question the striker list, don't they? People go, oh, striker list this, striker list that. But the more the tournament went on and we seen how dominant it was, we could see the tweaks you were making. And do you feel, was the draft just as important for you as the tactic was?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, I'm normally really good at drafting. That's the good side of me. I've always just been really poor with the tactics. In like PvP history, like obviously Sai will tell you, there was one point where I was the last person out of all like 120 odd people in the rankings, the FM rankings. Thankfully, at the end of FM 21, I kind of managed to pull that back a bit with some good performances. But
you're welcome.
Tactically, I was never there, and then Tony started mucking up, and I looked all right then. Tony, your time will come, my friend. Your time will come. But yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's just a case of combining the two, right? It's the case. I've always been good at drafting. I just need to get the tactical side of things, and with some certain people who's helped me along the way. Like I know Steve has GYRFM. He's helped me in the past at the end of FM 21. I don't think I would have done as well if it wasn't for him then. He highlighted a few things that I was doing in my tactics, which were really bad, and I didn't realize were causing a lot of trouble. As soon as I changed that, I started working quite well. So it's not just the case of like drafting well or just getting a good tactic. It's the combination of the two for sure.
Yeah, well, sorry, Liam, I was going to say we called it out on the draft show on Friday that both yourself and Steve had the best squads. Like we were like straight up at the end of it going, it's Luke and Hood again in the final. Just watch, just watch. And
I mean, Hood's exactly the same. Like, you know, although he has Gareth there as like a tactical guy to lean on, he's so good at drafting. First pick, Cafu. Look how good Cafu was this whole tournament. And we know in Maldini, because of how good Maldini was in the previous final for him, completely ruled out my best player, Thierry Henry. So, and he had a secondary pick, Cafu, bang. And you think, well, that's the best right back on the database. We know he's obviously got something planned for it. So, fair play.
So what do you think then? Are we getting 3? Are we getting the trilogy?
Or I was just saying to Steve then, I don't feel like I've beat you because it's only 1-1. It's only 1-1.
So we're gonna get a promoter. We're gonna get some pay-per-view deals done, and we're gonna get the 3rd edition sorted. I'm sure. You know, you've done a few promotions on the outside of FM too, I think, Luke. So I'm sure you can help us out there as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I'll do my best. Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking forward to the graphic where they're just the chin to chin, right? You know, anyway. But
the
keyboard to
I can't
keyboard.
wait for the weigh-in.
The weigh-in, yeah, love it. But yeah, big congratulations, Omega Luke. I think that you know, I mentioned it a couple of times and it's been talked about here as well, but you're consistently showing up in the latter stages of practically every draft. You were on the lower end of those rankings, and it must feel really, really good to get to the point of being the guy that people worry about when they jump into a draft. And if I see Luke in my group, I'm probably a little worried. So you know, big hats off to you. And the revealing of the new meta for the rest of us to sit back and learn and study from. But
I mean, I gave it away. I've done a video on it. Like I've actually done a video on it. Like, I've been using it
on YouTube
for the last like month. So you know, it's slightly different. It is different to the PvP version, but it's very similar in that regard. But yeah, I mean, thank you very much, guys. You've done a cracking job tonight. I've enjoyed watching it in between the matches and everything like that. You always do a stand-up job, and I'm hopefully. I mean, I've got baby pending, so depending on the date, it depends on whether I will definitely be in the next one.
I'll fill in for you, Luke. It's fine. I'm great at PvP. Right?
That will be the perfect substitution. The perfect substitution, Tony.
Thanks for bringing the big dunk on as well. Made me day.
Oh, man,
so yeah, big thank you for taking some time, Luke. Appreciate it. We'll let you get back to your stream to celebrate, and we'll raid on over to you. But massive congratulations and thank you again for making some time at the end here.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Luke.
Congratulations. Cheers, buddy.
So, thank you, everyone. I'm going to need to move that banner right now. I was covering up the space, so it just looked different, you know. Anyway, terrible. Another big thank you to everybody who jumped in here today. Alice, really, really big thank you. For those who don't know, this is the time for some self-promotion, so you're going to get comfortable with it. I'm going to ask you to do a little bit of self-promotion. So, Alice, if you wouldn't tell us what's up your sleeve in terms of FM content these days.
Hi. Unlike everyone else here, I'm probably the only non-streamer. I make my name's Alice McNamara, and I make a comic based on FM called 433. You can find it over at Twitter. I've only been doing it for a couple of months now, but it is an absolute blast, and I've had so much love and support. And I just wanted to thank you to ScootR, who reached out to me quite early on and asked if I wanted to be on the play-by-play for the FM playoffs. I declined. I didn't think I had the chops for it. But last month I jumped in and he asked me back, and I just wanted to thank you, ScootR, for giving me the confidence to be here.
And you just mentioned that you weren't a streamer, but you know what? We wouldn't know. You come off very honest, very very authentic, and we really appreciate having you part of here. And the comics make my day. Obviously, I'm 6 hours late, but it's always nice to wake up and go, "Oh, there's a new comic." So that's something I really look forward to. So thank you for being part of it. It's been really great. Tony, you next. So a little self-promotion. What are you up to lately? You know, there's might be a save. You had a deal with a team, something like that.
Yeah, one or two things on the go. So we've got the Football Manager Therapy podcast with myself and Matt Richards. That's out every single Tuesday, which is great fun. We've also got a couple of saves on Twitch now. We've got one which Scooter's just alluded to there, where I have a link up with Odds Ball Club in Norway, where I've now ended up becoming part of their esports team, which I managed to blag due one stream. Somehow ended up with that. So the black shirt behind me there, that's number 80. That's me. That's my OBK shirt sent from the team. So we have an Odds Ball Club save going on where we do some Norwegian stuff. We won a cup in the last stream, so that was fantastic. And we've also got Build a Nation save over in Indonesia, which I'll be on tonight actually at 9 o'clock, which is twitch.tv/Tony Jameson FM, which I think is on the screen there. And I think that's probably about it. I've probably plugged enough there. That's more than enough.
Really. Tony doesn't have enough stuff going on, guys. So if you want to reach out to Tony to get some projects started, he's got a lot of time on his hands.
No, I've got 2 kids. I'm more than happy to start putting more projects in. So.
I haven't seen Dad in days. I have 11 podcasts going on. Leave me alone.
Tony, Master Chef. Yes, he is. Yeah.
Yeah, just see it on Master Chef now.
Leemo, what's going on with you? Your opportunity to talk a little bit about the stream, the Scouse House. Grab me some chicken and Coke. I'm hungry, man. Let's go.
Definitely. I feel like I do enough waffling. But yeah, I mean, I'm absolutely loving I Beat the Save I'm doing at the minute. We're into season 5. We're breaking the top 4. So we're just plugging away with that. I have started the mental health campaign as well. Just bringing the charity that I'm the director for, which is Evolving Mindset, more integrated into the Twitch world, and some of the collaborations has been amazing. Obviously, Alice has done some great stuff for us as well, and obviously we've done a video for this Christmas. So there will be a lot more sort of content in regards to mental health streaming coming on to my channel as well. And just again, as everyone knows, people who know me within the community, you know, if people are struggling or they do need a chat, you know, the option's always there for you to reach out. You know, yeah, I work full time, but you know, a lot of us do. I'll never turn me back on anyone. It's be profession. I'm a mental health nurse. It's what I love to do. But yeah, I love a late night stream as well. So that's my chance to let me hair down, get a raid, and we have a little bit of Tesco bags. It's our theme. It's the Scouse House theme, and you know what? It's fun, and that's what streaming's about. It's about having fun and having a laugh.
Nothing but love for Leemo, not only for the content you produce, but also the focus on the mental health. As somebody who has struggled, missed out last month because of, you know, it's a little bit of a tough world these days. I double down and appreciate everything that you do, Leemo. And I will also echo it. If you're ever needing to chat with someone, you just need to barf out how you're feeling. Feel free to reach out to me on any platform, and I'll do my quick little self-promo. I do stream occasionally. It's hard to know that right now because I've just started a new job, so the last few months I've been pretty quiet. But you can find me on Twitch occasionally, and if you're not seeing me stream, I'm probably in somebody's FM stream complaining about how my save is going. So you'll always find me. But with that being said, a big thank you to everyone who took part today. Massive congrats to Omega Luke, and a thank you to the team behind this, of course. Let's go over and raid into Omega Luke. Hopefully he's still streaming because
he's coming to us.
He's coming to us. Okay, so now we're gonna have to figure out someone in FM community to make their day. So what I like to do in these situations,
Reese looks like he's gone back on.
Reese is back on.
Yeah.
Let's hit Reese then. What I like to do is usually streams, hit somebody lower on the viewers list. So let's go ahead and hit Reese, and be gentle. It was tough today, but we had a lot of fun. So let's share the love, and we'll see you guys next month for the next edition of the FM playoffs. This has been Scoot. This is the panel. Much love. Take care.
Cheers, guys. See you soon.
The raid counter, of course, is still going. So we'll just keep waving until it goes. Hey, everyone.
Like an 80s TV show.
Yeah. See you next time. Thanks very much. It's just us here on now. But